The Roadie Strength Podcast is now brought to you by Perform Better. So you may know them initially from their bands, the mini bands, the loop bands, super bands. Just a really high quality rubber. They last a long time. They stretch really nicely, not like some of the cheapo ones. They're a local Rhode Island company. They're on the East Greenwich and West Warwick line, which is super cool. But they have reached national and international recognition. This company's been around for a long time. And they're just really known for having high quality gear, high quality equipment, outstanding customer service. Something breaks, they're willing to work with you, send it back, fix it, and just being really knowledgeable about their craft. They've been in the game for a long time. They do a lot of facility design, for the high schools, colleges, but they really work a lot with the pro teams, NBA, MLB, NHL, NFL. They have really good relationships with a lot of these teams. They do a lot of custom build-outs for their facilities, custom build-outs for their gyms, dumbbells, platforms, putting the custom logos in there, you name it. So some really cool stuff they're doing on that front. As far as education goes, they do a lot of courses. So whether online or in person, they have some of the top level courses in the strength and conditioning industry. And their Perform Better Summit, where you can actually go in there and listen to some of the top people in the industry and actually talk with them after the lectures, which is so cool, which you can't really get some of this online stuff. But the education, they do really, really well. And the company's just great. It's, I've met a lot of people there. They're tight-knit. They're good people. So check them out, performbetter.com, and on Instagram @performbetter. The Roadie Strength Podcast is now brought to you by Rob Levine, the heavy hitter. We've been really happy to have them jump on as a sponsor. I've personally used them this past year. My wife was in a car accident, and they were able to help us along every step of the way through getting properly compensated, making sure we weren't getting taken advantage of by the car insurance companies, and helping through with medical payments. So if you've been in a car accident, it's definitely worthwhile. Just pick up the phone and see how they can help. The Roadie Strength Podcast is now sponsored by Soul Friend Yoga. Find them online at soulfriendyoga.com, on Instagram @soulfriendyoga. They're a locally based Rhode Island company over in Bristol. They also have a beautiful online presence. You can take a look at all their apparel, all their yoga mats online. Really nice website. And their materials and quality are top notch. Me and my wife both have a yoga mat from them. My wife has a lot of their apparel, the yoga pants, the tops, the accessories. Great company, great people. Definitely check them out either in person, online. Give them a follow. Soul Friend Yoga. The Roadie Strength Podcast is brought to you by Strength and Sport Physical Therapy for all your PT, recovery, and performance needs. We help you get back on the field, back in the gym, and back to a healthy and active life. What's our 3-step process? Well, number 1, we want to diagnose the cause of the injury. Number 2, we want to make progress towards your goal. Number 3, we want to push performance and prevent it from happening again. What's our history? Well, we were founded in 2017 within a CrossFit gym, Spartan 360, in Middletown, Rhode Island, with a dream to create a PT clinic that revolves around fitness. Since then, we've expanded to 2 separate locations in Rhode Island, Portsmouth and Providence. We hope to continue to serve Rhode Island and the greater community for many years to come. Our big goal is we want to help you get back to the activities you love. What's our edge? Why are we cut above the rest? Well, we provide one-on-one attention. Every session's with a doctor of PT. This helps you get the most out of your rehab. We provide a variety of techniques, whether it's dry needling, cupping, exercise, correctives, and we base our rehab basically on the most up-to-date research, whatever is evidence-based. And we specialize in athletics. We walk the walk of fitness and sport. We have certifications including the CrossFit Level 2, the USAW, CSCS, SCS. We do bike fitting. We do running analysis, concussion rehab, dry needling. Really, we want to build a better you. To get in touch, give us a call or text 401-239-2784. You can give us an email, matt@strengthandsportpt.com. Follow us on Instagram @strengthandsport. Check us out online, www.strengthandsportpt.com.
Kevin's terrible. I trained this American Ninja girl, and she was out here for a month, and he trained at his gym. And Kevin's only joke is when she would post a video of her on Instagram, goes, "I'd love to see Alan doing that." And I'm like, dude, she's the world champion. I am not. I'm like, are you texting Belichick every time Tom Brady does something? Go, yeah, you try that. So I'm like, this is the only piece of material you got, Kev?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I heard this joke before,
Yeah,
Kev.
yeah.
Let's try
He starts typing, I'm like, here it fucking comes.
Yeah. So far today, he's hit us with, you got to see these guys. They're doing underwater pole dancing lessons. And then
Same joke with a different twist. This
you've
guy
heard that one
is
before,
a belly dancer. This guy.
when he introduced us to the HYROX people, Katie and Grayson earlier yesterday, he's like, "Oh, you gotta meet Matt. He's on the cover of Horse and Hoof magazine." I'm like, what? I'm like, where? What is
It's literally the one joke, right? It's the same joke, just.
Oh man!
Luckily, these guys are on the road a lot. You only need a few jokes because you're in a different town next week.
Right.
Yeah,
you don't see him too often.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of Race Thing Podcast. We're back with Alwyn. So just give us a brief intro, elevator pitch on kind of who you are and what you do.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. My name's Alwyn Cosgrove. I'm a gym owner and consultant and speaker for the fitness industry. My gym's based in Santa Clara, California. For those of you listening, you probably guessed I'm not from California. I'm going to try to mix up the podcast a little bit and do this in a Scottish accent. And it's not because I like the Scottish accent, it's just I have great difficulty doing any other type of accent.
Sure enough.
I was born in Scotland, but I've actually been over here now more than half my life,
Wow.
it's a weird. I mean, I love it, but it's weird to think like that.
Yeah,
right? Like most of my time, I've not been in Scotland. So
Interesting.
yeah, we're in. Based in California, we run a gym there as our main business. My secondary business is called Results Fitness University, which is really like a business operations consultant to fitness businesses and trainers who are looking to upskill. I have this thing. There's a lot of black belts in training or white belts in business. Right, they have no idea how to do it. Same with PT and stuff like that. Like you got to learn that other side, and I've been fortunate to learn a lot of that. And then the kind of third thing that I do, and it's a little bit less now post lockdown, was I speak really a lot for Perform Better, and we travel around the country doing events in the education part. But in 2019, I think I did 19 events with these guys. It was a different world back then. Right? So that's the sort of fast story how I ended up here. Went in this protection program, had to move, have to leave the country.
I knew it.
So you really have heard all of Kevin's jokes then?
Oh yeah, 100%.
In fact, you may have heard them too many times.
Yeah, they started with me, and he just tells them so many times people think they're his.
Right. Love that. So the first question we've been asking people is any big wins or big accomplishments that you're proud of, either in the strength and conditioning industry as a whole or for yourself and your team this past
year? I think in general, I was it's a bigger picture talk. I was the head of the USA obstacle course racing team, and we had I wasn't in Providence last year because we did the World Championships in Costa Rica, and I took the team out there, and overall the USA did very well. One of my girls personally took a bronze medal, and
awesome.
I coached the relay team for the gold. So that's a high point, like personally as a coach. But it's like you think of the ripple effect, right? That there's a few people now who are going on to coach, right? And I look at I see some of guys that have come through our program or stuff, and they're doing things. There's guys that like mentored with me are doing things. So it's just this idea, right? Like at the heart of everything that we do, everything in the world, right? Every family, every small business, every large business, every corporation, every government, they're just people.
Yeah.
Right? And if you can impact one person,
sure,
right, because of the skills I have, and you take one girl to get her a bronze medal at the Worlds, or you take a mom to lose 10 pounds, right? You can impact that person, and you can impact that family. If you can impact a family with one person, you can impact a small business, a sports team, a large business. You can impact the government, and we can change the world.
Right.
So my big wins I have this zoom out picture where I just got to help this guy.
Yeah.
And that guy will help the next person, and all my job is to use my I think about it sounds weird, the lives I've touched through my staff and my gym, and we all have these moments. I just can measure mine because it wouldn't happen if I didn't move.
Right.
I know what happened. Like there's a movie, Sliding Doors, with Gwyneth Paltrow, and she goes to the subway in London, and the doors close, and then the screen splits, and she makes the train, and she doesn't make the train. Sure. And how her life becomes different, right? So when I think of that, it's the little things that I'm most proud of, and it's I did a keynote for Perform Better years ago called The Ripple Effect,
I was thinking that in my head, ripple effect.
Yeah. You do something and that you can't even see the knock-on effect. And you guys have it too. I just can measure mine because the Results Fitness wouldn't exist if I didn't move. If I didn't move here, I'm not on the Perform Better tour. If I'm not with these guys, I'm not talking to you right now. So for a little minute, your guys' lives has been altered.
True.
Right? And this is where everybody's lives kind of intersect. But so when I think of like big wins, I'm always like, that kid got a bronze medal, but that was something recent that happened, and the team got a goal. But my real wins are thinking of that ripple effect.
I like
and
that a lot.
How many people have you reached? Right? More so than just like, we made some extra money this year. Right? So,
I like that because, like you said, ripple effect. Like I'm thinking, as you were saying that, I was thinking of a client I helped recently that, like, maybe his kids then benefited from it, and the business benefited from it. But also, when you put it that way, it's like if you just help one person lose 10 pounds, like it makes it seem more manageable. Like, oh, I can make a big difference in a small way, but it ends up being a big way.
I had a quote because your life may seem meaningless, but you're impactful in the mindset of a child who goes on to become the president of the world. Like, or you stop a kid running out into the street who saves lives later as an emergency room surgeon. Like, and it gets kind of like metaphysical, but I'm always like, my job is to do the next job.
Sure.
The best I can. And there's someone coming to see me present tomorrow for the first time.
Right.
And maybe I inspire them to do something cool.
Totally.
Or maybe they're about to get out of the industry and I convince them to stay in and they help somebody. So my big wins are all like ripples in the pond.
I like that.
I don't know how far they reach. So.
That's a really cool way to look at that. I like that a lot.
Yep, I'm going to take that.
Steal it and I'll think it was yours.
First 2 times are yours, third time's mine.
Right, yes. That's a great answer. Next question we've been asking people is anything coming up, any opportunities that you're really excited for, either for yourself, team, or through the strength and conditioning world.
Yeah, I think we're getting back into the education space. We're really doing a little more stuff with events. I've got 3. I have 3 sort of. The online stuff is still very strong. It's not an alternative. I don't think it's an addition to live events.
Sure.
So we've embraced it, and we have 2 kind of membership websites. The results, if you just hit me up on Instagram, guys, I can send you them.
Yeah.
But it's our on-demand success club. It's kind of like the Netflix of me, presenting and things like that. And then have what we call a 10K success club. It's either for startup gym owners who are just getting that first number, or guys who want to grow it. And then I have my my kind of inner circle mentorship mastermind group that work with. It's really just like having me as your coach all the time.
Yeah.
And the access to that, and that's like. We're joking today, like my wife did that little HYROX event we had, and she's competed in it, and Rob was making fun of me, you're going to do it. And I genuinely get more of a buzz out of coaching and seeing other people do great stuff. I'm not that old, but I'm at the back 9 of my career. Like my big stuff's not coming up, but my stuff is seeing the guys that I've mentored. We don't have any kids, but it's seeing the guys I've mentored and people that have come to my seminars, just seeing them do good stuff and just saying like, hey, for a little bit, I was a little part of that.
Yeah.
So the idea of more educational opportunities to help more people is coming up, and I like that. I think I'm involved again with the World Obstacle national team. I stepped down as national team coach, but I have a bunch of athletes that I'm like, they're my guys who are on the national team, and they're competing in Sweden in September. So looking forward to that. You're always looking at like. Let's call it like the Christopher Columbus story, right? Like at one point, Christopher Columbus, allegedly, right, set out to prove the world was round.
Sure.
And he really thought he was right.
Yeah.
But there's got to be a moment, right, where he's like, well, we're about to know, or we're about to fall off the end of the world. And I always feel like when you're training a new sport or you're training something, you guys are too, with like rehab stuff, you're like, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing, but we're reaching this point now. We're about to find out.
That's good.
Because, that's good. And my wife did this. She went to the World Championships years ago, and she had a little Instagram post, and she was just like, all right, coach, I've lifted every weight for every rep, and I've run every sprint and every mile you asked. Let's see if you have any idea what you're talking about.
Right. Now it's on you. I've done everything you asked. Now it's on you.
I just get excited about like it's little things, honestly. Like
that's cool.
I like seeing that, so that's cool. Yeah.
And the OCR, correct me if I'm wrong, that's now an Olympic sport?
It's going to be a piece of the Olympics. It's a whole long story. I do that, but it's Olympic recognized as a sport.
Yes.
But it's now obstacle course racing is going to be a piece of modern term pentathlon. Instead of horseback riding, it's going to be in with pentathlon as they call it the fifth discipline.
Cool.
Whole bunch of sport politics I can bore you with as to why that happened. But
sure.
At some level, perhaps it's advantageous for me and my athletes.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Sure.
I think there's a possibility for maybe a little bit in 2028 it'll get exposure, but maybe 32 it will be a standalone event,
cool,
or perhaps not. But it's a fast-growing sport. It's getting big, right?
Yeah,
so it's cool, and it's you can make a case if the CrossFit champion is the fittest guy on earth, and the fastest man on earth is the 100-meter champion. Maybe the most athletic guy on earth is the obstacle course 100-meter champion.
I like that
because of the qualities that it requires. So it's that stuff was fun to train for because I didn't have anybody to ask.
Yeah.
Like if you get a marathon runner, we got so much data on how to do that, and powerlifting, and training a hockey player, you just grab everything Mike Boyle ever written, right? Like the prototype is here, but you got a sport that didn't exist before. It's kind of exciting to try to figure that out. Right?
Yeah.
So that's cool, and you're seeing some of the HYROX stuff coming in. This hybrid fitness, which is my joke is it's for people who are not strong and can't run. Right, we mix the two of both. Now these guys are fantastic, right? Just for the record, that's a joke, people. Right? Don't be coming at me. But this is a new thing that requires that you can't go heavy into strength at the expense of endurance. You can't go heavy into endurance at the expense of strength, and it creates its own unique challenges. And I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So,
we just joked about that.
Yeah.
We did the wall balls as a challenge, like for the two of us. We do Matt versus Matt, and
who won, Matt?
Matt. Matt did win.
Every time.
There's always a Matt winner. Every single time.
Undisputed.
Yes, undisputed champion and loser, unfortunately.
I think now, looking back at it, what you said, we're just going to take away the actual person that we put the number next to and just make people guess.
Right.
There's a joke, I don't know if it's true, but it was Russia versus the USA in a military competition. I think the USA won. Sure. So Russia reported it as Russia takes silver medal at global championships. USA second to last. Yes. Depends on how you frame it. That story's getting told differently somewhere else, right?
Sure.
They're telling that about us in Russia.
Of course.
Your second runner-up. So good.
Last question we'll leave you with. What is your favorite thing either about Providence itself and or about the Perform Better Summit?
I was thinking this last night. Like, I've been coming to Providence. I think I've missed one in 20-something years.
Sure.
And I've been back in the days where Re-Raz was open down the street. It was a hot spot in town, and it's just like Providence is a fantastic city, man, and this is a fantastic crowd. Yeah. Right, the people that come out to us. I met a young girl this morning who came in from Virginia, 2-hour train ride to DC, 5-hour layover, and 2.5 hours out coming. When you think of that. The mindset that person has, that's a special human being. You're coming this for education, right? You can get information online. You can get access to books. You can watch YouTube clips. You can take online courses. But the conversations in the hallways, right, and on the breaks, like that's the magic of this event. It's a fantastic event. Perform Better, like I said at dinner last night, this is some of my longest relationships. Like outside of my wife and family and friends from back home, like I've known, and I first got hooked up with them 0405, and we were at one point I was doing 19 a year. I saw these like we forget how big a deal this is for the attendees because we would see each other in 2 more weeks. I'll see you later, right? Like now it's bringing back, but the thing that we need to make live events huge again. There's a magic in the rooms with live conversation and people that you don't get on a Zoom call. We did one 2 years ago in Long Beach, and I finished my talk, and this girl came up to me and goes, "Can I ask you a couple of questions?" And I was like, "Sure." And she kind of reveals to me that shout out Haley if you ever listen to this. I've had a horrible experience with a mentor. He told me I'll never make it in training, and I'm ready to quit. Do you have any words for me? And I'm like, well, no. Is the answer no? You're not quitting. And I goes, and here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to help you, and we're going to get through this. And like, I don't know the whole story, right? But I'm like, that's a horrible thing to say to a young kid who's trying to get ahead. I goes, we're just going to make a deal. You give it 1 more year, and you meet me here next year.
Yeah.
Right, and she checked in all year, and she came back. She's been back, and she's still and now like 3 years later. But that conversation doesn't happen on a Zoom call.
No.
Right, that doesn't happen.
No,
She doesn't like, we don't hang on the line so she can get a one-on-one time, right? So there's something about live events and the energy in these rooms. It's just spectacular. This is it's one of my favorite places on the planet, and this is one of my favorite weekends. And it's this is a great. Like I said, the company doesn't turn over that many people. They're a special company, right? These are my friends for 20 years, and it's a lot of them are the same guys.
Yeah,
right? So it's pretty cool, and it's just like I'm always excited to be here. But there's always this feeling too of that ripple effect that I'll do my talk tomorrow, and there's 4 other things going on just here. Never mind in your life, right? But for a little while, those people chose to spend it with me.
Yeah,
and I don't take that for granted. That's really a kind of cool thing.
That is.
So I appreciate everything about this place and everything these guys do. So it's very cool.
That's cool, and that's like we've said before. That's been the echoing sentiment is like the conversations in the hallway, the conversations outside the lecture hall as well. So that's cool.
Yeah, you get to. I mean, you've got some of the and it sounds self-serving. And forget me, some of the best coaches in the world not presenting in the audience, right? Like, I saw Rob Rogers this morning, who's just like a legend in the field, and he's just sitting listening to Mike Boyle, who's a legend in the field. And tonight they're going to be in this room, and you just go up and talk to them. Like, you just go like, where does that happen in any other industry? Where can you do this? How do you get to talk to the best lawyer in the country? How does this happen, right? But it happens here, and it's like, man, the barrier to entry is just show up.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's super cool. But I have a ball every year, and hopefully I don't get cut this year. I come back next year.
Well, you're going along with Kevin's joke, so I think he'll keep you around. Just keep laughing at him.
I've been around when Kevin went to another organization and came back. And I'm like, dude, you got no new jokes. You were gone at another company for 5 or 6 years, and then you went to another gym, and there's no growth in the humor. The act is the same.
Right. You didn't pick up some new jokes? No. Oh, that's great.
That's so awesome.
Well, hey, thank you so much for being on the
Thanks
podcast.
Very much. Appreciate you. Thanks so much.
And Rhody Strength signing off. All right.
I'm looking at Dr. Matt.
Yeah. Which one? Yeah. What's going on, guys? Dr. Matt, host of the Rhody Strength podcast. We got another special guest on. We're here at Perform Better. Give a quick intro. Introduce you guys yourself. Elevator pitch on what you guys do.
Go ahead. You want to go? Okay.
Want me to go?
Go ahead.
No, you go.
All right.
No. We'll just mess with you a little bit.
I'm Billy Hofacker, and I'm the owner of a company called Fit Profit Solutions. We help fitness professionals become more financially successful, help them improve their lives, grow their profits, pay themselves more, reduce their stress around money.
Cool. Much needed.
Yes.
Love that.
Nice. My name's Marcus Brugger. I own Elite Stretching Academy. We're a certification company that teaches trainers, PTs, and massage therapists how to stretch people and create a profit center in their business.
Awesome. Really cool. I also think that's a much needed. Just from getting a lot of massage myself and speaking to a lot of them, like knowing how to stretch someone is super important as well. Yeah. Really cool. Yeah. So first question for you guys is, what is a big win, something you're really proud of for you or your team, personal, professional, this past year, 2025?
Screw the team. The wins for this year, I would say personally, we added a new family member. So we have a 3-month-old little girl named Hannah, and we're so excited about that. Thank you. And professionally, I would say I was a gym owner. It was part of my identity for 15 years, owned multiple locations on Long Island, New York.
Cool.
And March 21st, I sold my gym business in New York. So now I get to serve fitness professionals full-time in this capacity.
Congrats. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
That's huge.
That is great. I'm just going to go with the professional. So last year, we have 5 stretching studios in Tampa.
Cool.
So that's where we kind of have created this great way to create a profit center. And if you heard anything about Tampa last year, we got hit by 2 hurricanes within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So navigating that and not losing a team member, and we're back to above where we were at that time.
Awesome.
So that was a cool professional and personal win, just because you want to keep your team intact. Our goal is for them to make more money, to create a career out of this and stuff like that. So that hits me right here, just because our goal is very, making this industry grow and really allowing people to have a higher paying career. I mean, that's really what's in my heart, because I don't think you should struggle with what you're doing when you're helping people.
So. Awesome. And sorry I didn't ask this earlier. Are you guys affiliated as well?
We just have known each
other.
You just
know each other. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like awesome. You sound you're very friendly. I'm like, oh, you guys must work together, but maybe just through Perform Better.
through Perform Better, and then we met over a decade ago in a mastermind group, and then we had our own little group we created with gym owners about. What was it, 6 total? 6. 6 gym owners for 10 years. We met every Thursday on Zoom, and we talk about all kinds of different things, personal, professional, and it was just cool, hardcore guys that lift weights and, do business and own gyms, and it was an awesome experience.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I think one of the talks I listened to yesterday was Vincent, and he really hit home the point, like, hey, everybody in here needs to have a coach or some level of accountability. So that's really cool.
Iron sharpens iron, right?
Yes.
That's the exact words.
Yeah. Yes. So that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Kind of leads to the next question is an area for growth in either that you see or in the field itself of strength and conditioning.
You want to go?
Yeah, why not?
He always likes to go first.
Yeah. An area, my oldest daughter says I have main character energy. I don't know if that comes across.
That's good.
But
That's good, yeah.
Yeah. The area for growth that comes to mind, I mean, there are so many, but what I think of now in this day and age of the automation and the AI, the opportunity is going to be in people. It's going to be in relationships. It's going to be the little things that aren't so little. It's thanking people for their business. It's doing handwritten cards. It's creating good experiences, consistent experiences for people. And I made the joke about the team earlier, and that was a joke. It's the same thing for the team. You're creating great experience for the team. You're showing good leadership. You are doubling down on the things that may be hard to do or hard not to do, and you go the extra step. You do those things, and I think the businesses that embrace that mindset are going to see a lot of success.
I like that. Especially what I've seen a lot of this recently on social media is in the comments, which I tend to get into too much. People are kind of criticizing the AI right now. Like, get this AI trash off my timeline. Like, give me a real photograph or something like that. So I like that, getting the person back into it. Cool.
Definitely. So I think where we're going in the fitness industry in general and the opportunity is in specialty. So everything needs to get more personalized. So like he's just talking about with AI is going to make things less personalized.
Sure.
Now you can leverage it as a coach to help you personalize things better so it doesn't take you as long. And it also, like, we use a lot of AI for pretty much assessment-based because it can tell you a lot of insights like that when it comes to degrees of flexion, things of that nature. But long story short, I think you're going to have to specialize even more and be targeted into your person and know how to connect with them and build relationships forever. If you want to be like successful long-term, relationships is where you need to focus.
Absolutely.
And I think AI is stuck in a short-term focused mind that like, let me get this out and so I can get attention. But attention doesn't make you... I mean, it does make you money, but like in the long term, without having all these ups and downs, it's about the relationship.
It might not stick.
Yeah,
you might get that quick boost, and then that's it.
Yeah, thinking more long term.
Yeah, I like that. Cool.
Yeah. As people have been in the industry for 20 years.
Long time.
So that aged him, not me. I started when I was 12.
My first LLC was 2001. Wow.
I just graduated. No, I can't say that. No. At kindergarten, I graduated.
That's what I've noticed, especially just about this course in general. They've done a really good job, obviously getting the same people every year after year, but also like just a level of expertise at a conference like this is incredible. Yeah. It's like not guys doing it for 5-10 years, like 20 plus years a lot of times, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, and they're just world class. I mean, it's just they're like I talked about relationships. They're all about relationships, and that's why they can fill these every year over and over again, and they put out quality everything.
Totally. Which I think brings us to our last question.
What is your favorite part of coming to Providence?
Man, favorite part about coming to Providence, it's such a great little city and lots of great things to do, lots of great restaurants. Yep. But the favorite thing is definitely being at the summit. There's nothing like it. You get to connect with like-minded people who are growth-minded. You get to learn, be inspired, and probably the best part is making and improving relationships. That's the common thread of this podcast.
Yeah, just trying to steal my stuff,
serve you.
He does this all the time.
For who knows, years to come. I mean, we could all go back and say, remember that happened 5 years ago? I met that guy, and then we became partners, and then this happened, and you just never know.
Totally. I love that. Yeah, and then like you said, if we're echoing the same things, imitation is the biggest form of flattery.
That's right.
That's why I always let him go first, so he can get out his original ideas and then steal mine on the second part of it.
But yeah, but I agree.
Killer,
like
though. Silent killer.
Yeah, I agree. The lectures are always awesome, but the people you meet, arguably just as good, even better. Mm-hmm. So really cool.
And I'll just shorten mine because he kind of stole it because he picked up on my thread. But the people you meet, just like being Matt. Like I can say just Matt, and I don't even have to say Matt and Matt. I can say Dr. Matt, and it talks to both of you. That's like the coolest thing ever.
Right.
So like your website should be Dr. Matt, and then just have two guys on there. Yeah, that's it. Like I think that would be cool. Like you could have an app, Dr. Matt, like whatever. But anyways, long story short, it's the people. It's the relationships you develop. It's like getting connected. Like he just introduced me to a guy that lives like an hour from me that is perfect for the thing I'm trying to solve for my clients.
Cool.
Like he's an auxiliary service, but like literally I was looking for someone with that, and I didn't expect to find it here because it's such a niche thing.
Totally.
Right? So the people is just cool, and then you get to constantly see them year after year.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you guys so much for being on.
us.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Matt.
You.
Dr.
Nice
Matt.
to meet you
Dr.
guys.
Matt.
Yes, you got it. And Rody Strength signing off.
All right. Oh, sweet.
In general. But so start us off. Quick elevator pitch, kind of who you are, what are you about, what do you do?
Hi, I'm Kevin, or Bubbles the Clown, from Underdog Fitness.
Love it.
I got that name back in the early days of Spartan race. I wore a clown mask and did the races, and the name is stuck. The voice is funny, and that's how I'm known. I started Underdog Fitness in 2021 to train people for Spartan, and then it turned into DEKA and HYROX, there was a HYROX here, so it was pretty cool to see. Grayson and Katie, good friends from Boise, came out, so I really wanted to see them. And I guess the business model, we're an online coaching platform that has a location in Connecticut, but most of our people are nowhere near us. And we train people mostly for DEKA, but also HYROX, and we are the premier DEKA training company in the world.
Wow.
Just based on results at World Championships and having the most
awesome.
Podiums. So that's a little bit about us. Molly's one of our coaches. She works with targeted para-athletes and veterans, and she's done everything, so she could train anyone, but those are her like target niches.
Cool.
And yeah, exciting thing. We let's see, I think we had 25 podiums at World Championships last year for DEKA across age groups and events, including elites. I don't know how many difference between elites and age groups. I personally won 9 World Championships for DEKA in categories, so I'm really excited that I'm not the only good person at DEKA, because now I'm just like, I race and then I watch other people win, and they're repping our brand and making that. And our culture is amazing. We have a lot of fun people, having a good time, uplifting. It's crazy that we have such a tight culture with such a spread out team. Like we have clients in Europe, in Spain, England. We've had few in Canada. Most of them are in the States, but all spread out. I think I was just telling Mike Ranfone that most of our clients come from Denver. Not that they're all there, but I'd say the majority come from that city versus any other city in the country. And I've only been there once, and it was in June. So
it just spread like wildfire there.
Yeah, I guess those people are fit and they want to be good at DEKA. And we have a coach there that signed up to train with us a few years ago, and then we promoted her to coach. She went from age group 6th place to elite contender, and she won 2 or 3 world championships last year after a year of coaching with us in the elite category, after she couldn't even podium in age group before us.
Wow.
And then because she's a trainer, she's attracted a lot of other people, which
the ripple effect.
Yeah, which is great. I'm like, I don't need credit for them. You take
it.
You be the special person for them. So we've done a good job of attracting some fitness professionals to train with us, and I always tell them, like, look, I'm going to teach you a lot of stuff. Don't feel weird, because there's that dynamic, like, oh, should I share this as my own? I'm like, tell them it's yours, you invented it, and give it to them so you get to be their bright spot, or you can save them and get them results. And that, I will be excited to see you be their champion and get them to the next level. So
that's really cool. So you're not like hey, this is my technique. You're very much like, hey, share it, spread it, like, have at it.
Yeah, I put a lot of my stuff on YouTube, just free information. Yeah. And people know who we are, and it's crazy. I put videos out like 3-4 years ago, and I go to events, and people are like, oh, my God, you're the guy from the videos. I was just watching that. I signed up 2 days ago for DEKA. I YouTubed how to do DEKA. I watched your videos. I studied, and then I show up, and you're here. I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Full circle. Yeah.
Well, any questions before you do your first race?
And I'm guessing this is how you met them, but Katie and Grayson, did you meet them through DEKA?
Yeah, so I beat them in World Championships a couple of years ago because they're so good, but I just happen to have a partner, and our skill sets allowed us to beat them.
Nice.
But we've had a nice rivalry the last few years.
Cool.
2 years ago, we beat them in the 2 races that we competed against, and then last year, we raced 3 times head-to-head. They beat me in 1, and then I beat them in 2. So, unfortunately, I'm not undefeated. But they're just such awesome people. I love them. Last year, I went to Boise during the year when they hosted an event.
Cool.
And I taught them how to do the bike better because that's what I'm famous for. And
assault bike?
Yeah.
Or air bike?
Yeah. It's usually the assault bike. They use the Echo sometimes, but
Okay.
the assault's better for the race, easier.
Gotcha.
But I taught him a couple of my tricks, and I think he got a little too good. So, I'm
like,
excited for him.
maybe I won't teach him as many tricks next time. No.
I always think about that, and people are like, you're such an idiot. Now he beat you, like, with your own tricks. I'm like, I know, but he's getting better, so I have to get better.
Right.
And I like him. He's a nice guy. He's a classy guy. So
nice. Yeah,
I want to see him succeed. And then when he got qualified for Elite 15 for HYROX World Championships, I'm like, that is my buddy. I'm not there, but I feel like a piece of me made the Elite 15 because that's a guy I know before he was Elite 15, and it's not just somebody I follow on Instagram. So
Right. There, you played a piece in his journey, which is really cool.
Yeah,
that's
impact.
awesome. Yeah,
right?
definitely. What is something you guys are excited for coming up? Slash like an opportunity. Slash, what's an opportunity for? I know there's 3 different questions.
Yeah,
opportunity for the strength and conditioning community to improve upon.
I think number 1, like, I was a college athlete. I played lacrosse. I don't know. You guys at URI? Is that where you're out of?
URI, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I've reffed them. I referee college lacrosse now.
Oh, cool.
Division 1. So it's really good to stay with the sport, but not have to report every day like practice or coaching or have parents call you because their kids aren't playing.
Just get yelled at on a weekly basis.
Yeah, it's fine, but I'm like, bye. I'm
bye.
I get to go home now.
Yeah.
And you guys paid me a lot. So
right.
See ya.
Can't yell at me when I'm home.
That's fine. You can't call me. I really like being around the sport. But anyways, so coming out of college sports, and maybe you guys have seen this, you're so dialed in elementary school, middle school, high school, then you go to college. You play very structured. You have morning workouts. You got to get your stuff done around school. And then your eligibility runs out. You graduate, and you're into real life. And now you don't have any structure. And now you have a job, which you're like, okay, I need to work hard so I don't lose it. But you don't get to play sports. Maybe play beer league or pickup or anything fun. But now you don't have anyone holding you accountable in the gym, and you don't have anybody really holding you accountable for anything. So the college party life that you could sustain with a good physique because you were training so hard, now it goes upside down. So now you're still like social, but now you're not training as hard, and your body gets soft, and you get discouraged because you're fat and whatnot. So whatever it is,
fair enough.
Usually like the early 20s, you just go see your friends and you're like, what happened to that guy? Like, oh, he got a job and he stopped training, and he didn't really work out hard when he was with the team anyway. He's definitely not working out now. But then the 20s come, the mid-20s, and they kind of figure out, oh, shit, we're not in a good spot. And then by 30, like most of them have kind of figured out, okay, I can't eat and drink like that. Maybe they got a wife, and she's like, hey, you're not drinking every day anymore. We have a kid on the way. It's time to, like, let's be a little serious. So then they're kind of back to normal size. But if you stick with fitness, and it doesn't, like, if it's strength and conditioning just because you're, like, just staying healthy, which is totally an outlier. Most people are not sticking to that. Find something that keeps you active, and not beer league basketball or something, like, or softball. You're not actually doing anything. You need to train for something that if you show up on game day or race day and you didn't prepare, you get embarrassed, and then you're going to go train harder. So that's what I found with DEKA and HYROX and Spartan race. Those have been my things. But, I mean, you look around, a lot of these people are into powerlifting or Olympic lifting or some sort of competitive exercise. So if you're just doing strength and conditioning, find some event that you like and put it on the calendar, and that's going to hold you accountable. You're going to feel better about yourself because you're following through on the promise to yourself. Your physique's going to be good, so you're already in the top 1% of the world because everyone's fat and out of shape. And then you might perform better at work, too, because your energy levels are better, and you're going to have more confidence, and people are going to be more attracted to you to want to support you and help uplift you in everything else you do. So that's my my biggest tip. And for Underdog, we host events. So if you want to try something and you just want to take the short drive to Connecticut, September 13th and 14th is the last weekend of DEKA championship qualification. And we're having a 2-day event at our gym. It's DEKA. It's 10 exercises, very simple functional movements. One has a little bit of running, one has no running. So if you're like, I only do this and I hate running, then great, we have one for you.
Yeah,
we also have teams, and teams is way more fun. Even if you're both fit, you smash, it's more of an interval. Yeah. And then you get a time, and you can see where you land on the global leaderboard.
Oh, wow.
That's how you qualify for World. So
gotcha. Okay.
That's how I hook people.
Yeah.
Hey, I know you did a great job. Did you know you're like 16th in the world, and top 15 go to championships?
You know, all right, I'm going to train harder.
We will get you in shape. You come back in our next event, and we'll get you in. And then in October the 25th, I believe, we're doing the same exact thing, but it's out of qualification season, so it's more for fun, and we're doing it for charity to raise money for this group called Operation Holiday Impact. So all proceeds will go towards buying underprivileged kids Christmas presents and spoil these kids that otherwise wouldn't have much.
Yeah. So that's awesome.
My wife and I have been raising money for that by ourselves over the years.
Sure.
And we're like, why don't we just do an event? We make a good amount of money from that. We'll just bills are paid. Let's just do that and have a little Halloween celebration or whatever. So
no, that's really
cool. Those are two things you could put on your calendar.
If you have
me for details,
definitely.
Fitness Gym at Instagram. Yeah. We could raffle a ticket off or something if they're listeners of your podcast. And they message us. We'll see if we can raffle off a ticket or something.
All right. Yeah. I'll see if I can get this. Hopefully, I can get it posted before September. That would be incredible.
If not, October's still available.
There we go. Okay, you do events pretty frequently.
We usually do 5 a year.
Cool.
But the September one was set because that's the date. Like they cut us off, so we're like, we have to get that in.
Sure.
October though, we wanted to do a fundraiser for Christmas, but we're like, if we go too close, we're not going to get the money in time to give the charity, to buy the presents, to give the kids. So and then we're like, we don't want to do it a week after the other one because no one's going to show up. So
we just did one. Yeah.
Halloween time's probably.
I think what I heard him say earlier is he basically said that you and I should do this and become world champions because clearly
I hear that calling.
Like we're the most efficient team that's ever been created. Like at this point,
I'll help you put your puzzle piece together. That's why we've won so many teams championships because we just have an eye for whose strengths and weaknesses plug in best to the work to be done. And I've raced with bigger, stronger guys than me, and we've had an awesome time. And I've raced with smaller, more agile females than me, and we've had an awesome time. And it's just how you fit our own strengths and weaknesses together, and then it's more fun. Like if you suck at something, then you don't do that as much. Maybe you do it zero or you do it a little bit. But I hate burpees, but I could do a couple just to help the team out.
Right. Like, I guess I'll do one.
I love burpees. You do all of them. Right. I'll take.
I like that.
You will definitely not hear me say out loud, I love burpees. Just for fair warning.
You have a good build for burpees though. Your range of motion short, fast turnover, good cycling.
As much as I have to unfortunately objectively agree with you, I want to wildly disagree with you at the same time.
There's things I don't like, but I'm built for, so.
Sure.
Oh, well.
You learn to like them? Or just...
No, I don't like burpees. I just get a partner that's short and stout, and then even short and wiry or whatever, and let them. We'll split them. Like, I'm going to do some, but if they do more, then I don't have to do as many.
Right.
I can do anything for 8 to 10 reps.
There you go. Yes.
There you go.
I would love to learn about, so you're working with more adaptive athletes too?
Yes, so I work with amputees, anyone like neurological, anything like that.
Cool. Awesome. And is through DEKA or just also just in general, or?
So it started in general. I've taken one of my best clients. His name is Earl Granville. He is an above the knee amputee.
Cool.
We did HYROX together, so I trained him for that. But I'm currently finishing up writing the rule book for DEKA Adaptive, which should be launching here hopefully soon. We're near the finish line, so trying to get athletes through that as well.
So you're working with kind of like the organizers of DEKA essentially to create this, because it sounds like it's not created yet.
It is not created yet. It is a full draft. I've been working with the directors, and we're almost there.
That's really cool.
Very cool.
And I know just from a CrossFit background, they have some of these like adaptive divisions. Many actually adaptive divisions, depending on what the impairment is. I don't think HYROX, could be wrong, has it. I think it's just like open pro and like doubles.
Did they work on that? Because they had an adaptive championship wave, but I think that was in that was invite, but they had standards of some sort.
So HYROX does have a rule book, and they have the classifications written out.
Okay.
I don't think they had enough interest to break it apart for the World Championships, but I know that's in goal. For DEKA, we have all of the classifications written out. There will be separate podiums for all classifications, so everyone has their ability to earn their podium.
Really
and
cool.
a world spot.
That's sick.
That's really cool. Yeah, and we were mentioned earlier off air after you guys were jumped in to help coach the HYROX event. Help your buddies out. As PTs, like obviously we're in the sports PT world. I'm like, I can think of people off the top of my head who like would be interested in something like that, to like how to compete. Within a set of rules, within a structure of like, hey, I want to be the best in the world in this like division or whatever. It would be cool.
Yeah.
So
Molly's your girl.
I noticed they didn't have a place in the sport, and I was like, we need to build the community, because I know like a lot of my veterans that I work with, like they would love to go compete, but they can't. Like, what are they don't get their world's podium, and like that's not fair to them.
Yeah.
So we're going to open the community for them. So
I love that.
Anyone that wants to train with that, let me know.
From talking, and this could be just me, but like from talking to you guys, from talking to Katie and Grayson, I could, just because of HYROX's soaring popularity, I see DEKA also potentially blowing up, if it hasn't already. I don't know if you guys have seen growth in it. I know it's been around for a while, but are you seeing some sort of surge in popularity as of recent? Or
so the big difference is Spartan owns DEKA.
Sure.
Spartan's a big company, but Spartan doesn't want to put any money into DEKA. So DEKA is limited by the amount of resources they have. The race itself is awesome, and we've built our brand. Like Underdog wouldn't exist if DEKA didn't exist, because we've ridden that horse, and now we're the premier training group.
Yeah.
But we really try to support other gyms that are bringing it on and bolting it on and hosting events and training athletes. But the money's not there.
Yep.
But now, like, HYROX started in Europe. It's massive. You can't get a ticket.
No.
You can know people, and you can't get a ticket.
Yeah.
And
sell out. Like
DEKA's been here for a few years. HYROX came over, and HYROX has been growing. But for whatever reason, talking to other people in the hybrid community or worldwide, like Australia, Europe, whatever, they're like, for some reason, stuff doesn't take off as well in the States. And I'm like, well, I guess it's our cynical nature. No one wants to do anything. Sorry. But HYROX is growing here massively. Like it's been like 1-day events, and then 2-day events, and now New York's a 4-day event. It's going to be 5 days this year, and then Boston finally got a freaking event that we've been waiting forever.
Yes,
I'll be here, so I'll be.
Will you be at Boston?
Yeah,
I'll be there
I'll be
Sunday.
Racing all the days.
I'll be there. Nice. Yes, we talked about that.
But then DEKA spread over to Europe, and now DEKA's probably got more people per capita in Spain racing DEKAs than America, and it started here. So the leaderboard's like littered with Spaniards, which is good. They're good. They're putting up good times, but it seems to be growing more in Europe. And I've done DEKA clinics around the country this whole year to like, hey, I'm coming to this event. I'm going to do a clinic the night before and teach you everything I know and all the secrets so you do really well tomorrow.
Sure.
And we've had some really good quality people there, but the quantity is not very high. Right. I did one in England this summer, and I had 20 people, and we created the thing like 2 weeks in advance. So the gym that I contacted, he's like, yeah, man, I'll put an event on the calendar. I'll set up the event. I can't promise anything big because there's so many things going on that weekend. But we'll do our best. And I was like, this is freaking awesome. We trained him. Then he had the event. So then we got to race together and had a good time. And it's taking off over there. So, I mean, that's why we have some European clients.
There you go. All right. Worldwide.
Yeah.
Love it.
Good. We're taking over the world.
Last question I'll leave you guys with is what is your favorite thing about, two-part question again, Perform Better and Providence?
You want to go first?
I mean, my favorite thing about Perform Better is just getting to network, getting to meet everyone and everything. You can learn something from everybody.
Totally.
In Providence, how close it is to my house. It was an easy drive.
Are you in Connecticut as well? I forget.
No, I'm in Massachusetts.
Okay, yeah, nice.
This is my first Perform Better. It was nice that Grayson and Katie were coming, but they told me like 2 days ago, and then they were leaving. I'm like, okay, hang out for the 1 hour I can see you. But I think this is my first time here. I know people come here for CEUs and stuff, but I was like, I want to meet all these other people, and I've run into so many people who know me, which is nice already.
That's cool.
It's like, oh yeah, I know you from here, or they know me from DEKA, or assault bike videos or something. But like Molly said, the networking, like this guy Mike that we just talked to before we sat down. I was like, my old gym that I used to work in is a mile from you, and I've known about your facility since I moved to Connecticut like 8 years ago, but I've never gone there because I'm like, am a trainer over here, and now I'm a trainer
Right.
over there. Like, I don't
Yeah.
have any need for your services, but people would like, hey, I left here, I'm training over there now. I'm like, oh, cool. And then a bunch of people started going and
Yeah.
hear good things. I'm like, all right, cool. I know if I need to refer someone to not what I do, then I'm
Right.
comfortable sending them over there.
Totally.
So that's been really cool. And so many of the products in there, I'm like, I don't even know what this is, but I'm not going to buy it. But it's cool to see. Maybe I'll consider it in the future because it doesn't really suit my market.
Totally.
And then the HYROX thing was cool because HYROX is growing massively, and we realized no one here knows what that is. And, like, do you not follow any CrossFitters? Like, Jesse and Chandler hang out with every HYROX now. I'm like, I didn't know them before this year, and I've seen them in Vegas, Miami. Where else did I go? New York. Like, they've been at everything because I don't know if Puma's just paying them to show up, but they're going, they're racing, they're doing well, and now now they know Bubbles the Clown. So I've never done anything at CrossFit.
Do you still do the clown?
Of course.
Yes. for the races and DEKAs and stuff? Or?
Not really. The mask melted. Like, I've had like 10 masks over the years, but it's latex. So when it gets too hot, it melts in my head. Like, if I raced the Spartan race outside today, I would be stuck to my eyelids, and then the latex deteriorates. But I still have the voice. And then our race jerseys, we all have, like, we created these so they're highly visible, so people look at us. And
of course,
on the back, we have names and numbers. And on the back of mine says Bubbles. I'll show you the jerseys once I pull that up. I'll show you off air.
Fair enough. All right. I'm excited to look forward to it. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you guys for being on. I'm excited to see that picture. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Me too.
And Roadie Strength signing off.
Network PTs.
Nice.
We have 2 locations. We got one right here in Providence in a gym called the Rise Strength, and we have another one down in the Portsmouth area in a gym called Bullfrog Fitness.
Nice.
So client to client, not insurance based.
Yeah, so you get to actually help people.
Bingo.
That's right. That's
Bingo.
right. You get it. You get it.
Yeah, the biggest challenge I think that PT has, and is one of the things that actually helps my business grow, is the fact that you look at the body in parts.
Sure.
And it's not that you're trained to, is that insurance dictates what you can treat. So if somebody comes in and they have a shoulder injury, and you, even though you understand, like, there's these fascial lines and all these things that can be tied to it, you only can treat the shoulder.
Totally.
But if you don't adjust the rest, that person's coming back in a couple of months with the opposite hip injury because of compensation patterns, and then in a couple more months, the opposite knee or that same knee coming down that line. So it's cool that what you guys are doing. I think it's pretty awesome.
I appreciate it. Yeah, to echo what you said, like, insurance writes you a script maybe for their shoulder, and if you're treating someone like a CrossFitter, maybe like they're doing an overhead snatch, you're like, I wish I could work on maybe their ankles or their knees, mobility, because that matters so much for that position. Right. So you might be missing the boat.
Well, how many people have like low back pain is due to lack of dorsiflexion?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
The psoas is locked up and things like that, or it's a glute med situation. You're like, okay, I only can work on like the script. That's where my money's coming from.
100%.
Appreciate the requirement.
So we've been basically doing introduce yourself, quick elevator pitch on kind of like what you do and what you're all about.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, my name is Evans Arm and Trading. I own CNU Stretch. Cool. We do a license for stretch therapy. Cool. Where we go into gyms and we help you build a business of creating recurring revenue with stretch.
Wow.
On top of that, we also offer certifications, both through the licensure, but then people can also do independent certifications with us so they can learn how to execute stretch. Unlike, I think, anybody else I know in our industry, we do 2 things that are really cool. Not that there's a whole lot in our industry, honestly, but one is that I actually own a gym. So I actually own 3 gyms. So I'm not talking from like a historical point of view or talking from theory. We're actually working with real people who are getting stretched. So when a gym owner, a PT, someone like that comes in, I'm actually dealing with people every single day and week through our 3 facilities. So that's one. The other thing we do that's kind of unique is our program is always is always in person. So we have online for some like background knowledge, but you actually learn in person. You graduate the course by stretching someone who is not in the course.
So we have you bring in patients or clients, and you have to stretch them for 50 minutes to graduate out the course.
50?
50.
Yeah.
Because my goal is not just a sense of competence, but also that you have confidence so you can go and execute it when you leave.
Very cool.
So, yeah, and then I guess there's a third piece that we do that I don't know anybody else who does. In our cert, whether you're a trainer, a fit pro, just an individual getting certified, or through the licensure, on day 2, we teach you sales.
Cool.
Yeah, because how many things have you learned over the years? But if you can't convert it to money, then you really can't help people in the marketplace. So there's some uniquenesses about what we do.
I like that. And then if you're like you said, you learn it, but you don't learn the sales piece, you end up not probably doing it very much, then you kind of forget it.
Correct.
So that's a huge piece, like implementation, like making it work.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I like that. And you're from Delaware, you said?
We're in Delaware.
Delaware,
yeah.
awesome. So next question we typically are asking people is, what's a big win that you've had either for you, your team, or just in general this past year, 2025?
I mean, this year a huge win is that well, a couple of things from my gym perspective. Like August that just ended was our best month ever. So that's really cool. So we're doing very, very strong numbers.
Cool.
And then even specifically in our stretch program in our gym, we're doing more revenue than most gyms do. We're doing in stretch alone. So that's huge.
Yeah, it's massive.
Wow.
And then for senior stretch specifically, a big win is one of our stretch therapy licensees, and she just wrapped up her 10th month, and I asked her for her numbers, and she generated $66,000 in stretch revenue in 10 months. And the coolest thing is that she has not stretched one person, and she's not done a consultation. She just implemented the systems, and her team executed. So that's really cool.
That's some efficiency.
That is awesome.
Right there.
That's a leader.
Yeah, that's a legit leader right there.
Yeah, so I'm really proud of that.
You may have mentioned this already, but what is an opportunity for growth that you see, whether it's the strength and conditioning field, trainers in general, for 2026, or maybe for you and your team, opportunity for growth, or an opportunity just in general?
Cool. I guess one thing I see as an opportunity for growth is, treating your craft like as a professional.
Sure.
I think, people approach, they're like, oh, you're just if you tell somebody you're a strength and conditioning coach, first, most people don't even know what that is.
Sure.
Unless they're into sports. So then you say, I'm a trainer, and they go, oh, he's just a trainer. Because the trainer hasn't treated the craft like a business. They haven't treated it like a professional. Right. Even though, like, my whole team has a degree in exercise science, they had to do, certifications, they had to do CEUs.
Right.
But, they show up in, like, a tank top, for an interview.
Right.
I'm like, no wonder they think you're just a trainer, because you don't look like a professional.
Sure.
So I think that's a huge opportunity for people as a whole. And I think the other side is just ensuring that we're, from a delivery standpoint, ensuring that we're leaning into models that can create recurring revenue.
Sure.
Because, even with all the growth that's happening, the industry hasn't recovered from COVID yet. You know what I mean?
Right.
We lost 40% of our industry during that time frame.
Sure.
So, if we can kind of lean in, I think that this is a great time to figure out how do you go into recovery, how do you go in wellness, and don't get lost by the shiny rock syndrome.
Yeah.
Seeing a bunch of different things and feeling like you need to do everything now.
Right.
You need to find out what's the one or two things that you can execute over the next year, lean into those things.
Sure.
And make it rain.
Yeah.
Longevity is the name of the thing.
Yeah.
I think if we treat our industry the same way we teach clients to treat their workouts, right? Like, none of us are like, oh, go to the gym, and every time you go to the gym, do something different, and you'll have muscle hypertrophy. Like, you're going to have gains. No. Whether it's the dynamic movement people through Parisi schools or your traditional strength training, it doesn't really matter. You have to do something with a certain level of repetition to develop mastery. And I see a lot of young people in our industry coming in, and they forget that mastery takes time.
Right.
We've all been experiencing Amazon. You can order today and tonight is there, or the next day. But when it comes to developing, your skill set and mastery, it's not an Amazon fulfillment.
Yeah, it's not a 2-day thing.
No, it's not.
It's not 2-day shipping.
No,
right. It's not 2-day shipping.
No.
That's profound. I think that's another common theme is like professionalize the coach, professionalize the trainer, and it takes time. And like you said, not chasing shiny objects, not doing random things, like consistency. Just keep beating that drum. I like that a lot. What's been your favorite thing about either Providence or Perform Better, or maybe both?
Yeah, I think the Providence area is just a nice, cool little city. You know, it's kind of cool. Lots of diversity, which is really cool. Lots of culture.
Definitely.
Specifically to Perform Better, I think, consistently the team is looking for ways to add value over time. What Chris and the team has put together. I talk to people and they're like, dude, I've been plugging into this thing for 15 years. I've been doing this for a period of time. So I think, as the industry is looking for more, they're elevating their game consistently, and they're not just bringing in these one-night wonders. They're bringing in people who are vetted. So these are people who have done great things. So I think for a coach who's looking to find a way to associate, build networks, build relationships, but then also learn from some of the industry leaders, it's been a great opportunity that I'm seeing, people are talking about.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're, like you said, I think the average tenure of a lot of these lecturers has been 20 years. I keep hearing 15, 20 years, 20. I'm like, these people aren't green.
We've had multiple people on this podcast today that have said 15, 20, 25. They mentioned 1999. I was like, whoa. I was like,
There's people been doing it and refining the craft for a long time.
And evolving with what research and what the industry needs are.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much for being on.
No
I
problem.
appreciate talking to you.
Great
And Really Strength signing off.
All right.
Good stuff, man. Appreciate you. All right, ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Rhode Strength Podcast. We got another special guest on here, Perform Better. So just give a brief intro, kind of who you are, elevator pitch, and what you do.
Okay. My name is Chase Kough, and I train a lot of Olympic athletes, LPGA, NBA athletes, and enjoy doing that.
That's awesome. Really cool. So Olympic, NBA, you said LPGA.
Yep.
Awesome. Where are you based out of?
Claremont, Florida.
Very cool. Awesome. What is a big win or accomplishment for yourself, your team, or the strength and conditioning field, in general, past 2025 or a year or two?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the field in general just always improving and doing their best to become better. Proud of our field for that, always looking to learn and do more like that. On a personal level, had several athletes make it to the Paris Olympics and some of the World Championships this year coming up next month. Just really excited where the future is for our industry.
Totally.
Yeah.
What sports or disciplines for the Olympics?
The 100, 200, and 400 meters.
Nice. All right. So track athletes primarily?
Yeah, for me, yep.
Yeah.
That's my main thing.
Very cool. And you said World Championships as well?
That's coming up this year. So
Yep.
I had a couple qualify for that. That's in Japan this year, in Tokyo next month.
In the same disciplines?
Yep.
Very cool. Okay, awesome. Yeah, that's a big accomplishment. That's very cool. What's an opportunity for you think the strength and conditioning field in general, or for yourself and your team for growth these coming years, or something that you're just excited for? Hey, this is an event that's coming up for us.
Mm-hmm. Personally, I'm really excited about, and my passion now is shifting towards the mindset.
Cool.
Having working with a lot of athletes over the years, I've learned a series of things and processes that we can get the results that we want really literally every time.
Yeah.
But it begins in the mind.
Sure.
And there are certain ways to act and to speak and to think and to believe. And then when you do these things, the results are limitless. And we're just starting to tap into the science of that and what actually happens at the subconscious level, what actually happens on the outside world when you speak and think a certain way, and how you can become really the greatest of all time in whatever it is that you want. That is progressing. That's what I'm speaking on today. And that area is so key and paramount to people living their greatest lives and what they want. I'm excited that the industry is now shifting to understand the importance of that.
That's cool. And so we're talking obviously beyond or maybe part of it is power of positive self-talk type things.
Self-talk's part of it. Yep.
Yeah.
Imagery, visualization, self-talk. What words? There's actually words that destroy your dreams that I talk about, that you don't even realize. Like the word try or need or have to makes you a victim. There's certain ways that if you say certain things, you're actually hurting yourself without knowing it.
Sure.
Chemicals are released in the brain, your emotion energy changes, and then you perform differently based on using these words that you don't even know.
Sure.
So we want to get rid of some of these words, and then we want to add power words. Like, we're going to replace these words that seem so normal and seem so innocent, but they're not.
Right.
So we replace them with other words, or so that's one example, or your perception. Your perception is your reality. If you perceive something as hot or cold or hard or difficult, that's what you're going to get.
Sure.
You literally create what you want in life through your own perception. And our perception, we found, is wrong 50% of the time.
Gotcha.
So if it's wrong 50% of the time, let's make it up in a way that benefits us.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what we do. We train the athletes. Okay, it's not this isn't tough like some of my LPGA girls. Like, if they get to a course, some of the girls are saying, oh, this is a tough course. Well, the law of polarity tells us if you have one, you have to have an equal opposite of the other.
Sure.
So you can't have hot without cold. You can't have north without south. You can't have hard without easy.
Sure.
So if someone says it's hard, it can be an equal amount of easy.
Sure.
So we're going to let them think it's hard, and we're going to think it's easy. So when you get to the course, and they say it's hard, and we say, oh, it's easy, it's what we do all the time, who's going to perform better?
It's people who are more confident than me.
It's easy.
Yeah.
It's what we do all the time.
Right.
And stuff like that literally changes the quality of your performance. And we're learning the science of that, and we're learning how to speak and to think and to believe. We know that the mind cannot tell the difference between what's visualized and what's real. There's brain scans to prove it. So if you can visualize yourself winning, when you get out there, you're more apt to win, and you're going to do it perfectly because your brain thinks you already did.
That's cool. So before we did the assault bike test that they have set out here, we were all being like, oh, this is going to suck. This is going to suck. If we kind of stopped saying that, maybe we could have gotten
Listen, it sounds crazy, and we laugh about it,
right.
but you are literally commanding yourself to experience what it is that you say.
Sure.
You're commanding it.
Right.
The brain has a unique ability to protect you.
Sure.
That's what the brain's role is, right?
Yeah.
So, and it protects you in two ways. It protects you physically.
Yeah.
You're not going to touch this if it's hot.
Sure. Yeah.
But it also protects your ego. And I don't mean ego in a bad way. Just who you are. It protects who you are as a person.
Yeah.
And to do that, it doesn't want to allow you to be wrong. The ego does not like to be wrong.
Sure.
And I'm not saying ego in a negative way.
Right.
But if I say this is going to be hard and then it's easy, I made myself wrong. The brain doesn't like that.
Right.
Say it's
something doesn't match up. Yeah.
Now you're wrong. You made yourself wrong. The brain's not going to make you wrong.
Sure.
The brain wants to make you right. So we say this is going to be hard. Brain says, okay, make sure this is hard.
Yeah.
We say this is going to be great. It's going to be easy. I'm going to perform well. I'm going to do this. The brain's going to say, oh, that's a command. Let's do our best. Let's make this easy. Let's perform well. Let's do this.
Sure. And the actions will start to follow that intent.
Sure.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
So if I could rewind an hour and be like, okay, I do assault bike all the time. Like I may actually
perform better.
Be able to hit. Yeah. Be like the brain will be like, all right. Instead of like quit. It'll be like, all right, keep going.
Yeah.
Potentially.
You'll perform better. No, you will.
Yeah. Very cool.
Okay. You will. Yeah.
I like that. So, I mean, it's and that's cool. You're saying also like, hey, we're studying this. Like, there's like MRI, like brain scans. Like we're studying this because I think from my perception of it, which is very, very limited, is like, oh yeah, like, visualize the win. Like Michael Jordan always did it. Kobe always did it. And obviously that alone is like, hey, if those guys are doing it, we should probably do it. But I feel like it was always kind of this thing like that's kind of like woo-woo, like in the air. But it's cool you guys find science behind it.
They're telling you their secrets.
Right.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
And I've been doing this for 18 years. I started in 2006. I've had 30 different athletes in 6 different disciplines medal in the Olympics or the World Championships. 30.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not at the Olympic Training Center. I'm at a 4,000 square foot facility.
Sure.
I can tell you with certainty, and I don't say that out of ego, I can tell you with certainty, those guys were telling you our secrets.
Sure.
That's how we do it.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a whole bunch of great strength coaches here. A bunch.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I'm the best strength coach. There's probably more than me.
Sure.
But I've understood the mindset part.
Totally.
And that's where that's the separator.
Yeah.
It's deeper than just, here's the perfect program. While we have to have a great program, I'm not down in that. That's part of the process.
Right.
But it's more than that.
Right.
So much more than that. They were sharing the secrets, but people don't take them literal enough.
Sure. Yeah.
But we do take it literal.
Right. Question for you on that, because obviously you're working with a lot of different types of athletes, but one athlete that like to me, not being a good golfer at all, but making a ton of sense. Like, hey, if you're having a bad day on the golf course, it's hard to, like, get yourself out of it. So I can see, like, just like, okay, mindset matters so much on the golf course. But for someone like a track athlete, to me, it's like, maybe it's harder for me to put the pieces together of, like, oh, you just run as fast as you can. Mm-hmm. Are you finding, like, yes or no, like, are there differences in how you're, like, implementing those two things between the two athletes, or is it kind of just like it's the same thing, or to, like, varying degrees, or
It's the same thing, different in the way that you said, meaning like the golfer has a longer play time versus the athlete that just runs the...
Yeah.
But the pressure's the same, because if they get a negative start, they're already in the back and they're going to have to make up ground, or, the moment of pressure's the same. Sure. Now, the golfer might have it longer over time, but there is no hard or easy. That's perception. So we just want to make sure that we live in a way that you're performing the best that you can. So the sprinter is going to visualize himself running the perfect race.
Yeah.
And when they do that, we know for a fact the brain is firing the same patterns neurally as if they're actually running it.
Right.
So if you can run the race perfectly in your mind, 10 minutes a day, every day, the brain literally thinks, and we have scans to prove it. I'm talking in my talk here in a little bit. I'll show the brain scans. Yeah. We literally have proof that the brain thinks it's doing it. Wow. So when you go out there to run and you've done it 10 minutes a day, every day perfectly,
right,
your brain thinks, well, I do this all the time. So do you think the brain has to even think about it? No.
Right.
It's just going to go do it perfectly because you've done it perfectly every day for the past year.
Autopilot.
You don't have to think.
Right.
It's flow. And you just go and you run the perfect. Well, how do you run the perfect race? Because he does it every day.
Right.
Now, you can't. I don't want to say can't, but in most cases, you don't run perfectly out in practice every day. Maybe a little more tired and something's not pulling right in the hip or whatever. But if you do it perfectly in your mind, the brain thinks you're doing it perfectly every day. And that's the same with the golfers.
Sure.
Practice the swing perfectly in your mind. The brain literally thinks you're doing it perfectly lifetime. It cannot tell the difference.
Right.
Can't tell.
Is there I haven't done a ton of visualization, but is there a certain amount of, like, the more you practice visualization, the better you get at it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like anything. You strengthen it.
Yeah, totally.
And there's two ways that we do visualization. So there's two ways. There's the imagery that I just was sharing with you, meaning like you visualize the perfect race.
Yeah.
And your body thinks you're doing it.
Yeah.
That's the first way. The second way of visualization is where people come in with the dream boards and the big picture, and that actually has stuff to back it too. There's been some studies in Princeton. I'm going to share them here in a little bit.
Yeah.
But, that show that you can literally bend your outer world based on your internal world. It's called the law of correspondence. But what you do with those is different. Those is a different thing. You would normally visualize for up to a minute, not longer than a minute.
Okay.
After a minute, the conscious mind kicks in and says, this isn't real. The conscious mind starts getting in the way. We don't want the conscious mind in the way because then it starts doubting, this isn't real, and now it's negative. So normally the big picture stuff we'd visualize for 30 seconds to up to a minute, high end is a minute.
Right.
And this is the athlete on the stand, the gold medal around them, looking around, their flag is going, their anthem is going, the cheers of the crowd are going. That's the big picture visualization. And that's where you're pulling that reality towards you. And with that visualization, you want it to be as if whatever you want to accomplish has already happened.
Sure.
Okay,
sure.
so it's not you winning the race.
Right.
Because if it's you winning the race, there's still a doubt in your conscious mind that you've done it yet.
Right.
So you've got to get it to the point where whatever you wanted has already happened, which is you standing on the stand, because what you wanted was to win the race.
Right.
So you bypass the part where the conscious mind could get in the way, and you get to the end.
Right.
So now you have yourself imagery visualizing performing, so the body thinks it's doing it, and then you have the outcome.
Right.
The conscious mind can't get in the way.
Right.
Okay.
And then it maybe connects the dots.
It's real. It literally thinks it's already happened.
Very cool. All right.
And then it does.
Yeah. Right. That's awesome. I'm super excited to talk to you about that. Final question I got for you, and then I'll let you go. What is your favorite thing about either Providence itself in general and or the Perform Better Summit / Perform Better?
Well, Providence itself, to be honest with you, my very first Perform Better was 2007 here.
Wow. Yeah.
And then 20 years later or 19 years later, here I am back in Providence to speak.
All right.
And that makes this special to me.
Yeah. Very cool. All right. I think that's a common sentiment with a lot of the speakers. It's not like, oh, this is my first set, or not even speakers, but just people in general that are here. Like, many people are like, yeah, this is my 5th, 10th, 15th, 20th. Like, it says a lot about the summit.
Yes.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yep. I've been coming to them for years.
Yeah.
They're phenomenal.
Yeah.
Chris and the whole crew. I'm honored to be back to speak where I started.
Very cool. Hey, thank you so much for speaking
sir.
to me. Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Rody Strength signing off. Testing. Yeah, it should be pretty much good to go.
This is pretty neat, man.
Yeah. So I've been doing it for a while. For episode, this will be a combined episode with all the speakers and presenters, but we're 105 right now. So we've been going for a few years.
So, tell me what that means. I know nothing about it. I mean, it's a little. So I'm 46 years old now.
Sure.
And I'm not afraid of adopting technology. We do it, but for whatever reason, even my own kids, they don't do social either. It's so strange. Like I do watch some YouTubes. I love bass fishing.
Nice.
This is just like
yeah, we can cut this out.
We're just talking.
Yeah.
I love bass fishing, and so I watch a ton of YouTube as it relates to bass fishing. Because back in the day, when I was a kid growing up, we would you just have to wait for the magazines to come out every week. Every month.
Yeah.
And what you can learn now is unbelievable. So it's probably what you're doing as it relates to just the content within this specific industry, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty niche in that I have guests on who are very Rhode Island specific.
Yeah.
So coaches, trainers, therapists, docs, in the health and fitness industry.
Yeah.
But I do branch out outside of events like this. People because you're coming from Texas.
Yeah.
So a bit of a branch out with that. But
cool.
So give me a brief intro on yourself, elevator pitch on kind of what you do.
Brief intro. I literally just fell into coaching. I got my undergrad at Texas A&M University in human nutrition, and especially back then, 2000, there was no jobs, right?
Sure.
Now I met my wife in 5th grade, and she went to school at the University of Texas. I went to school at A&M. I was at her. We were dating through college. I was at her graduation at the University of Texas, and she was a school teacher. College of Education, went to the graduation. Keynote speaker, just happenstance, was a guy named Dr. Edward Coyle, and he talked about performance in nutrition. He was doing a lot of work with Lance Armstrong, which weirdly, Lance Armstrong is now my literal next door neighbor. It's like the strangest full circle deal.
Yeah. Really cool. Okay.
But and so he was talking about performance and nutrition. I was like, well, this sounds good.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll do this. Okay. And so I had my suit and tie, and I kept it. I stayed the weekend, showed up on Monday to the building. I was like, hey, I need to talk to Dr. Coyle. They're like, yo, kid, that's not how this works. And so I said, well, how's it work, right? And they brought me and said, well, you maybe have an appointment tomorrow at Tuesday. So it came on Tuesday, and I said, I'm going to do this. And I just don't know how to do it, but just tell me what to do. And, yada, yada. I get into school, and then I'm like, well, I need some money, right? So can I be a TA? And, I don't know. You tell me, but the guy was like, no, you're not going to be a TA for us. And I was like, okay, well, what do I need? What? He's like, you need to be a coach.
Sure.
And so I was like, well, okay, how do I do that? And he introduced me to the folks over at the athletic department. Now, I had to do some convincing. I had to kind of write handwritten notes about every week for the better part of about 6 to 8 weeks to kind of get some attention to some people. But eventually I got that invite, started working in the strength and conditioning department for the University of Texas with the football program. Good years.
Good.
Won some Rose Bowls during those years. I promise now, the organizational chart started right there, and I was somewhere down there. But really great experience. And then, and that's where I met, frankly, the guy, Coach Jeff Madden. They called him Mad Dog back in the day. Just a great man, and really had my back. And again, I think if you'd asked him, I worked my tail off, but he really had my back. He introduced me to my now business partner, Todd Wright.
Cool.
Trained for the game. Todd is one of the VPs for performance.
He'll be here tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah,
right?
he's talking tomorrow.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to give an outstanding talk, but he's with the Clippers, and but at the time was at the University of Texas with Rick Barnes, men's basketball coach. And So Dog vouched for me when Todd had a spot open up in basketball. And the spot was to, assist with men and kind of lead the women. So it's really fortunate to kind of get to work with both, right? And there's a lot of skills and, sort of coaching acumen that gets developed in working with both men and women.
Sure, yeah.
And especially in those contexts, right, of basketball. And got to work with Jody Conrad, just a legendary coach within the sport of women's basketball, and then got to work tons with Rick as well. And then you got hired by Bob Knight out of Texas Tech, and so I got to work with the Knight family. And eventually, though, I was kind of like, okay, well, I'm over the whole sort of, collegiate coaching deal.
Sure.
I had little babies, they were just starting to get born. I wanted to make sure that I could see them grow up, et cetera. And so I called Todd, and Todd's been a brother to me. We just fast friends and even quicker brothers. I was like, hey, man, I don't want to chase these rings anymore. I'm going to come back to Austin, Texas, and let's do Train for the Game, which was in existence, right? Todd founded that. Let's do Train for the Game a little bit different. Let's try to elevate it together, if you will. And that's what we, if you will, some of the story that I told there 13 years ago when we started doing that, and it's had a lot of ups and downs, bumps and bruises, et cetera. But in retrospect, you forget about a lot of those things, and you really lean into the things that have just been really, really rich and meaningful. So that's kind of the not so short version of how we got there. Yeah, not so short version of how we got there in terms of coaching, but literally just kind of fell into it. And hey man, we started business, and if I'd been any older, I'd have probably shit my pants. But I didn't have the first idea what we were doing. We're coaches.
Sure.
We knew how to help people go from where they need to be, where they were to where they need to be. And we've learned this business thing along the way with some great people mentoring us all throughout, customers that were really successful in their own right, other people, right, throughout different industries, et cetera.
Sure.
And, hell, I don't even know how to, not read a P&L. I didn't know what a P&L was.
Totally. Yeah. Coaching. You knew the X and O's.
Yeah, and to be frank, you're never done, right? As things get more complex and everything, you dive deeper even into those financial pieces. We're doing all that stuff, even right now. So you're like, this is cool.
Yeah.
It still presents things to you every single day that are both opportunities and challenges, and that's what keeps it fresh.
That's cool. That's a great answer. That's a great start. So from your presentation, obviously business was a big portion of and that's kind of where you're at right now. Anything that you or your team that you're really happy about or super excited about as a big win for maybe this past year?
Well, we've just been really blessed. I mean, sure. We've, as I mentioned in the talk, we've just somewhat recently, gone past 700 annual members.
Awesome.
Which is a really big deal for us. And, and we're doing a lot of things right.
Cool.
We don't lose sight of what the most important things are. Sometimes I think people, even especially that have responsibilities within the business, can get kind of too locked in, if you will, to, some of the financial elements or whatever. But we want to focus on our customers and our team and making sure that we're expanding value for both of those folks, if you will. And we know that if we concentrate on that, if we're intentional about that, that we're going to be in a really good position, if you will, overall, to have the margin, if you will. And I don't just mean financial, but just really the value margin as it relates to the business, to make sure that, we've got a great place to come to work to every day.
Yeah.
And that we can kind of experience meaning in doing what we're doing adjacent to people that we really care about.
I like that. Kind of like the value stick that you had on the presentation, making sure the business gets their value, your team gets their value, the customers get their value.
Yeah, and again, in every context is different, right?
Sure.
So what are the specific things that make the most sense for you in your context, and ways in which you're going to leverage, different, again, systems or whatever, however you want to begin to organize your own business, but how are you going to expand value really for those two main groups? Sure. And then a lot of other stuff will take care of itself.
Sure.
And that's really the definition of leverage, right? It's a force multiplier of impact.
Totally. Very cool. Next question I have for you, anything that you see in the strength and conditioning world in general, and it might just be a repeat of kind of what you've said in the presentation, of what the field needs or something the field could benefit from?
Well, now I'm biased.
Sure.
And while I didn't really talk anything as it relates to training excellence,
sure.
Certainly the field needs probably more, like we talked about excellence being commitment, attention, and intention. The field needs to probably shift some of their resources towards, the business development.
Totally.
Again, just to provide the margin to, and I don't mean the financial margin necessarily alone, but just the margin to kind of work on training excellence, because it takes a long time.
Yeah.
Like it takes a long time to understand what's going on, in terms of how to create and cultivate these businesses.
Yeah.
But I would argue that, frankly, it probably takes a little bit longer to become a master level coach. Somebody who really understands the human body at a high level, functional muscle function, like how the vehicle works.
Right.
And then how to stimulate, program it so that, you can elicit the types of changes that your customers or your athletes, et cetera, what are their objectives and how can you do that?
Totally.
That's a long timeline to do that. And so, to me, some of the things that the field is missing is a path.
Sure.
Sure. I don't, I can't be too critical of what is out there because I'm a little ignorant, to be honest with you. And so here I am saying there's a lack of path, and I'm also saying I'm a little ignorant. I've done enough investigation to kind of know, at least for the types of people and within the context that we're trying to develop coaches, what's out there right now is just on its own not phenomenal. It falls short of at least what we're trying to do. It would be really cool. And again, there's this diversity of the way people like to train, but it'd be really cool to have. And I know there, not the NCAA. You can tell I've been coaching forever. The NSCA, right?
Yes.
And other organizations have tried to sort of aggregate and create a hub where people can become educated. But I do think there needs to be a little bit more unification within the industry to sort of give it a little bit more validity out in the marketplace.
Sure.
So
definitely.
people start to see coaches and trainers, somewhere, I think right now, and this is not a slight to hairdressers. I just heard somebody tell me this. They're like, oh, yeah, you're like a hairdresser or whatever. And I'm like, well, actually, I mean, we've gone to school. There's master's degrees here. There's a lot of expertise and knowledge and experience attainment that it takes to be excellent in this field, and just be cool to have that hubbed in one spot. Now, I also think that there are some people who are doing a great job. You heard me mention even within our sort of curriculums as they exist with an internship, but also an assistant coachship, we're having people really use, I think, some leaders, if you will, in the field of education in this space in the Gray Institute. Okay,
sure.
So we have our youngest people, our interns. If they elect to, they're not eligible to be an assistant coach if they don't do it. But if they elect, we pay for their certification of applied functional science to the Gray Institute.
Very cool.
We really think that three-dimensional movement systems, if you will, or three-dimensional movement is an undervalued piece within the industry.
Sure.
Now, there's these camps that exist out there, and again, we talked about binary or sort of either or sort of decisions. Right. I don't understand the campiness to it. It's like, why can't we take these sort of three-dimensional strategies that the Gray Institute really anchors a lot of their education? Todd and myself, we've put those things in high-performance environments in the past. We've taken them and put them into the private sector as well, but we do those things adjacent to what's maybe functional or conventional, depends on how you classify it. But training, like lifting, and that's a lot of. I think one of the best guys out there in the field, and this is everybody's like, yeah, no duh, it's like you discovered him. Like Mike Boyle and the way he's for years now. I mean, just it's unbelievable, and I have just so much respect for what he's been able. I wouldn't so much. I mean, certainly accomplish, but I just really respect the fact that how much of his time and energy that he put into trying to clarify and help others in the field understand what he was discovering as being a best practice.
Sure.
And so that's why we make part of our curriculum his certification as well.
Sure.
And so there's sort of a path, if you will, that we're having. And again, to summate, I think the thing that I wish most for the industry was that there was a more clearly defined path to becoming great in this field.
And I like the analogy. One of the take-homes I had from your lecture was excellence isn't a destination, it's an orientation.
Yeah.
So I like that. Like, hey, this is the path. This is our path to excellence. So, yeah, that's a really good answer.
Yeah, you can tell I get long-winded.
No, that's great. It's great for a podcast.
Well, yeah. Great, man. Well, yeah, I might be all about this.
Last question I have for you, which is a fun one, and you said you think you have an answer for it, is what's your favorite thing about – we're in Providence, so what's your favorite thing about Providence?
Yeah, so I think it's probably natural that, I'm in coaching. I love to cultivate things.
Sure.
Right. And so one of the things that I really appreciate about Providence is, frankly, its flora.
Okay.
We have a hell of a time growing hydrangeas down in Texas. I mean, it's just hotter than freaking blazes.
Sure.
And hydrangeas don't make it. I mean, hell, there's better looking hydrangeas planted next to the gas station than we got anywhere in Texas. It's unbelievable. So now, granted, I don't know what in the world it looks like here during the wintertime, but I know right now it's gorgeous. The plants are beautiful, and it's just really cool to see.
Yeah.
Again, a different area of the country, different climate, et cetera, what can be grown here in good soil. And so I know it's a little bit of a weird answer.
I love that answer. That's great.
Yeah. No, I love it, man.
So check out the hydrangeas in Providence.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, that's Chamber of Commerce right there. You know,
right.
Come on.
We'll put that on the state Instagram.
The hydrangea, the city of great hydrangeas.
That's right. Let me check just to make sure I didn't miss anything else here, and we can cut this part out. But no, that was fantastic. And let's see. All right, I think that should be good. Cool.
So how did you get into this?
I started in 2021. I run a PT clinic, cash-based, out-of-network PT clinic. I'm here in Providence. And actually, my business mentors with one of the conferences we were at was Pete was at it. He was speaking.
Yeah,
Pete
cool.
Play, which is cool. But they recommended just for marketing, networking, trying a podcast, if that's something that you find enjoyable, because it is a decent amount of time, especially on the back end with the editing.
I can imagine, especially with motor mouths like me.
Yeah. So they recommended that as a potential marketing, not for everybody, but if you're interested in stuff like that. And I've been a podcast enjoyer for a long time, and there's a few podcasts that I've really liked. So I'm like, it was something that I thought I might be passionate about, and it's pretty good. It's taken off, so I've just continued going the route with it. The big thing with podcasting is they say like most people don't get to like I think past episode 3 or something like that.
Why is that?
I think they ended up they think it's really fun, and it is, and then they find out how much work it is on the back end, and they're just like, screw this, I'm not doing it.
So give me an idea of what's the process? What creates all that work on the back end that somebody like me that's just ignorant to the whole situation? What's involved? I mean, clearly you got editing.
Yep.
You got all this cool equipment.
Yeah.
You got to mix it and everything in terms of audio?
Yeah, just make sure the audio comes out right and the video comes out all right. But yeah, the editing on the back end, it can be tough just from you have to kind of like go through, especially if the episode's an hour long. You want to go through the entire episode, so it's at least.
Oh, so you got to listen to it in real time.
Yeah. So at least that's and then as you're playing around with things, making things look good. So I would say it's probably like however long the episode is, you're probably spending 3 or 4 times as much time making sure it looks good, posting it, figuring out hashtags, putting it to the outlets.
So you really do, especially early on, either have to have a vision for where you're going or really actually enjoy the process.
100%.
Because there's just not an ROI. I mean, is this even – so you view this as predominantly marketing, and so your return's going to be somewhere else?
Marketing and networking is pretty much my biggest thing. It's not I'm not getting any money for it. It's not I have some sponsors that I'm starting to get on, but it's more just to kind of like cover some of the costs of like equipment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's not like I'm not like Joe Rogan, the big podcaster. He's probably making tons of money off because he's like the biggest podcast in the world.
I don't follow podcasts, but I know that he does it, and I don't know the numbers, but I know it's lucrative.
He's very, very lucrative for him, but 99.9% of everybody else is kind of just doing it quote unquote for free. They're not making like money off it essentially. But yeah, it's a marketing and networking, which has really opened a ton of doors
For me, itself, like hanging out with these guys, Perform Better, is kind of how I met up with them. They saw the podcast through something else, like, oh, you podcasted with this guy, you should come podcast with us, and then it kind of opened doors from there. So
that's
cool. It's been kind of a domino effect that way. Yeah,
that's great. Man.
yeah.
That's cool. So how did you get into physical therapy?
Kind of like what you were talking about. I didn't know really what I wanted to do from exercise science. I was like, I'm not really sure where to go with this. Thought about going in the med field. Like the path isn't there. Like you said, the path isn't there. And I had a really, really good student advisor my sophomore year, I think it was, maybe halfway through my freshman year. This guy Frank Reif at UMass Amherst. He told me, he's like, what do you want to do? Like, trying to help me with my path. I think they do that pretty well in the exercise. At least at UMass, they're like, all right, you're a year in, you kind of figure out what you want to do. Let's see where you want to go from here. What's the next step?
Sure.
Which may be a solution for that path, is like starting it in the schools, as far as like getting kids on the right way. But
I mean, no doubt. but what a bureaucracy to start to try to have impact with him.
Yeah. But he was basically like, hey, listen, like, I told him I wanted to try physical therapy. He goes, yeah, that's great. It's a great field. He's like, it's very competitive. If you want to go in for that, go all in now and make sure you get my GPA was okay, but he's like, your GPA needs to be way better and get into as many internships as you can starting today. I'm like, okay. So he kind of lit the fire into me of like, this, if that's your journey, it starts now. So and I ended up myself having interest in it because I had some injuries in the past.
Right.
Had some it's always like, okay, yeah. And then I'm like, all right, so like this is something I want to do, and time to buckle down and do it, essentially. So
yeah, that's how I got into training a little bit. I loved the reason I majored in nutrition is because I could have hid behind a number 2 pencil when I was like a senior in high school. I mean I'm a pretty thin guy now, but I look like people are like, keep fighting.
Yeah.
And I got hurt swimming. I mean, that's how freaking frail I was. I got hurt swimming because I just didn't have enough muscle to support. I was a sprinter.
Sure. Yeah.
And, I just got tore up with, the volume of practice. My shoulders got all just beat the heck and everything, and had to do physical therapy.
Yeah.
And then I kind of got into it a little bit. I was like, well, this is pretty good. I kind of like this. And, so everybody's sort of got that injury story.
Yeah.
Well, not everybody, but a lot of people have that injury story that kind of leads them, at least as a general interest in the area. That's really cool. And again, obviously pretty common, but just dang, it seems like just about everyone that's in the field is like, I got into it because I got hurt, or this, that, and the other happened, and lo and behold, I started helping people, and it felt great. So
I have another quick funny story for you. I didn't know I even wanted to do exercise science at first. In my freshman year, I was kind of like looking at a bunch of different things, and for some reason at UMass, they are a D1 football team, but they put us at the time, me and my roommate, on the same floor with all the D1 football players, and there is this one kid who was the kicker, the punter for a team, this guy Jeff Straight, and every week,
that's a great name for a
great
kicker.
Guy. He was
kick it straight.
Yeah, and he's a good straight edge dude out from like Western, Pennsylvania. But every weekend, just kind of because we're a bunch of guys on an all guys floor, we'd love to always just like kind of like wrestle with each other at the Friday nights, Saturday nights, and
I'm starting to understand more about you, man. This is good.
And he would always he'd always get me. He'd always pin me and
this sounds alcohol induced too.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. And I got fed up with him one night, and I'm like I'm gonna show you. At the time, I wasn't a gym goer at all, really. I'm like, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna hit the gym every single day for the next 6 weeks, and then I'm gonna whoop your ass. And I didn't whip his ass. He was much stronger than I was, but it did actually get me really consistent for 6 weeks in the gym, and I never stopped from there.
Wait, so dorm room wrestling
got me down the fitness path. Yeah.
It just goes to show you, man, anything can stimulate you.
That's right. That's right.
Dang, that's awesome.
Yeah. So that's my other side story of like that kind of led me into the exercise science path, then into physical therapy. But
that's great.
I figured you'd appreciate that.
Yeah, that's as much intentionality as I had.
Yeah, right.
It's just amazing. You look back at it now. I share with people, the young people that we did. I've got what Todd is. I call him my brother. I got another guy named Logan Schwartz. He's a brother to me. He's a professor at the University of Texas, and I talk to his classes, and it's tough. These days, these kids, they got well, I don't know. It's tough and it's not tough, right?
Sure.
They got all these pressures. It's a little bit more costly to live than it probably was when I was just coming out of college. But what's so interesting to me is like they think so much about all this stuff.
Yeah.
And to some degree, it shocks people how little intentionality, at least that I had, with regard to any major life decisions. I mean, frankly, like, probably ill-advised. Like,
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, I made no money. Yeah. Actually, basically less than no money in a lot of ways. My wife, clear breadwinner as a school teacher, to give you an idea how little money I was making. And, even then we're like, yeah, we should have a baby. This is a great time. We're super financially secure.
Right.
It wasn't like we got pregnant. Like, we thought, let's have a baby.
Yeah.
And you think back and you're like, what were we thinking?
Right. What was the plan?
Yeah. No plan.
Yep.
And, it's just the stories that yours is an example of that, which seemed to lack intentionality. But I guarantee you this is what I do know about you without actually knowing.
Sure.
Is that in the absence of some of that intentionality, in the absence of a plan, you knew how to work your ass off.
Sure.
That was the ultimate hedge against any sort of lack of plan, if you will.
Yeah.
Because look, at the end of the day, you go if you got historical evidence that you can outwork your competition, at least the people that you know of.
Sure.
Or that you just innately know that if it comes down to it, and if it comes down to work ethic, that I'm going to beat you.
Sure.
Do what the heck you want. Stuff's going to work out.
Sure.
At the time, I thought, well, look how great I am. I'm really doing all this. And I look back, I was like, well, Lord was taking care of me because, that was dumb. And that was dumb, but
sure, yeah.
But all these stories, especially guys. How old are you?
I just turned 34 last week. Yeah.
Dang, man. Okay. Well, I'm 46.
Sure.
But here's what's great. I'm a little bit over 10 years older than you.
Yep.
And the great news, and the great thing about that is would you assess? Did you hang your hat kind of on your work ethic to start with?
I would say that's accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. I just find that the people that have got it figured or have enough time to get it figured early enough, they know how to get after it.
Sure.
And it just sort of mutes all the risk, if you will, that is out there if you basically just go into things blindly, like you did wrestling in your freaking dorm room, or I did just shown at my wife's graduation going, all right, well, that sounds good. How about I do that? Yeah.
Right. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, that was a great podcast. Great start to the weekend. We definitely get a lot more podcasts going. Thank you so much for being on.
Is all that going to be on a thing?
Well, I'm going to edit a lot of it out, but my main goal was to shorten it to an hour long. So if I get like
the
10
entire thing, well, how long did we just visit?
We just did 26 minutes.
Yeah,
it might end up being maybe 2 or 3 podcasts if it ends up longer. But we'll take the most important, a lot of that was awesome. So we'll probably end up using a lot of it. But yeah, it'll be edited.
You've been very inspirational to me. This is interesting. My partner, he's like, we could do a podcast. And I'm like, what the hell are we going to talk about that anybody wants to hear about?
Sure. It's when you get a group of like-minded people in the same room that have the same passion, it's pretty easy.
Yeah,
maybe it just flows.
We'll get a couple beers,
That always helps. Those are some of the earlier deleted episodes.
Cool, man. Thank you, Bubby.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. So, what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Roadie Strength Podcast. We got another special guest on. So, give us a quick, brief intro on who you are and what you do.
Yeah, Corey Smallwood. I was a presenter here at the Perform Better Summit in Providence, and I own a gym in Clarksburg, Maryland.
Cool.
It's a gym that focuses on fitness after 40.
Nice.
So real excited. This is... Gosh, I don't know how many years in a row I've been coming here, well over a decade to these, and went to the Perform Better in Chicago in June. Got to see a lot of great speakers there, and then, loved the speakers here, and actually was invited to present here as well. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's real awesome.
That seems to be the consensus. I've been coming here for 5, 10, 15, 20, people that come here, they keep coming.
They do. Perform Better truly does the best, and I've presented at other conferences. I've attended other conferences, and nobody does it like Perform Better, from the caliber of the presenters that they bring. Every year there's new presenters. The veteran presenters always bring new material, new content, and they're constantly innovating. right?
Sure.
Weights are weights. We pick things up and we put them down, but how do you advance that? What's the new science? Because we do great at coaching. We love coaching. We're not spending the R&D. We're not looking at that side of it. And the nice thing, too, that also that I love about the attendees that Perform Better is that you do have some veteran coaches. I've been coaching for 28 years now.
Wow.
And you have some new coaches, brand new. We're all learning from some of the same people, but we're sharing ideas.
Yeah.
The connections that you make here, from whether it be at the social or having lunch with somebody that you don't know, or you're in a hands-on sweating with somebody, and you're like, gosh, this is amazing. So that there's a connection that you get at a Perform Better Summit that just you can't get anywhere else in this industry.
I agree. I love the break between, like, if you're sick of sitting in lecture, they got hands-on stuff for you. You get the body moving, And I feel like you said, a lot of other summits might not have even much hands-on, even just to begin with. So it's a nice break.
Or the Q&A, and the other great thing is that these experts in the industry, and you have strength and conditioning coaches from Major League Baseball and basketball, and Dr. Nick Winkleman's the strength and conditioning coach for the Irish rugby team, and like you have some, Brandon Marcella's doing talks, but then you have the Q&A here where you can sit down with them. They make themselves available for you, and so you're like, oh my gosh, this is the PhD guy talking about sleep and its impact, and he's right here at the table with me.
Yeah.
You have access to this where you don't get that, again, at any other conference. And I've been to a lot of them. And you're like, wow, I'd love to ask that guy a question. And he's on a plane, heading home right after his talk.
Yeah, he's out. Yeah, that's definitely a cool part of it. Question for you as far as like a big win or big accomplishment for you, yourself, your team, or even like the strength and conditioning field in general for this past year.
Yeah, so I think... it was my talk. One of the big wins for me is I just wrote a new book.
Cool.
So my talk was on AI and its impact on the fitness industry.
Sure.
And I think one of the big things that we are getting back into is the humanity, the connection that is required in coaching.
Sure.
It could be youth performance. It could be Olympians. It could be everyday mom and pops. We have to be able to have that human connection with them, especially as this world is becoming way more AI and automated. And it's less about, is a kettlebell better than a dumbbell, right? I've been to workshops where it's, people have argued over, you have to do a barbell back squat, or is that bad? Is that good? And now it's just like, well, how are you actually impacting that person's life?
Right.
Because you have them 2 hours a day, one workout is not going to change their life.
Sure.
But that connection could. Those words that you say that day during that session, that motivation, that could.
Sure.
So I think it's a transition, and even in my lecture was, hey, use AI. I'm all for it. Please use it. Use it to free up your time. Use it to take some of those mundane tasks off your plate that you don't want to do. But double down on the human aspect of it.
Yeah. That's. I feel like we've been hearing that as an echo as well too. Like, don't be scared of AI, but also the AI isn't human.
Right. Correct.
So like, make sure you're still getting that human connection.
Yeah. That's a huge component, and that's coaching.
Yeah.
And I think as coaching got so advanced, and there's so many techniques out there that we kind of lost it. Physiology is physiology. The basics will always work.
Yeah.
As much as you're reading about kettlebell techniques, how much are you reading about human connection?
Right.
How much are you investing in that human side of what we do?
Absolutely.
To quote one of our presenters, he said, we have a robot out there run by AI that can beat you in chess, but we don't have a robot out there that can throw a curveball.
It's true.
Yeah.
Right? So, it's true.
And that resonated, like just what you were talking about. You need that human side. Be like, we need to coach you in a certain way because that AI is not going to do it for you.
Yeah.
I like what you said about that too. Is like what you say that one training session might not change their life, but what you say to that person in that training session might.
Yeah.
And I think that can work both ways. I forget who you were talking to yesterday about someone who there was like, and a lot of times, love orthopedic surgeons, super smart, but a lot of times they're known for not having the best bedside manner.
Yeah.
So there is something that I think a patient you were working with, maybe you probably explain it better.
So I had a very high level, younger, early collegiate Division I runner. Who was on the precipice of like really exploding on the scene, and she was dealing with what I thought, in my opinion, was exertional compartment syndrome, and we had all the data points that we needed. The last point that we needed was her to go through needle mammography, and I had a connection with a local ortho who did it on the regular. And so I called him, used my connection as a way of getting this kind of test going. And she came back, and she's not an overly emotional person. I get a joke all the time. If you were to ask my girlfriend right now, they think I'm borderline emotionless, like in things of this magnitude that's just been beaten out of me, at this point in time. So when she came and saw me, her response, was, I got the test, I did this thing, we have the data, but that ortho was like, you're pretty much toast, and like the words that he said to her like shook her. And I spent more time kind of in that session being like, we're going to eradicate this, like we're going to make this connection here. I believe in you, the world believes in you. This guy may not, okay, but like we're going to make it through this, things like this. That, as you said, like that connection, those words that man said to him, not from knowing her in the hole in the wall, impacted her like to no end. Like that sound.
It goes back to that old adage, and everybody knows it. No one cares what you know until they know that you care.
Yeah, and
that's coaching.
Right.
That sums it up. And I think, and Perform Better does a great job at that, it's less about the sandbag technique. And a lot of times, especially newer coaches, we get in and go, okay, well, I have to be able to perform that kettlebell windmill, and the hip has to go this direction. And it's like, no. It's how am I connecting with that person?
Right? Yeah. Well said. So with your book, you said you published that. Was it this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
cool.
came out. Yeah, wow. Just came out, and thank you.
Yeah,
it was it actually came from my presentation. I kept wanting to put more, wanting to put more in, and a 75-minute presentation. I was like, wow, this could be a 6-7 hour presentation. And so it goes everything in, prompt engineering to how I actually got into AI. I'm not a tech savvy guy. My gym's just outside of Washington, D.C., so I coach a lot of tech people, a lot of computer science guys, programmers, cybersecurity.
Wow.
And 2 years ago, they were kind of like, I'm probably going to lose my job at some point. I was like, what are you talking about? We've been telling kids for 20 years to go into, computer science. It's the safest career path. And they're like, not anymore. It's not. And so I kind of took a deep dive into AI, and I went, oh, wow. And so even presenting here, a lot of people had never even tried ChatGPT, or they were nervous about it. And I was thinking, like, wow, here's my business friend. Like, that's how our clients feel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fitness. I know I should do it, but where do I even start?
Yeah.
Am I going to know what to do? Are there instructions out there? Or you know what I mean? And so that's kind of where I put this book together. But it goes deeper than just prompting. It's, ethics in AI.
Yeah.
Sure. We should really talk about that, people.
Sure.
AI burnout. Like people that get into AI, it's like, okay, now what kind of cognitive decline is this causing? There's a lot of things that we need to look into around this. So I try to address some of it. I know in probably 6 months this book might be out of date because that's how fast. I tried to stick more to the basic and the foundation fundamentals, the principles of using AI within business. But it's changing. It's like trying to catch lightning in a bottle. It is fast.
It's crazy. Yeah.
That's a few friends of mine who are in the tech space, like tech sales, leverage AI pretty frequently. But they've said these are their words, not mine. Yeah, I use it to kind of draft emails for cold calls and like following up with people. It's great. It saves me a ton of time. But he goes, but it's making me stupider.
There's a lot of research, and I was actually just talking with another presenter, and he was saying, like, wow, I use this a lot.
Yeah.
He goes, but there are times that I'll go to do something that I was able to do, 6 months ago, and I'll have like this brain fog. Like, how do I do that again?
Right.
And so he was asking me, how do you stay mentally sharp when you're using this tool that has been shown to cause, MIT came up with the term cognitive debt. So it caused some cognitive debt. And I said, oh, well, that's where you have to, be very specific with how you are exercising your brain. If you're using this now, it's kind of like the human body. Okay, all of a sudden, sitting feels better than standing. Well, great, but that also will have a negative impact. So you still have to then do other things to challenge that part of the body. Well, it's the same thing with the brain. This is could and will cause some cognitive debt. So therefore, I have to be alert to that and have some way of continuing my cognitive attention.
Sure.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. As far as our next big question we are asking people, I know it's a big win. Obviously, the book, the publishing.
Yeah.
Any opportunities for growth, and it probably goes along the same thing with AI, but opportunities for growth for strength and conditioning field in general?
Yeah, I think it's a great time to get into strength and conditioning now. I think AI is kind of leveling a playing field, right? When it comes to now you have so many additional tools where it was, you obviously need the coaches, but now you can get every SOP designed. You can get all your HR stuff done. You can have marketing plans created for you. The things that would bog down a coach or somebody that wants to, I am a coach and now I want to open a 1,500 square feet, a 3,000, 6,000 square foot facility. How do I do that? How do I even write a business plan? How do I get funding? How do I get an SBA loan? Well, you got an SBA consultant right here on your phone that's going to be able to help you with all of those things. So I think now is a phenomenal time to get into, because you can leverage this technology. As long as you still have the passion and the human connection, that's, I think, is the best skill set that you can develop, not a kettlebell swing. It's communication, it's connection. If you're willing to invest in that, the business side of it becomes a lot easier with the use of AI.
Very cool. Any, I guess, tactical question, any tips for people who feel like they might be starting to lose that human connection, or tips to like make sure you double down and keeping that human connection with like clients or in your business?
So there aren't, here's what's really weird, there aren't a ton of books written about connection. Right? And so but you can go find 50 books on how to write fitness programming. So that's what I would say is like really work on communication skills. Take an acting class. Take an improv class. Go do some things like that where one is going to get you out of your comfort zone. But two, how do you learn those skills of connecting with people? Because the person that does that will attract and retain clients for the longest time.
Totally.
It's when they become disconnected from the culture and community. I always say members join a facility for the results, they stay for the community. Right? I've my gym's been open for almost 13 years. I have people that joined 12 years ago and they don't look that different, and that's okay. This is their third space. They have work, they have home. Everybody has a third space. That third space might be church. That third space might be the bar. That third space could be the gym. And I want it to be the gym. So we have people that come, they'll never quit because of the community, the friends they have, the trust they have, the belief that they get from a coach. A coach's job is to believe in the client more than they believe in themselves. So that's what I would say is kind of how they could could work on that, that would be it.
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. And I like that point too of like if you go into a gym for like 15 years, why don't you look like, I don't know, X person who's shredded abs? Yeah. But like you're saying, it's like one, if they're going consistently, they're staying healthy, they're staying fit, like they're having the community, they get the community connection. What would their lives look like if they weren't going?
Right.
It's like,
and if you look at the research, I don't know the guy's name. He wrote the book Blue Ocean, and it was all of the people that lived to be over 100 years old. And in each of those 5 blue zones, I think it's called Blue Zone, maybe. Anyways, he says that connection is one of the things, that source of community is one of the things that kept them living so long.
Interesting.
So, they didn't get shredded. Right?
Yeah.
That was their initial goal, but what they found in that space, in that gym, in that community was worth more to them than a six-pack abs.
A deeper sense of health, wellness, community.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Last question I'll leave you with is what's your favorite thing about Providence / the kind of Perform Better company / summits? Yeah.
So I actually really like Providence as a city. I like smaller cities.
Sure.
It's a great college town. They have great restaurants here. I know some of my favorite ones closed down during COVID, but there's still some amazing restaurants here. But I love getting up to Providence. This is where Perform Better's headquarters is, so they get almost all of their staff out to this one.
Yeah.
There's just an energy here that's undeniable. And,
sure.
And they're back now to some numbers, pre-COVID numbers, almost pre-COVID numbers, and you can just feel that here. So I love Providence as a city. I love it for their summit here.
Totally.
But Perform Better is a company that they're an education company.
Yeah.
They're an equipment company.
Yeah.
But about the connection, about the relationships, they're the best at it.
Sure.
I mean, most of their employees have been here, 10, 15. I don't even know how long Jamie's been here, probably 20-something years. But they know you by name. They ask about your kids. They genuinely care about your business being successful. And it's just kind of like us being coaches. We have to care about our clients.
Right.
They care about every single person that walks through here, gets a name badge, and attends. And they want this to be one of the best fitness experiences that they have in this company. I've worked with tons of them over the last 28 years of coaching. And as far as any company that I've ever worked with, fitness or not fitness related, they're top notch.
It's more than just a transaction.
Of course. Oh yeah. As a matter of fact, sometimes it's just like, do you want my credit card? And they're like, oh yeah, no, I should probably.
Oh, we should probably
probably get that from you.
Right.
So, they're amazing in that sense. They will literally bend over backwards for you.
Cool.
For you. Yeah,
that's cool. Incredible. I love that. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for being on.
It. Thank you, guys. Awesome.
Yep. And Rody Strength signing off.
There you go.
Awesome. Well, guys, thanks for having me down. This is incredible.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for jumping on. So just give the people a quick elevator pitch on kind of who you are, what you do.
Wow. So Don Saladino. I started as a strength and conditioning coach back in 1999. Opened my first gym in 2005 called Drive 495, and opened several other gyms and got into the digital media space. And while I was working with professional golfers, I started working with a guy by the name of Hugh Jackman back in probably 2007 and got him ready for a couple of roles, and then suddenly kind of fell into the, I guess, job description of celebrity trainer, which I hate and I never wanted to take, but that was more of a marketing ploy there, but kind of embraced it, and it really built my business and my brand. And then come March 16th of 2020, when we were forced to close, my 15-year lease expired May 31st, 2020. It's perfect timing. Wow. Crazy. And so I paid the landlord off the 3 months I owed him, and we started re-signing a lease, and at that point our digital business really went gangbusters. It did really well, and it opened the doors for me to do a lot more consulting. I just took a position with the American Medical Association, and I'm doing a lot of so I'll be in Chicago every other week, so I'm doing a lot of corporate consulting now, and helping them develop employee wellness programs and helping them figure out how to monetize more to a consumer platform. So those things for me are a lot of fun, but the bread and butter at the end of the day is still that we're selling programs in close to 100 countries. And, we have challenges and we host retreats and, a lot of good brand partnerships. So I'm very entrepreneurial and I love it, but never getting away from my roots of coaching.
That's really cool. Obviously, the big thing when we see your name pop up, when we see the Instagram, is like you have all these like famous actors and stuff like that.
which is to be honest, I haven't taken on a new client since 2019.
Wow, yeah.
So those are people that I continue to help when they need help. But my weekly training is probably down to 1 or 2 sessions.
Sure.
And they might be virtual, so I still do it just to kind of keep my hand on the pulse. But the reality is I focus a lot on my community and I focus a lot on this consulting and brand building.
And you're not based out of Chicago, no?
No, I'm based in New York. So I have a facility that I own called The Barn. And it's it's on my property. I built a 2,000 square foot commercial grade gym. Yeah, it's awesome.
That is awesome.
You can go to the it's got its own Instagram page, but it's fantastic. I could probably host 30 coaches in there with 30 clients and have enough room. And it's just like my video filming studio. It really is phenomenal because when I owned my clubs in the city, I was always like, man, what if I didn't have a landlord? Man, what if I didn't have to pay taxes? What if I didn't have to deal with this whining client? And now I've created that and kind of made my own business out of it.
That's fantastic.
It's been great.
That's so cool.
Coming from like the CrossFit world, Rich Froning, someone popped into my head.
Oh, he's a legend.
And his like barn was always like, oh, that would be so cool to have a barn like that someday.
Oh my God.
As a gym. So that's really cool.
It's 60 feet from my back porch. There's not a day I don't wake up walking out there with my coffee where I'm like, thank you.
Cool.
Be grateful.
That's awesome.
This is a long run. I've been in the industry now since 1999, so we're going on 27 years.
Yeah.
And it'll be 27 years come the new year, right? Is that the math on?
Yeah.
So it's a blessing, but it was a lot of work to get to where I am, and it's still a lot of work. So,
side question: longevity.
Yeah.
Longevity in the field. How do you keep it going?
I think events like this are incredible because you really get exposed to so many different minds and so many different ideas. And the one thing, even with my own fitness, with my own strength and conditioning, is that I'm always trying to learn. And people are like, well, I don't know everything. I know the industry, there's this much and I know this much, and which is a lot. This is a lot. But it's really exciting to be able to sit with a guy like Charlie Weingroff, who's like a buddy, like a brother to me, and drive up with him for 5 hours and talk about this stuff, and just getting around guys like Boyle today or Rooney or like this. This is just like it's the ultimate network. So I think when you continually get environments like this and you're always running into people that you know and respect, and you're like, what's going on? What are you working on? Come train with me. I'll train with you. And you just get ideas. I think you're always excited. And I think that pertains to business as well. I think you need mentors. I think you need to be around people that are going to inspire you. There's a young guy over there by the name of Jake that I invited in from Vermont.
Cool.
And it was funny because I told him, he asked me for help. I've known him for years. And I says, if you go take Boyle certification. And if you do that, then I'll extend you a ticket to come here. It's on me, but you got to get yourself down here and you got to pay your own hotel. And he called me up. He's like, I signed up for Boyle. So I was like, then you have a ticket. So
that's cool.
We brought him down, and right now he's sitting at a table and he's 20 years old and he's learning. So, but I immediately introduced him to Charlie and Rooney and all these people, and they're like, you did what? This young guy did this? Wow. Okay. He wants to put the work in. And I think that's a big part of this is you got to show people like us that you want to put the work in, because every one of us did, and every one of us went through hell. A lot of coaches want things overnight, and none of us are going to respect that. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
So I think if you're going to get into this business and you want to feel fulfilled, you got to change lives. But in changing lives, you're going to have to do a lot of things that you don't want to do. So.
That's a great answer. Next question we got for you: a big win. Big win in 2025, maybe for the strength and conditioning industry as a whole, or even just for you personally, or your team, your business.
Good ball. I mean, for my team and my business, it's easier for me to answer, right? I think it's just consolidating and really focusing on the things that are going to, be very meaningful to us.
Cool.
That's not only about monetary, return. I think it's about like fulfillment. And I had a line for years is throw balls in the air, give yourself opportunity. but when you throw too many balls in the air, you also start diluting a lot of what the main focus should be. So I really I got proud of my team this year because we consolidated and we learned to start saying no to things, which were tough. And we started saying no to a lot of podcasts and a lot of things that normally I would just say, do it. But I saw that was really taking away. And that doesn't mean I still don't do podcasts. That doesn't mean that I still don't help people out for free. I do that every week.
Yeah.
But I think at a certain point, you got to start looking at your business and your own well-being and saying, what's the best thing for that, and continue to do these things, but let's organize that a little bit more. And so I think that was a huge win for us. I mean, we're writing a book right now, and Ryan Reynolds is going to write the foreword, which I'm excited about, which is fun. That'll be out probably mid of next year. I launched a podcast with Joanna and Chip Gaines called Stronger with Don Saladino, and they're fully producing it with their production company, Blind Nil, and which is a dream because I have a full team, and they're I just have to get the guests, and they're taking care of everything else, the editing, and the podcast studio in New York City. So a lot of, we just hosted DonCon, which was in Grenada, which is my 5th annual retreat. Get about 100 people coming in from all over the world, and Grenada was gorgeous and very successful. But, I think its work's been very busy.
Yeah.
The American Medical Association project that I took on, that's
really
a huge win. I'm working with Dr. John White, who's the chief medical officer over at WebMD, is now the CEO of the AMA, and John's bringing me in to work on a project with him. So I don't think it'll be a long-term project, but I'm looking forward to the next 3 to 4 months and helping them develop this. I just got back from Chicago and got down to headquarters for the second time, so I'm going to start pretty regularly there early September. So exciting times, and I'm pumped about it, but I'm also very humble, and I say to myself, well, this is great now, but you never know where you're going to be in 6 to 12 months.
That's great, especially with the AMA. Like, it's really cool to hear you. And someone else I was talking earlier said they were starting to get involved with some of this higher level, like nationwide healthcare stuff. It's like, I feel like guys like you, guys who are trainers, guys who are like in the physical fitness and health space, like, that's so cool to see that you guys are being more involved, like because that's so needed, in my opinion.
It was really smart of John because John understands sometimes there can be a bit of a disconnect between the medical and the consumer. So bringing someone in like myself who can I'm not a medical, let's be clear, but I can take a lot of that information, and now how do we deliver this to the consumer, or develop a consumer product, or help with their employee wellness. And to see someone like John, who's a leader, and someone who is really it's important to him that employee wellness becomes a big part of his company, just for the simple fact that they're going to be healthier.
Right.
I think is it shows a lot about his character. So I'm honored to be working with him. Really excited.
That's cool. Next question: we got any opportunities, and you may have mentioned them already, for the field of strength and conditioning, or for yourself and your team coming up 2026?
Kind of went through a bunch of stuff with my team already. I think 2026 is just continuing to put our foot on the gas and tightening things up and expanding our team, which is always a fun thing to do if it's needed. When you're expanding, normally it's like, okay, this is a good thing. It means we have to take on more costs, but we are also going to take on more responsibility. I think I'm really excited about just being here right now. And when I say that, this event for me is what really paved the way. This paved the way for my direction.
Cool.
And I think a lot of coaches, it's fun to see a lot of the coaches here who are young and they're green and they're just kind of getting their feet wet. I'm like, oh my God, if you came to me back in 1999 and told me I'd be doing what I'm doing now, I'd say none of this stuff existed. Like, this isn't podcast. This stuff doesn't exist. So coming back here this week is really, and showing that it's back.
Yeah.
You got 1,200 people here right now. This is one of the busiest events I've seen to Perform Better of all time. They're back. The energy is high. There's a lot of new people here. It's buzzing right now. Every room is cranking. And that for me is showing that fitness is, guys, we're back. The industry has some really smart people. We're just continuing to do things better and better. And there are things in the industry that are fluffy, and there are things in the industry that I think, need to be improved. But when you get into a room of coaches like this and you can hear a Gray Cook or a Lee Burton or, a Mike Boyle or Charlie, these are people that I think are really kind of setting the bar very high, and it's fun to be a part of that.
Definitely. Awesome. Final question.
What is your favorite thing about Providence?
Wow. A couple things. Hey, what's going on? I think a couple things. One, you're going to laugh, but the drive up for me, it's my way to my buddy Charlie. We eat 5 hours in a car, and we don't it goes like this.
Nice.
Because, again, you're getting together with someone that you respect and really enjoying the ride and just collaborating. getting in here and reconnecting with so many people that are so special and so important. Like we were at a dinner last night, and you're sitting down and you're meeting new people and you're saying hey to old people, and it's just kind of a reminder where your roots are, and to see, this being built back up, I think it's just, it makes you really happy.
That's awesome. That's a great answer.
Awesome.
Hey, thank you so much for being on.
Thanks for inviting me on.
Yeah.
Can't thank you enough. This is an honor. Thanks, guys. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
Thank you, man.
Of course.
All right, what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Roadie Strength Podcast. We've got another special guest on today. Can you just give us a quick elevator pitch, introduce yourself, tell us what you do?
Yeah. Hey, my name is Garrett McDonough. I'm the operations director at Northeast Sports Training. We're based out of Warwick, Rhode Island, directly across the street from TF Green, the airport here in Providence. But we have facilities and satellites pretty much all over the country. Like with a few here in southeast New England, a couple in Ohio, D.C. area. We do a lot of contracted work with schools, sports organizations, pro teams, colleges, pretty much all across the board.
That's awesome. I did not know you guys had satellite locations.
Yeah, wow. A lot of people think that. It's funny you say that because, like, when we have people come to, like, train with us or even, like, apply for work or internships, and people think, like, our place is pretty big. I've been there 22 years, and it predates me. It's probably been there the business has been there almost 30. Yeah. But what people think, like, it's just the N.E.S., it's just this one facility. It's a pretty big facility, but I would say about, depending on the time of year, about half the work we do is inside our flagship facility, and about half of it is out in other places, satellites, whatever, contracts, all across the country really now at this point.
That's really cool. And like you said, you guys work with, like, top level athletes, college pros, like, you guys are doing the thing.
Yeah, everybody. Like for long periods of time, like pro teams, college teams, individual pros, high school teams, prep schools, regular fitness joes, little kids. Lately, and I know previously you asked about like a big win we've had this year.
Yes. Yep.
And I guess that kind of leads into that. And in any other year, I probably would have told you about, well, this kid had a 38-inch vertical jump, or this guy made All-State, or went D1, or got to be a pro. But for me personally, and I think for probably the business as a whole, like we've gotten a lot more into, like, I guess with the way the world is going, both with adults and kids playing sports nonstop, and just in general, like people wanting to live better and really live as opposed to just like hanging out.
Yeah.
And I've become almost like, I've been dealing with a lot of people. Like I have a guy now that I'm working with that has come back with a stroke and a knee replacement.
Totally.
And like somebody, people with nerve damage and ACLs, and like I've even kids, because like sports are nonstop now.
Yeah.
So like I've become almost more of an athletic trainer, or like return to play, or even return to life specialist, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Like, and it's, the thing with that is I guess it's, I'm impacting people's lives,
Totally.
or I mean, I can only do so much. You have to put in the work, but I'm kind of helping guide that, as opposed to just like, again, living to hang out, or living to be, competent enough to click a remote and open up a beer. Like people want more than that.
Yeah,
exactly. Even people that have had pretty tragic circumstances physically happen to them.
100%.
And so I want to make a difference in making that happen.
That's really cool. I think a lecture I watched yesterday with Vincent, and he was basically hitting exactly what you were saying. He's like, yeah, that's cool. We work with the coach, we work with college athletes, but we're helping people. Like we're trying to get people to thrive in their lives from a physical fitness standpoint, but also that lends to every part of their life.
Yeah,
you're better health. You're healthier. You're gonna have a better life.
I think when you've had bad stuff happen to you, like they are more motivated. Like somebody who might not have thought anything about what we do.
Yeah.
Like now, like everything you do, like you approach it the same way a pro athlete does. And that I saw that same speech that you're talking about, and completely different. But he was saying, like, one of the things he said was like, people, you don't appreciate what you have until it gets taken from you.
Sure.
So like somebody who like lived a normal life and now you don't, like you're gonna go balls deep in to try to live a normal life.
100%.
Like you're gonna get after it as hard as you can.
That's cool.
So and I, like I said, our wheelhouse of what we do is we deal with mainly with young athletes, but that's become more and more a part of what we do, both with adults and with young athletes too,
really cool.
because they're always injured, and you've got to try to they're playing nonstop, and you've got to just try to keep them in one piece and be able to let them do what they can do.
And you can give me a different answer if you want, but one of the other questions we were talking off air about is like, what's one thing we could do, opportunity for growth, one thing we could do better is strength and conditioning field in 2025. And I'm curious to see if that's your answer. Is it keeping these kids healthy, or if you had a different answer, go for it.
One thing we could do better
as a profession, as a field.
This is going to be a kind of an off-topic response.
Yeah.
But like, I've always thought what sucks about what we do is that if you're talking about strictly dealing with athletes,
sure,
is that basically if you don't have a good amount of disposable income or great genetics, you can't really benefit. If you're a kid playing sports, it's hard to benefit from what we do.
Sure.
Like I talked with, like, if I were a kid, like I couldn't have afforded to go to a place like where I go.
Sure. Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I probably can't do anything to change that.
Sure.
But like, but what I was talking to somebody about this the other day, and I was saying like what I would do different. Like, let's say if I won I won the World Series of Poker and I cashed for $10 million, and I would still be involved in this profession in some way because like I'm really into what I do. There's a reason I'm doing this. Like I have buddies who like are in the corporate world who make a lot of money that hate their jobs, and I don't know that I don't have it in me to go into work, even if I doubled what I make, to go and sit behind a desk and put on a suit and tie, and I couldn't do it. And what I guess the point of what I was saying is, what I would do is, even if I won something like that and I didn't have to work, I would do something where like I'd go to like an inner city school and like build them a program, or do something, like find some way to stay involved, because I think like what I do, or what we do, our company does, and what the profession does in general, if it's done right, it benefits people's lives and makes them better, and you want it to be accessible to people beyond who have a ton of disposable income or great genetics to go play D1 sports.
I love that. That's a great answer.
That's awesome.
That's great, and it also shows you're in the right field. You're passionate about it. You're like, give me $1 million, I'm still $10 million. I'm still doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't work as many hours as I'm working, and I would pick and choose who I work with, and I might hire somebody to like be there day to day. When I wanted to not be there, but I would still be involved in some way. Absolutely.
That's really cool. I like that answer a lot. That's good.
What's your favorite part about Providence?
Favorite part about Providence? Well, I grew up really close to here. Like my parents live, I don't know, like 6 blocks outside the city limits.
Okay.
Cool.
So that's a tough one. There's
a lot.
Yeah. I guess today, like, my favorite part about it was being able to like know the city, to be able to find a free parking spot on about 6 blocks away. Nice. So they're pretty hard. It's like it's like a pride thing. It's like, this is my city. Like, I'm not paying to park here. Like, I could afford the $15 to the convention center garage, but
we had that discussion.
This is my town.
Well, I'll have to talk to you off air and see if you can give me some insider info.
For sure. Yeah, I would like the same insider info.
But I guess like the food, there's a lot of cool restaurants around here.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good. It's good proximity to the beach too.
Yeah.
If you say if you have somebody who's visiting, like, you could take an Uber for like an hour and go to Narragansett, Newport, or someplace like that.
Yeah, definitely. Totally. Those are all great answers.
Yeah, they are.
Well, cool. Thank you so much for being on, man.
Yeah.
Really fun to have you.
Hey,
nice
easy.
You.
All right.
Hey, you too. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Rody Strength signing
Northeast Sports Training, Warwick, Rhode Island.
You got it.
Base. See you later.
Check them out.
Let's see you.
Bye.
All right, what's going on, guys? Another special guest on today. So just give us a quick elevator pitch of kind of who you are and what you do.
I'm Gray Cook. I'm a PT. I'm a strength coach. I'm getting ready to turn 60 years old, so I've been doing it for a long, long time. And early in my career, I was a PT working on people on my table. And half the time I was saying, if I'd been your strength coach or your trainer 2 weeks before this, you wouldn't have to be here. So I really had myself conflicted because I was trained as a strength coach. I was trained as a PT. But those were two silos without a bridge between them.
Totally.
And I really wasn't trying to change the world. I was trying to make the clinic I worked in move a little bit better. And leadership's about creating a safe environment. So the first thing we got to do is we all got to be able to look at a squat or a lunge and not instantly coach as an exercise, but recognize, is there a problem here or not? And if there's not a problem here, I can put some strength and performance on top of that. And if there is a problem here, why would I want to do that? Why would I use that as my base for my artwork?
Right.
So that was that. We had a movement screen, and we started using it, and it just grew like wildfire, and we're like in 8 to 10 languages, and we've been around the world a few laps, and we've made it into most of the professional sports combines. I think we're going to have a chance to even influence the President's Council of Physical Fitness, and we've been embraced by a lot of first responders and military, because state of readiness isn't just what your cardiovascular system's doing.
Sure.
If you can't squat down and stand up fast, I'm not quite sure this next obstacle is going to be what you want to do.
Right.
So, people, every problem we have in our body, we make it a long-term problem. No, some people are warming up wrong. Some people are stretching wrong. Some people are working out wrong. Some people aren't recovering right.
Sure. That's all. Yeah, and I caught a quick glimpse of what you were talking to somebody the other day about getting involved, like at a national level of improving health and fitness, like you were saying, getting involved with the President's Council, which is really, really cool, and I think much needed at this point. And obviously with the collegiate athletes, like military, first responders, like you said, I like that analogy. You got to start with the foundation of the painting needs to be right before you actually start painting on top of that. So,
it does, and they're never going to ask you that. Everybody's going to always assume that as you make them bigger, faster, stronger, their problems will be solved as well.
Sure.
Those are two different things.
Yeah.
Right? You're going out on a date, what y'all are wearing, and if y'all are fighting or not, those are two different things. You can be dressed really nice, and it's still not going to be good. So.
That's a good analogy. So first question we've been asking people is any big wins or any big accomplishments from you, your team, or even you can look at it broad strokes from like the strength and conditioning world in general.
I'm going to jump a timeline for you.
Sure, yeah.
I graduated University of Miami as a physical therapist and strength coach in 1990. By 1997, I was a director of a clinic, and we had assembled what became the functional movement screen.
Cool.
Okay, off that are medical assessments, stuff like that. But last year at this event, my business partner Lee Burton and I, and Functional Movement Systems, our team, got everybody in my room to pull out their cell phones. They answered a few questions. They were prompted to go through a few movements. And before I finished my lecture, we had the real-time data. We had screened 8 domains.
Yeah.
Okay. We basically had gotten them to answer questions and do just enough movements.
Sure.
Not to be the complete screen that I'd want you guys to do before you're coaching somebody.
Sure.
But we've been doing this so long and we got such a database, we already knew where the balance problems were, where the mobility problems were. And the word function means what's good enough.
Sure.
We can all polish forever. But when we talk about hypertension or when we talk about your eyesight, we've got hard numbers that tell us what category we're going to be working in. When it comes to movement, it's freaking wild, wild west, man. Anybody with some type of certification or degree can look at you and have an opinion.
Sure, yeah.
But if that's not carried by about 80% of your peers, then you either aren't in a profession or you're on the wrong side of it.
Right.
And I feel like we're so much better at measuring every other metric of somebody's life, and what we got with wearables, movement is still largely
true
untracked because everybody's got an agenda with movement. We're not just trying to make it well first, and that's sort of been our principle all along, well before often.
I like that a lot.
Because so many of the exercise conversations we have wind up being about frequency, volume, intensity. Well, wait, who's it for, and what are you trying to do?
Right.
Where are we trying to take them? Yeah.
Right.
So
that's cool. Yeah, and like you said, like I can know what my HRV is today. I know exactly to a minute how much I slept last night. But like, what's my baseline like movement?
Here's the
how
one.
Can I datify that?
Well, number one, we know that none of the movement patterns that we've put on any of our screens are supposed to hurt.
Right.
If they do, it doesn't mean anything that bad. However, everybody, start talking about HRV and everybody talks about sleep. They immediately connect the two because bad sleep will crash your HRV.
Right.
What do you think joint pain does?
Right.
What do you think a crick in your neck for 3 months does? Right. What do you think a hot Achilles tendon does? You don't sleep good, you don't recover well, and it compounds it because when do you need the most recovery? When you're injured. When do you sleep the worst? When you're injured.
Sure.
Why is this injury taking so long? Because I'm with you doing physical therapy 3 times a week. You're living in a toxic lifestyle. Lifestyle wins.
right.
It's what it is.
It's a drop in the bucket. Yeah.
To be a good therapist, to be a good coach, I found up I gotta get up in people's shit because we got a shitty physical culture.
Yeah.
Most people didn't have a good coach
Sure.
or a really health conscious parent or a peer that actually dropped 30 pounds and didn't make it a big deal, just did it, and didn't have to have a bunch of gimmicks or patches to do it. I mean, I hate to say it, but we're all addicted to a little something, and nobody's ever proven that anything works better than cold turkey.
Yeah.
So toughen up, understand where you're weak, admit it, measure it, don't beat yourself up about it, don't be that weak tomorrow. It's pretty easy. What's your weakness,
Yeah.
If Achilles had known about the heel, he might have dressed different for battle. I don't know.
That's true. That's good. Interesting question upon that. I know a lot of people are going down, which seems to be obviously super helpful for some people. Curious on your take on it. Is like, some of the semaglutides and the Ozempics and stuff like that. But like you were saying, like if those are more of like markers or signs of like a toxic lifestyle. Like, I guess your opinion on as far as like, yes, some of these like pills and quote unquote quick fixes are great for maybe a lot of people, but if we're using that as a Band-Aid, we might not be fixing some of this, maybe like movement or like some pain and some joint stuff. It's like that stuff's still going to exist even if you're taking some of those symptoms away.
Well, let me give it to you this way, because there's a little bit of truth and a lot of humor to be had. Overweight pets are usually owned by overweight owners. Okay?
Sure.
When the overweight owner takes the overweight pet to the veterinarian, the veterinarian doesn't give them a shot. They say, feed them less and feed them higher quality food and give them a little bit of movement and they'll be fine.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure.
That advice will work for the person on the other end of the leash, too.
That's a good point.
So a lot of us don't want to be nudged out of our comfort zone. And I don't think people realize how unhealthy it is when you take that shot, because we didn't change any behavior.
Right.
You are still behaving like somebody who's carrying an inflammatory load of unnecessary fat on your body. Your culture fed it to you. You can blame whoever you want.
Sure. Yeah.
But at some point, you're the one that's taking it to the casket. So, I mean, I was about 265 pounds in my 40s. I was carrying a lot of muscle.
Yeah.
But I knew that I wasn't going to be able to manage that type of workout and carry that kind of muscle into my 60s. And most of the stuff I like doing sort of is a little bit more adventure, cardio, standing on a paddleboard for 3 hours, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So Bruce Lee said, why would I have one more pound of muscle than I need to do the fastest punch I can do? Anything else is for show.
Yeah.
And we all want to have the aesthetic.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. But there's so many different ways to get there. And changing your behavior is the first way to get there.
Yeah.
So I started intermittent fasting. I did a few things, started sleeping better. The weight came right off.
Sure.
Because I was trying to hold it on a frame that probably was built to carry a little bit less weight than that. And that's just part of, being wise. But so many people have that one pointed goal in their fitness pursuit or in their sports pursuit.
Sure.
And they become very unwell to achieve it. Whether it's a relationship or habit or diet or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think anytime we have a honest screen we can run through, personality profile you can run through, take the relationship quiz. I mean, what's your percent body fat 3 times a year? I think the general public needs more than a physical now. I think they need a bunch of coaches and a bunch of trainers and a bunch of PTs, chiropractors, whoever, linking up and saying, okay, these are the vital signs of wellness.
Right.
All right. And we're qualified to measure those. And here's the data, and here's where you ought to be.
Yeah.
Okay? Because no matter what, no matter where you go in this country, a physical has to check a few boxes if you go into a medical office.
Sure.
A wellness check should be standard operating procedure for those of us who claim we can change your wellness. Set the baseline, improve the baseline, charge them for how much you move the needle.
Yeah.
That
was we had Don Saladino on yesterday too, and that was you were echoing some of the points that he said along the way too. Is like,
well, we're holding ourselves accountable.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
The pilot that's going to fly me home is holding himself accountable. The surgeon's going to pop my knee out one day. I'm holding them accountable, and we're not just here to entertain you with exercise. But there's plenty of people that'll do that. I don't want a transaction. I want a transformation. That shit makes me get out of bed every morning. I like changing stuff up that needs to be changed.
Definitely. Yeah. No, that's cool. And I like how you mentioned the overhearing you yesterday too. A book I read recently, kind of like that's helping. I think in the future will be really beneficial. Is the Callie Means book, A Good Energy. Her book that she
I'm
wrote.
a huge fan of that.
Yeah,
book. I'm a huge fan. I got to Brothers Casey Means.
Yes, yep.
He's the political advisor. I got to talk with him on a Zoom call about some of the Maha stuff, and I couldn't be more pleased that we've got a physician who is sort of speaking out against drug companies, right?
Yeah,
I mean, but it's not like I'm a PT that hadn't spoken out against an equipment company. Make good equipment and it'll be fine.
Right.
Perform Better makes great equipment. That's why we're here.
They do. No, that's cool.
No, it's a great book. If you don't know the book, it starts with her mother's personal tragedy and the fact that she's a physician. She's the one who could have saved her mother, but she'd had to gone back in time 30 years.
Sure. Yes.
And and so you get to a point in your career and realize you do have the skill set to change things, but you got to break a few of the rules that don't make any sense, right?
Right.
Big time. Challenge.
Next question I get for you, which is probably along the same lines, is what's an opportunity for growth, either in the strength conditioning field in general, or something like an opportunity for you or your team, yourself, that you're excited for, are coming up, or maybe both.
I love the data game everybody's playing now.
Yeah,
I think AI is a baby. If you feed it shit.
Right.
It's going to give you back some of that, and if you feed it good food, it'll probably grow up smart.
Cool.
But I see a lot of people leaning on AI to help you write a conversation or something like that, or check your work.
Sure.
But AI is not really in a position to coach or train us yet.
Yeah.
They got a robot that can beat you at chess. They still ain't got one to throw a curveball.
Fair enough.
Okay, so there's a lot of movement problems that still need a human touch.
Yeah.
Still need a human logic system. But I don't mind AI sorting the data.
Yeah.
And so everybody's going to be putting information in.
Yeah.
And I'm OCD about, but don't let bad information get in there because it's just going to slow down the process.
Right.
So sports science, and believe me, when I go into pro teams, it's paralysis by analysis. We got every gadget, every gauge, every force plate, right?
Right.
But what's the first question? Can you get through these movements without pain?
Yeah.
Right? Everything's binary. So if you have pain in that, you're already in another decision tree. I don't need you on the force plate because I'm taking a sample of your worst day, not your best day.
Yeah.
We can't assume that's you. That's you in pain.
Sure.
So most people don't make 30 binary decisions. They try to make 30 decisions.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? I'm not that smart. I'm a dumb country boy, right? But the Socratic method, let's go back to a point where we agree. All right, everybody, we want to see their movement. All right, the people that move and hurt go in this bucket.
Sure.
The people that don't make the cut go in this bucket, and the people that make the cut go in that bucket.
Right.
I can have my best guy in the pain bucket.
Sure.
And I can have the slowest guy on the team in the great movement bucket.
Sure, yeah.
But I wasn't measuring performance. I was
Yeah.
measuring durability. Now let's go do the thing.
Right.
But I don't want to know about the guy in red because if I push him today, I'm going to compound the problem.
Right. Yeah.
So I need people to realize, don't throw a bunch of information in AI. Know what good and bad is and tell your staff and what these numbers are good and bad. And all of a sudden you got this communication accountability. We all know how to take this in. We're all going to express ourselves with different programs, just like different chefs will do different things.
Sure.
But everybody tastes the food they eat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except line cooks, they don't.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be a line cook on exercise. I want to be a chef.
Fair enough.
So,
there we go. Love that.
I feel like it has to be similar to the evidence-based boom. You talked about yourself coming out of school in 1990. You know, those late 90s, early 2000s, with all that evidence-based coming out and those things, we thought everything was amazing. And then it took another 10, 15 years to be like, okay, so some of this isn't as accurate as we thought. We got to synthesize. We're going to make some systematic reviews. We're going to make some.
You're absolutely right. And I'm glad that you brought that up because many people confuse two basic photographic terms. zoom and focus.
Yeah, so true.
Cool. Yeah.
Zooming in on something doesn't mean you can see it clearly.
Correct. Yeah, sure.
And seeing one thing clearly doesn't mean you see everything clearly. So we need both. But most of us don't obsess on focus.
Right.
We're flying with blurry zoom, hoping that'll tell us something.
Sure.
And so I've seen people go down holes, and that's why, what I realized coming out of PT school, the lost art of a physical examination. Now, I learned a lot about that in Canada, and I've learned a lot of it as I travel around the world. But there's a lot of people who ask you and have more of a conversation about your pain, your problem, and your history than actually standing you up and doing what we do. I got no force plates. I got no camera in there.
Sure.
I'm letting those patterns bounce off my database. How did I get that database? I watched a lot of patterns.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You want to hit baseballs, see a lot of pitchers. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And so I positioned myself early in my career to see twice as many new patients as any other therapist in the clinic, because I knew we would get a good reputation if we took walk-ins. But no PT wants a walk-in on their schedule. You don't want to just take a walk-in client if you're in the middle of training. But I'm like, but those are the people that need you.
Sure.
So
yeah.
I already know how this total knee is going to go. And I got a PT assistant over there that likes working with little old ladies better than I do. Boom, boom. So how do I get the little old lady on that person's schedule? I bring that PTA in. They're an equal.
Yeah.
Me and Bev have been talking about your case. We think as soon as we get this knee bending, we're going to start getting you up and do that. And I'm like, you want to add anything, Bev? And he's like, yeah, I think we should need to do this. Good. Y'all go do that.
Cool.
Now I just freed myself up. So I'm always putting myself in the game of trying to solve a problem. I took myself to the leadership position to say, every problem coming into this clinic is my problem. Every plan of care is my plan of care. That way, if it breaks, all we got to fix is me. We ain't got to fix everybody else. I'll take the blame for that. Now, you don't execute the mission, we're going to go talk.
Right.
What about this X's and O's play don't you understand?
Yeah, right.
And I'm lucky. I had a bunch of people who knew it wasn't personal.
Yeah.
I'm coaching you up.
Yeah.
And if you can't handle it, you can find a softer coach somewhere.
Yeah, fair enough.
But we want to be world class, and it
Sure.
was so funny. We opened a clinic in my hometown, and within about 6 years of treating each other and the patient the way we wanted to be treated, we had pro athletes, NASCAR drivers, PGA professionals flying in, coming in. We had pro teams bringing guys down with their athletic trainer to be seen. We had a guy from AC Milan.
Wow.
Pulled his hand. I mean, and so being transparent, but also being authentic and not trying to wow people with your science.
Sure.
Until they know you care.
Yeah.
I still use the science.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But you already know you're in the right place before I whip out the first machine. And
Totally.
that's we all need to do that. So the question was, how do I feel about tech? I absolutely love it. It makes my job easier. I like putting GoPros in the ceiling now, so when doing movement screen, I can see a top perspective. I love
That's
showing
cool.
that to people.
That's
but
cool.
it's just an advantage. The science is in you.
Yeah.
The delivery's in you. So don't let the bot do your job, or the bot's going to take your job, because they can do that shit better than you. What can you do better than a bot? I can connect, I can coach, I can motivate, I can inspire, I can educate, and I can hold people accountable.
Right.
They can turn bots off. And they're not accountable anymore.
Right,
Okay.
right. The human element.
You got
really
it.
double down on it.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. The tech will just make your job easier.
Yeah, perfect. That's a great answer. Last question we'll leave you with. What's your favorite thing about Providence / Perform Better?
The family that Chris has built.
Cool.
Chris has the easiest people to work with. They're knowledgeable. Chris has been easy to work with. And I think if you go around the country like I do and look at the different lecture circuits, even the professional organizations, Chris has built something here that feels like a hometown. Doesn't matter which city you go to. You're with people that respect each other, that consume knowledge equally. You don't see any reality TV bullshit where lectures are, debating each other, and we can have controversy, but we can do it as gentlemen. But I think there's true education. Most people lecturing here for Chris, people don't realize it. They've fucking written books and stuff. I mean, they didn't just decide, I count reps really well. I think I'll go tell other people how to do it. No, these people have literally broken new ground.
I count reps really well.
That's good. That's good.
You know?
That's good.
Man, I'm stealing that.
Yeah, that's good. Yes. No, that's fantastic.
About your third year doing that, you're like, I can count to 10 really good for other
Man,
people.
am I good at that.
Right.
Watch me get to 12, baby.
Yeah. Right.
Great.
Oh, no, that's great. And that's, again, echoing like what a lot of people have said, like, hey, this feels like a family. This is a family. A lot of these people I've known, as long as like my brothers, my sisters, like it's kind of the same sentiment. So that's cool. That's cool to hear.
We're a bunch of circus performers. You ought to see us behind stage. We're all broken. We're all hurt. We're all asking each other for advice, wondering if we really believe what we're saying. We're just as jacked up as anybody else. So
yeah, meet us at the social afterwards. You see the real deal. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for being on. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. And the only thing I will leave your audience with is learn to coach wellness. Learn to define wellness. It's what you've already been doing, but you got to clean up your language a little bit, and I had to do it for myself. If you can't talk intelligently about how your service can remove risk factors, you're going to miss the next best conversation. So I had to do that with the word function. Everybody thought they were doing functional exercise, and I thought I was too, but I said, what's our baseline? We didn't have one. All right, well, what's well? It's how many risk factors you don't have.
Sure.
And we gotta. If we're going to fix this, we got to coach it up clear. We can't be fuzzy. We can't. We got to measure it, because first law in business is what gets measured gets done. So I really do think that I don't just want a bunch of people in our profession inspired to attack wellness. Arm yourself. Arm yourself. Right.
Cool.
To have the tools, have the education, have the metrics, have the data. Do what you do.
Cool.
So,
Awesome. Love it.
Thank you
Mic
so
drop. Thank you so much. What's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Rhode Strength Podcast. We got another special guest on. So just give a quick, brief intro of yourself and what you do.
My name's Ian Jefferies. I'm a coach originally from... Can I start again?
Of course.
Sorry.
I can edit it. Here, I'll start from the top.
There we go.
What's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Rhode Strength Podcast. Another special guest on today. So just give a brief intro on elevator pitch, who you are, and what you do.
My name's Ian Jefferies. I'm a coach from the United Kingdom. Got into strength and conditioning many, many years ago, taking on a number of roles. First as an athlete, secondly as a coach, and more recently as an academic.
Cool.
And my main interest is speed and agility training.
Beautiful. All right. And I know from speaking to you over the course of this weekend, you're from Wales.
I am.
Yes.
The beautiful country of Wales. Often the forgotten country of the United Kingdom.
What sport did you play?
I used to play rugby.
Very cool.
Many years ago.
Okay, awesome. There's a funny side story. Me and my PT, who had just left, he had some housework to do, did a seminar with a PT who I thought he was British, so like you said, the forgotten country. But we did the seminar with him online, and he was from Wales. Endurance Physio is his name. I'm gonna forget his actual. That's his Instagram name. But he's from Wales. I'm like, oh, cool. Like you said, yeah. So very, very cool. So you. To get into the first question here, so what is a big win or big accomplishment from you, your staff, your team, or even just like in general, the strength and conditioning field?
Probably for me, the most recent success has been being elected as the NSEA president. It's
very cool.
It's something I never dreamt would happen when I first went to the conferences around the year 2000.
Sure.
Sure. One of very few British people who used to attend. So, you see the big names and people who'd read about and seen on various media, and then to be selected as the president, the first ever international president.
Really?
It's
cool.
It's kind of special. That's
really cool. I love the NSCA. I have my CSCS certification. Good. And I always attend. Aside from the Perform Better conferences, I always love to attend my local chapter of Rhode Island NSCA conference every single year, just because, for nothing else, it's like this, but much, much smaller. A great opportunity to meet all the local strength coaches and everybody in the area. And I tell everybody, I'm like, even if you're not like directly CSCS, whatever, like if you can find a way to go to these conferences, they're fantastic.
And what is really changing with the NSCA at the moment is it's global.
Yeah.
influence. So, obviously the heartland is the US. That's where it was originally formulated, but now NSCA Japan is the longest lasting international affiliate, but we have affiliates in Shanghai, in Korea, in Singapore, Spain, Italy, Germany, India.
They got to rename it the International Strength and Conditioning.
Yes, it would be probably more relevant in terms of who we are, but obviously the lasting legacy of the NSCA will always be an acronym with the
That is very cool. I did not realize it had reaches out across the world like that.
And it's a great benefit for the NSCA, really, because whilst the US has been the spiritual home, as strength and conditioning evolves, it takes different formats in different countries. And one of the things I always found when I used to travel to the US was always amazed by the wonderful work that people were doing.
Sure.
But always the feeling that if we could combine the best of European methodologies with the best of the US methodologies, we'd really start to hit on systems that would suffice for all different sports. And now we have the even more global element. So there are always excellent learnings from the way in which strength and conditioning is evolving and being shaped in different countries.
That's really cool. I wish my PT here was Matt was here to hear this, because I feel like you've touched upon a point which, from the weightlifting world, it almost the Olympic weightlifting world, it almost seemed like everything happened in silos. Like you had the U.S. system and you had the Bulgarian system and the Chinese system. But like what you're saying, like if we kind of have this governing body, we can all learn and share from each other.
Absolutely. I think one of the keys is none of us know it all.
Sure.
And and the more different perspectives we can take, the more we can shape our own practice. There never is one single way of doing things. And once you come to that realization and that you're able to lend from different perspectives, it gives you a powerful way forward. When you think that there is only one way and you have to find that way, I think it's actually restrictive in the way you think and the way you evolve.
Right. Being more open-minded to, as we are here, there's so many different experts and so many different ways to do things. There's plenty to learn.
Oh, always, always. One of the things I love here is I sit in and listen to great experts talk, and there's always notes I'm making, and hopefully my systems evolve as I go forward.
Right. I forget who we were talking to earlier. We've done quite a few of these podcasts over the past weekend, but someone obviously everyone here has quite a bit of expertise, but this person especially, I forget who it was like, this is how much I know. And we're like, me and Matt and I were like, what do you mean? He's like, compared to the field of this, like, this is a big amount. It's like, but the field it's large.
The field is huge. I think I'm more of a generalist. Coming from an athletic background, coming from a coaching background, one of the things you need to be able to do is understand a little bit about lots of different things.
Sure.
Whereas there are people whose expertise way surpasses me on different aspects.
Absolutely.
The number of times I feel, oh my gosh, I'm a bit of an imposter in these situations.
Well, it was funny. We were at the social last night, with the guitar and the bar and everything, and I was talking to somebody who's asking me. He's like, I'm studying for the CSCS exam, and he's asking me some questions. I'm like, I took it in 2013. I took it almost 10 years ago. I'm like, but you see that guy over there in the I forget what color shirt you're wearing, and in the blue shirt, he goes, he's the president. Maybe he'll have some tips for you. I don't know if he came over and talked to you.
He did come over. I don't know if I had any tips, and so on. But I mean, it's the CSCS is a great grounding.
Yeah.
It's a baseline.
Sure.
It basically evaluates, do you have the knowledge that, across a broad spectrum of areas.
Definitely.
To give you a good foundation in strength and conditioning. It's not the end of the world.
Sure.
It is the beginning of a journey. And that's one of the things that we have to be comfortable with is just because you're certified does not mean you are the finished product.
Right.
You're at
It's
the
just the
start
start
of that journey, and
Right.
then you are going to layer various bits of knowledge that will come from formal learning, and essentially will come from experience.
Yeah.
You know, and that's one of the things. We still are a practical people profession.
Totally.
And experience is one of those things that you can't substitute for.
Yeah.
And you know that's what you see with the speakers at Perform Better is they're knowledgeable people. But they're also experienced people. So what they're giving you is the best of the theoretical knowledge, but layered onto that is their experience and what they've seen and what they've learned and the little lessons that you just don't get from books alone.
Absolutely. No, that's a great answer. Next question we've been asking people is what's an opportunity for either yourself, something that's exciting that's coming up, or an opportunity for the field of strength and conditioning in general?
I think for the field of strength and conditioning, it's a replacement of the either or philosophy, the this or that.
Yes.
And if we look at our classic ways of research, it's where we compare one with the other.
Yes.
But the reality of once you're in the field is that everything is just a mix.
Yeah.
You have to put so many different elements in.
Sure.
And it's very difficult to go to classic published research that has all of those elements thrown into the equation.
Right.
And then you've got the answer.
Right.
So to me, the best coaches are the ones who can find the solution that works best in that context.
Right.
You know, just because something has worked for somebody else doesn't mean it'll work for me.
Sure.
To make it even more complicated, just because it's worked for me once doesn't mean it will work with every athlete or every group that you have. So probably the thing that has evolved over the more recent past is becoming systems thinking.
Yeah.
Where so many different aspects meld together.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I think we tend to do in strength and conditioning, we look at methods. We look at what we do.
Sure.
And we look for the answers there.
Right.
But in many instances, the methods we use are very similar. It's how we use these.
Sure.
And the influence of the coach, of the person who delivers, that to me is the bit that I want us to get back to.
Right.
To see the role of the individual and how they are able to relate to athletes, to relate to all decision makers, to be able to create an environment that allows people to thrive.
I like that. Yeah. So more like critical thinking and like being able to navigate different scenarios versus just having like, here's my recipe and I need to apply that to everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's understanding where blockages lie.
Yeah.
So quite often you can have the best plan.
Sure.
But if you don't have the time, if you don't have the resource allocation, if you don't get the support from coaches, from the organization itself, that perfect program may simply not be effective.
Right.
So navigating with a much wider perspective of the challenges, I think, is something that we need to raise people's awareness that it is much, much more than the program itself.
That's actually funny in two ways. One, from that going back to that webinar I did with the PT from Wales.
Yeah.
That was one of his points because he was talking about training for endurance athletes, triathletes, stuff like that. And he goes, the perfect program isn't necessarily the perfect program you're going to get from a textbook. The perfect program is the program you're going to give to someone that they're going to do, is going to be effective, they're going to be able to do consistently.
Absolutely.
Right.
And they can be very, very different.
Yeah, right.
You know, often they are very, very different.
Sure.
And again, that perspective of let's look wider than just what we do, the sets and the reps. They're part of the answer, but they're not the whole answer.
Totally.
No, that's a great answer. Thank you. Last question I'll leave you with is, what is your favorite thing, kind of 2 points here, about Providence itself and or the Perform Better Summit or Perform Better company?
I love the Perform Better Summits. They were ones that I'd always seen from a distance and look, oh my God, that's a hell of a lineup. So when Chris said, we'd like you to become part of it, I was just blown away to start off with. And you start to think, really? You have to up your game very much. But what I love about it is, let's take away the events. We know the events are top rate, great presenters, great information, very applied information, very intuitive information. What I love are the people of Perform Better. Everybody becomes, it's almost a family. And that is something that you can never replicate. You know? And when you become part of that family with the staff, the team of presenters, it's something that makes every event very, very special. So it's, do I love the presentations? Of course I do. I still go to them, but I equally look forward just to meeting up with people. So you look at the presentations, so but it's Alan is there, right. Do you know it's a chance to catch up with people, which you don't get that often. Everybody has their own lives, they have their own professions and so on. So suddenly everybody arrives, and Chris does a great job.
That's been a recurring theme. Is like the people.
And it's not just Chris; it's the whole team. They do a great. They make you feel at home. And I love it.
Cool, awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for being on the
My
podcast.
Pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very, very much.
Awesome. Roadie Strength signing off. What's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Roadie Strength podcast. We got another special guest on today at Perform Better. So just give a brief intro, elevator pitch, kind of who you are and what you do.
All right. My name is Jess Tollman. Do I look at you? Do I look here?
Either. We could both.
All right. My name is Jess Tollman. I am a strength coach and personal trainer at Mike Boyle Strength and Conditioning, or MBSC, in Woburn, Mass. I also teach and coach with Certified Functional Strength Coach, both locally and across the country. And at MBSC, I write our adult programs. So both continue to implement our system, integrate things that I'm coming across, things that I talk about with Mike, things that we as a staff are talking about, our trust people who we trust, like David Gray, other influences that we want to bring in and see, like Mike always says, what fits in our box, but we're trying to keep it simple. And I was at Adam Fight's talk. I really like that, and he talked about keeping it simple and spicy.
Oh,
and I really liked that, because while we continue to want to be brilliant at the basics, while we continue to implement the recipe that works from mobility, power, strength, and conditioning, we also have had clients for a long time, and we're not afraid to try things because we want to keep people interested, and we don't want things to get stale, because when things get stale, people stop making progress. And we know, and our average client is about 50, and we know that you can still make a ton of progress from your 50s upwards. So I'm no longer talking about who I am, but that's part of what I do.
That's awesome.
Which is fine.
Yes.
And then in addition to doing the programming at MBSC, I also, in collaboration, I do programming for our licensing wing, which is MBSC Thrive.
Cool.
So that's where we put out programs that are small adult group training to gyms across the country and provide educational support.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, the Mike Boyle brand obviously is extremely well known in the strength conditioning industry and beyond. So that's really cool. It sounds like you're spearheading a lot of projects, programming things over there. And actually, Kevin was from Perform Better was the one who was like, "Hey, you got to get Jess on at some point this weekend. She's awesome." I'm like, oh, awesome. It's like one of the presenters. He goes, not yet. So just, I don't know if he mentioned that to you, but he's like, he thinks very highly of you. So it's very cool to get you on, and cool to talk to you last night a little bit at the social, and explain to me and one of the other participants here about like kind of the X's and O's on like some of the programming that you guys are doing. And like, just like you said, like you found a system, or you have a system that you're like, hey, this works, and we're able to like break it down and like fit it into each like different person's like X's and O's for their programming, which is really cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it's, I mean, something I really appreciate about MBSC and all the cool people I've gotten to get connected to is just how supportive they've been of me, of like, you know, they never put the cart before the horse, right? They're always like nice people before anything else, and then and then of course you still have to be very competent and good at what you do.
Yeah.
But I was pretty nervous getting into fitness full time. I've always done it a little bit on the side and as a passion, but when I transitioned from the mental health space, which is what I did for about 5 years before I became a coach full time, I was in the sort of education, special ed, mental health type space.
Yeah.
And there people are always thinking about, and how do you relate to people, being kind, you know, doing what you say you're going to do, these types of character values. So I was just a little bit nervous because I didn't know what to expect, and I had some of the stereotypes about, you know, fit bros and all that kind of thing. And I feel, and you know, that exists, and it's also that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just that didn't feel like me.
Right.
And getting connected at MBSC and with just people who are cool people, like that's why I'm still there. Like it's they're supportive of me. I enjoy my day. I like the people I'm around. So, you know, they have given me a lot of opportunities, and I'm very grateful for that. But it's good people. It's just nice folks to be around. So, in addition to doing good work, it's just a great environment. So
That's
I feel
awesome.
lucky in that way.
Great. Yeah. Great answer. Next question we've been asking people is, what's a big win or big accomplishment from, and you can take it as different ways, like either for you yourself, your team over at Boyle, or even like if you want to look at broad spectrums, like a big win for like the strength and conditioning community in general.
Should I touch on each one, or should I?
You can if
I don't
you'd
want
like.
to talk too long, but personal win is I spoke at our spring seminar that we do every April at MBSC, and I spoke on adult group program design, and I had some great feedback, and I felt like I took a next step to figuring out how to do some workshops with people where I can help translate not just, you know, the coaching component, but a little bit of the program design component.
Sure.
In addition to what we look at from exercise. So I felt like I was adding value a bit to what we do, and I'm going to continue to look for opportunities to sort of spread that, not just, you know, the exact recipe per se, but how do you go about thinking about it when you're just designing an adult program across a full year,
right?
Versus just thinking simply progressions, regressions, right? But how do I think month to month about there being a logic to what I do, because people have to still apply what we do to their own equipment logistics. So,
sure.
But taking them through that in a practical activity-based way.
Right.
So anyway, that's sort of something personal I've been getting to do. As a gym, I feel like we kind of crushed it this summer, and it's just really cool that as much as we still have clients who've been with us forever, we're continuing to bring in new adults. It's also like from the athlete side, just seeing some really young kids with really good form lift really heavy weights. And I think that we have a lot of coaches who, like Tim Day comes to mind, Megan Lynch, who just they crush it with the groups, and like Gabe DeStefano, like where they're just back to back to back and just bring the energy and have such great relationships with their groups. And that's really cool. Like I still coach the groups, but I'm not back to back to back like them with groups. I am with clients. And I think that just that kind of energy and seeing that from the team is really, really damn cool. That's something
I've heard you say, I've heard Kevin say, just about the Boyle. It's like oh, we'll get these guys in their team. These guys in their team. You guys seem very like the team is very important. It's very team oriented.
100%.
Yeah,
and
I just keep hearing that you guys all keep saying the same word, like team. Like, all right, they very care about their team. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think also a lot of us were team sport athletes.
Yeah,
I was a goalkeeper for soccer. Like,
cool.
I like contributing to something.
Yeah.
A lot of us, we could probably make more money in the short term if we went off and did stuff on our own.
Sure.
But we wouldn't enjoy what we do, and there would be a lot of other benefits that some of which are non-tangible that we wouldn't have. So that's pretty damn cool.
This is completely separate, but on Thursday, one of the presenters, I'm blending them all together, but was talking about business and talking about team, and obviously the saying is there's no I in team, obviously, but he had an infographic up with like the letters team, and the font that he chose was like, so he goes, there's no I in team, but if there is, it's hidden in the A hole, because he had the A had like a little like it's so if there is an I in team, you're being an asshole, essentially was his point. But like the way he had it described was like, because of the letter A has that little space there, so like he was able to fit like. But anyway, my mind just went there.
We love a good saying.
Something I'm like, all right, I'm never going to forget that now. Okay,
no,
cool.
I mean, Mike does an awesome job modeling that, though. I mean, that's what a good leader does. Is they don't just share their knowledge; they share their wealth. They share opportunities, and that I think that trickles down to everybody else.
Sure.
And even just when he talks, like that's something else I love about coming to Perform Better is you learn both, the practical, the X's and O's, you get inspired new ideas for exercising, what have you, programming, but is getting to hear a lot of people who are really good at speaking.
Yeah.
You're telling stories, you're making things meaningful to people, which is going to help them take the material and help other folks.
Right.
So just like I love hearing Mike talk. I still always get some out of it, and he uses a lot of we language. I think a lot of us coaches will use that with our clients. Like let's do this. Like that's,
sure.
I learned that in the the education space. You're trying to be in it with the kid. You're trying to get to do something collaborative. I have a very sarcastic client who calls me out on it though. She'll be like, I am deadlifting. You are not deadlifting. I was like, yes, ma'am, you are right. You are doing that, not me.
But I'm helping. No.
No, but I'm emotionally there. With you.
Right. I'm coaching you through this. No, that's a good answer. Next question we usually ask people is, what's an opportunity for growth, or an opportunity that you see, again, for you yourself, your team, the strength and conditioning field in general, and I'm going to add an extra caveat on that, so pick whatever you want, or just some sort of opportunity that's coming up that you're super like, hey, this is something we're doing that is exciting.
I think I'll talk about the industry as a whole.
Yeah.
People like Huberman, Gabrielle Lyon, Peter Attia, like you have some of these sort of fitness experts where that's crossing over more into the mainstream than I think we've had before.
Yeah.
And where like the good stuff actually.
Yes.
Right. Where like strength, like you need strength, you need to have muscle mass and be able to do hard things, and you also need to be well conditioned and have a robust aerobic system, and this is what helps you have a good life, whatever that means to you. Like that is getting to be more of a mainstream concept.
Yes.
Like we're seeing fewer women come in thinking I want to be as small as possible. They're being like, I want to put on muscle mass. And like when I was a kid, like that was not the messaging that women were receiving.
Right.
And a host of other things, but point being is I feel like the fitness industry, like we're in a really cool spot right now where what is good is more in vogue. So hopefully what we can all do as professionals in our settings, in our ways, is just help bring like smart, simple, effective training to people, and not kill people on day one. Like that's just always what I worry about with some of these like really high intensity competitive circuit elements. Is just like I think they're awesome when folks have some training under their belt, when maybe they're at training year 2, but we just really still have to appreciate that like a huge part of our collective job, if we want to make an impact, is impacting those folks who are training years 0 to 2.
Yeah.
So like that's a huge passion, especially when you're thinking adult group program design, is how do I continue to serve my long-term people, my people who are bought in, my people who are actually easy to get in the gym, but those folks who are intimidated, who either had a bad experience or are still at the beginning of that journey, is how do we still integrate them effectively while keeping the ball rolling for everybody else?
That's a good point, because I mean, how often do you hear like, too much intensity? I went in day 1, they pushed me so hard, I either threw up or like it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, I'm never going back. Like, and sure, if you pick out of like 100 people, you'll get maybe a handful of like, I threw up, that was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, I want to go back every day. But how many other people are like, no, I'm literally not doing. Exercise is not for me. We don't need to be
95% of people. Like you'll have some people who are built different, or just like they like that kind of but that's not most people.
Right. So that's a really good point. That's
absolutely
cool. Final question for you: what do you love about either
another and/or question. Providence and/or the Perform Better Team Summit company.
Yeah, no, I mean, great culture. I feel like I've sprinkled some of these thoughts in, but just people I didn't, I saw Mary Kate fight, Adam fight, people I'd heard of but had never gotten to see speak, and from content to speaking style, that was like I just really enjoyed what they had to say. So I think just both stylistically and coaching perspective, you get to sort of take in a lot and use your filter to see what works for me, and what can I learn from this person. So I enjoy the whole experience. There's a lot of cool people here, so including you, Matt.
Hey, come on, let's go. I appreciate that, and that's been the common theme is like the people are cool. So awesome. Hey,
good vibes.
Thank you so much for being on.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
And I'm sure I'll see you next year speaking.
All right. Let's go.
Rody Strength signing off. All right, so what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Rody Strength podcast. We got another special guest on today, ×2. So give a brief introduction, just explain kind of who you are and what you do.
I'm Katie Duke. I'm a physical therapist in Boise, Idaho. I run my own clinic there, and I'm also a hybrid athlete.
Very cool.
Yeah, and I'm Grayson Kilgore. I am the owner of Kilgore Coaching. I'm a hybrid athlete and coach.
Very cool. And we just participated in the HYROX experience here, which was so cool. We only got to do a part of it, unfortunately, but we did have a wall ball competition.
We did.
I did edge you off a little bit.
Yeah, you did edge me about. Your engine is a tad better than mine coming into this scenario.
But that was a really cool event. Kind of break it down. So that was a large event for a HYROX simulation, but smaller than the normal HYROX, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so in the normal HYROX, you're going to have 8 runs and 8 stations. All the runs are 1,000 meters. We couldn't do that today because obviously we're going to be at different fitness levels. People are going to be running at different times. So we did a 2-minute run and then 2-minute station work, and then we switched.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of venue size, that was big.
Yeah, that was big.
That was really. I was looking at all the sleds and all the equipment out there. A lot of affiliate gyms or affiliate companies that are trying to run a HYROX experience aren't running something at that level. So it was really fun to come in here with Perform Better and run 120 people through a HYROX workout right from the start.
Really, yeah. When I walked through the door, I'm like, it feels like I'm in the HYROX competition right now.
What we were
cool.
That was the feel I got.
That made our day.
Everything with the flags, the equipment, the tape.
Yeah.
I know Kevin was like trying to get the tape just right, like when I was talking to him yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm like, this feels real.
Yeah.
It feels like the real thing, which was really cool.
That's
I'm so glad. I'm so
it was
glad.
cool.
Yeah.
So first question we've been asking people is any big wins, big accomplishments that you guys are excited for or that happened like this past year.
Mm-hmm. You want to start with the racing?
Yeah.
We got a lot of wins going on.
Absolutely.
A lot of wins. This last December, we both qualified for all 6 distances at the DEKA World Championship and ran all 6 races in a weekend. And we were pretty stoked about that alone.
Mm-hmm.
But between the two of us, I think we had 4 or 5 podiums.
Yeah.
We podiumed in 2 of our races together, and we set a world record for the DEKA Fit co-ed teams.
Wow.
So we were pretty stoked.
Sick.
That was a highlight. Not only cool because we won and set a record, but that is a race that Grayson and I just have so much fun doing together.
Yes.
And it's like we get on the start line and we're in it.
Yeah.
No one else exists, and we race, and it's fun.
Oh, yeah. It's an experience that it's really, it totally is the highlight. A world record and a world championship together. It's very unique that you could, like, to be a couple that trains together and lives together, and then to get to a world championship together, like, I don't know a lot of people out there doing that.
Yeah.
So
No.
we're very fortunate. We're very fortunate.
What are the 6 distances of DEKA?
DEKA has 3 distances: a DEKA Strong, a DEKA Mile, DEKA Fit. DEKA Strong's no running. DEKA Mile runs add up to a mile. DEKA Fit's a 500-meter run in between each station. But then, so we did our individual races of those, and then the other 3 races were all team races.
Sure.
6 races total.
Yeah.
So you have to be very good at, obviously, from the strength perspective, the anaerobic side of things, and then like the distance of the aerobic, so fully like multidisciplined.
Exactly.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. And, man, so much. We had a great time racing together in HYROX this year. I won men's pro in Vegas this year, so that was a big experience.
Awesome.
And then we had the chance at the HYROX World Championship in Chicago to race against Tia Toomey and James Newberry.
Head to head.
So
it was a mind game.
It was a total mind game. Just being there with them was a great experience.
It was very cool. So
that's awesome.
They beat us by like a minute or so.
Is that close in HYROX, or is that a pretty big
pretty
distance?
Close.
Yeah.
I mean,
depends. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
It was the first time. Most of the places we go, we know everyone we're racing against. That was really our first time to where we were like shell shocked by some like we're talking like a 7 or 8 time, an 8-time world champ, fittest woman on earth.
People. Yeah.
So we found it very difficult. Like in moments where we thought maybe we should pass her early in the race, we're like, do we? Like, are you even allowed?
Dumb.
Are you
right?
Am I allowed to pass the fittest woman on earth? I don't think so.
Sure.
Yeah, they were great people, so that was a highlight. And then you got to run the Elite 15 doubles.
Yeah, so my partner Colin Stiefer and I run men's HYROX doubles together. And at the qualifier in Houston, top 3 auto qualify for Worlds, and we took 4th. And a lot of it was due to like errors that I had made. I'd stacked up like 45 seconds worth of penalties against us. Yeah, it was terrible. So
is this like a squat depth, or is it like a line infraction, or?
Yeah, I got a row penalty, and then I took a wrong turn in the rock zone and got a little bit lost for about 30 seconds. So we had to backtrack.
That's tough.
It was tough.
That's tough. Yeah,
it was totally tough. But we there's a team that dropped out at the World Championship that came from our qualifying race. So Colin and I got in, and so we finished 13th in the men's pro doubles Elite 15 race.
Oh, awesome!
It was amazing.
That's super cool.
Yeah, just being there is an experience, like being in the Elite 15.
Oh my goodness, it's like I don't know how much you guys follow the HYROX experience right now, but if you get to step on the grid for an Elite 15 race, it's the biggest race of your life. It is wild.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And any races that are coming up as far as like looking forward to? Yeah.
Always, we always got something.
always, yeah.
Yeah, we're planning on being back here for the Boston HYROX.
Beautiful. Yeah. I'll be here Sunday, so maybe I'll run into you guys if you're here Sunday. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. What any accomplishments from like your business life?
Yeah, business. About 2.5 years ago, I opened up my own clinic for the company I work for, and I'm just working on growing that. And it's been kind of fun because I've gotten to really target the athletes I want, and I treat a lot of CrossFitters, a lot of endurance athletes. A lot of our people become patients. You know, you're training with them day in and day out. They like coming to us at my clinic because it feels like a gym.
Yeah.
You walk in, I got it's really sick like graffiti on the wall and
Nice.
stuff.
So
And
cool.
even my older patients come in and they're like, I don't feel like this is a doctor's office. I feel like it's a gym and I'm an athlete. And I'm like, you are an athlete.
Yeah.
You're an athlete for life. So
Yes.
it's been really fun to kind of like step into my own role in the company and kind of lead people in that direction.
I love that sentiment too, because that's what I go by too, is like Bill Bowerman's quote, if you have a body, you're an athlete.
Yeah.
I really vibe with that. And that's something I saw on Instagram recently, and obviously Instagram can be a shit show, but like people are like, what are these people, hybrid athletes? They're not athletes. I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? Like, let's not be like putting each other down. Like, what's going on with that?
Yeah.
So I like that sentiment a lot.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, thank you.
And coming from 2 other PTs, like I know we totally vibe with that like gym style setting.
Yeah.
Any opportunities that you're excited about for like this coming year, 2026, like for growth or personal, professional?
Man, it feels like, I think we're the kind of people that feel like we always have opportunities coming up. We're building a HYROX training studio on our property right now. That's going to serve a small population, but also is just going to be like a content hub for us and really like our training facility. We're taking our racing very seriously this year.
Yeah.
Training and living like pro athletes.
Cool.
With 3 kids running around.
With 3 kids.
So, being able to roll out of bed at 5 in the morning and walk into a gym versus like, figuring it out every day is going to be life-changing, I think. And right now we do that a lot anyway. We have stuff in the backyard while we're building this gym, but it's going to be a nice place to train all the time.
That's really cool. It will be like full-scale HYROX size?
We'll have it's a garage size.
Yeah.
Okay,
gotcha.
So we're talking like
turf.
assault runners and turf and things like that.
Super
so
cool.
You can simulate an entire HYROX.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
we'll have all 2 sets of every HYROX equipment is the
Cool.
plan.
Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah,
cool.
we're excited.
Last question. Or did I give you both opportunities to answer that?
Yeah.
Feel good about that?
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Last question. What's your favorite thing about Providence and or Perform Better?
Man.
It's got to be the people.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, we've felt so welcomed. And it's like you were saying, before every hybrid camp, and like what you said today is like, these are your people, welcome home. Like, that's what it feels like when you walk into the group, the Perform Better group. It's like, welcome, you've been here the whole time, right? Like, this is where you belong. So it's been great.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to see, people are out here improving themselves, experiencing new things. They're here to learn. They're here to grow. And I think when you're around the Perform Better staff, you recognize that that's something they legitimately do care about. Totally. So as they're designing products and as they're interacting with gyms and the owners of gyms, they are like leaders of our people, right?
Definitely.
They're certainly committed to the same things we are. So
absolutely.
And we talk about a gut feeling around like when you're around somebody that's your kind of person, you can just feel it here.
Totally.
And that's the feeling we've had all day.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's
great.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's been a common theme today. Is like the lectures are obviously awesome, world class. But the people you meet and like the people you're around, that's where you get like the most benefit out of. So that's really cool. Awesome. Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate being on the podcast. Thank you for the workout.
Of course, that was awesome. Glad you guys got to hop in.
Yes.
Yeah,
all right.
Super fun.
Thanks for having
Rody
us.
Strength signing off. Awesome, crushed it. Good job. All right, what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Rody Strength Podcast. We got another special guest on today. So if you give a quick elevator pitch, introduce yourself.
Yeah, Mike Ranfone. I'm the owner of Ranfone Training Systems in Hamden, Connecticut. It's a proactive healthcare facility. So we have training, nutrition, accountability, lifestyle, as well as a medical piece.
Cool.
So it's age management, medical concierge, advanced diagnostics. So we try to be a full turnkey approach to our consumer.
Nice.
It's a little bit different, obviously, but something that we're really proud of, trying to put so many different domain experts and different types of labor at all kind of in concert with one another.
So you're talking like diagnostic type stuff from a medical standpoint?
Yeah. So
really
we have a full MD, a PA, nurse practitioner. It's pretty robust.
That's
so
awesome.
we have in-house DEKA, RMR, VO2, WAVI. We do comprehensive blood panels. So it's as proactive as you want to be for your health journey.
So I know DEXA. You're using that for bone mass and also fat-related content. You said VO2? VO2, so measuring cardiovascular health.
Sure.
What was
RMR, resting metabolic rate.
How do you measure that?
So it's actually part of the VO2.
Gotcha, okay.
It's just a different software.
Cool.
So it's basically detecting gas exchange.
Gotcha.
If you're more of a carb burner, fat burner, what your metabolic output should look like, basal metabolic rate, stuff like that.
Really cool.
Yeah.
What was the next one you mentioned?
WAVI.
Never heard of that.
It's a cognitive function machine. So you wear this kind of funky helmet, and then it goes through some different programming, and it kind of rates your baseline cognitive function so that, let's say you had concussions in the past, or you're in your 50s and 60s and notice some kind of mental decline. So it gives you some idea of what your baseline cognitive function looks like, but also if it's in decline or not. And then you can do certain things like maybe to prevent dementia, Alzheimer's. And it's all supposed to be like this constellation of diagnostics so that you're not just looking at one test saying, hey, we just got to do this.
Right.
These things are also like back-end confirmations of all the other things.
That's really cool.
So,
did I miss any? Did you say another one after that?
DEXA, WAVI, RMR, VO2 are the big ones, and then the blood panel.
The blood panel. That's really cool, too. Yeah. I know a lot of people have been doing that for like nutritional standpoint, too. Like, what am I deficient in? What should I be taking?
Deficits. But it's also more skewed towards what are the things that are probably going to get you? You know what I mean? Like, it's like we had the slogan, aggressively healthy.
Cool.
And for us, that means like actually taking control of your health.
Sure.
Right? Like, health is not a spectator sport. And I think the way that, and this isn't a diatribe on like the problems with medical situations or institutions right now.
Sure.
But it is for people that want to take control of their life. And you really can't do that without good information. Yes. Like, it is impossible to make an informed decision with bad information.
Fair enough.
Right?
Yeah,
and,
by definition.
And if you want to have the information and not do anything about it, God bless.
Sure.
Cool. But if you actually want to take the steps appropriate based on what you're seeing and what the doctor's saying or the nurse or the trainer, well, here's what you're going to do. Yeah. So that's why we're trying to give this comprehensive turnkey solution.
That's cool.
In one facility rather than, again, another problem with most medical facilities is everything is siloed.
Yeah.
Conversation between two different specialists rarely happens.
And poorly happens at that. Yeah.
And then who suffers? It's
the client.
The end user.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, if we can have this, this spectrum of professionals with different expertise, different skills, different knowledge, but we're all looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
Your health, based on your definition.
Totally.
Like, imagine what could happen.
Right.
And it's nothing more than just having a good collaborative approach.
Sure.
That's really what it is.
Under one roof.
Which is no one's doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Or someone's doing it. I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
saying
right.
like I invented this. but,
Right,
like,
right.
We're
Right.
trying to do it better.
Cool.
Essentially.
That's really cool.
That's very cool.
First question I'm going to ask you, any big wins, big accomplishments from either you or your team or what you're seeing from the strength and conditioning field in general from this past year or two?
Well, so the medical piece we implemented about 16 months ago.
Cool.
And it's had its unique challenges.
Sure, yeah.
Like trying to get the right people in the right seats, doing the right thing, and making sure that we actually are working in concert.
Sure.
And it's not because we're territorial about this.
Right.
It's really trying to make the model improved based on stuff you don't know until it happens.
Right.
But like I would say the best part about going about it is seeing how everyone is so interested and engaged with trying to get it better.
Right.
Rather than it just being a top-down. It's like, hey, we have to improve. Our KPIs are off. The business is suffering. It's like everyone is super motivated, not only from the membership, but the employees as well, trying to make sure that like we are doing right by you asking us to take care of your health and us honoring that.
That makes sense. It's a new system, so you guys are constantly refining. How can we make this better?
100%.
How can we make this better?
And which is, like you think you got something going, and then it breaks. And like you don't know, you can't anticipate it until it breaks.
Right.
Like every system is good until enough pressure is applied, and then something emerges.
Like, oh shoot, now we need to figure out something for that.
Sometimes it's not the thing you thought
it
was going to happen. So that's been really great just to see how everyone is coming together and trying to make this work. Because I think everyone has bought into the idea this is something special.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
And then next question we got opportunities, areas for growth, or big things coming up for either same thing, strength and conditioning, or you and your team.
I think you're starting to see people have a little bit more 360 view on their health.
Sure.
And the expectations both with the coaches and trainers in the field, but also the end user. And I think part of that, like we looked at, the pandemic just a couple of years ago, and people are starting to be like, well, am I healthy?
Yeah.
And then starting to ask questions that maybe the traditional medical community really had a problem answering.
Yeah.
Because now you're starting to see this huge departure from people going to their PCP. There has been more missed yearly exams in the last 3 years than the last 10 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Ridiculous stats. People don't have the trust in pharmaceuticals.
Sure.
And like again, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But
it's just the data.
Happening.
Yeah, it's the facts.
So now people are going to what? Social media and getting their information.
Sure.
And now you might have people that are espousing benefits of certain things. And again, like I'm a capitalist, so I make money. I don't care. But it's like, but people are asking questions in the last couple of years that I don't think were really necessarily thought about, and they're certainly not getting the answer they want, and that's why they're leaving and trying to find those solutions somewhere else.
Totally.
And which means that there's a great opportunity for us in the business to be better.
Yeah.
Like the best is going to win out.
Right.
And it's up to you to figure out how can you do what you're doing, whether it be more of a collaborative approach, aligning yourself with different professionals, creating a network so that you can help your clients get to where they want to be, or you just upgrading your personal skills or professional abilities to serve your clients better.
That's two themes I've been hearing today. Is one, professionalize the industry, professionalize the coach, professionalize the trainer, and the other theme is who better than people in the fitness industry, in the health and wellness industry, to help people with their health. Like it just makes sense.
Well,
it's like
I said this a year ago, maybe on another podcast.
Yeah.
Someone was like, because I've said I consider coaches, trainers, nutritionists being frontline healthcare workers.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
You really only go to see the doctor when something's wrong.
Right.
That, by definition, isn't healthcare.
Fix it.
Be proactive, be aggressive, be preventative, however you want to look at it.
Sure.
But if you're always operating in the rears, like you're going to miss stuff.
Yeah, totally.
I get
That's
that.
a great answer.
Yeah, that's well said.
Next question we got for you, wrap-up question. What is your favorite thing about, you mentioned it, I think, off-air already, Providence / the Perform Better Summit or Perform Better in general?
So Perform Better, this particular summit being close to where I live and where my family's from is obviously very convenient. But it's great to see. I've made a lot of good friends through this.
Sure.
And I think at the end of the day, no matter what journey you're on, it's who's with you on that journey.
Sure.
And it's awesome for me to be able to see some of the coaches and people that have influenced me, and then be able to just give them a hug or a high five or whatever else, because it happens once a year, and I don't see all these people as frequently as I'd like.
Sure.
Because life happens, right?
Yeah.
So it's really easy for me to commit to a day and see these people, spend some good time with them, have some food, and just enjoy myself with really great people.
That's cool. Awesome. Yeah, that's a great answer.
Yeah, that's also been a consistent theme too.
Yeah.
A lot of
the people.
It's been very
at
shocking.
the end of the day, man, people matter.
Yeah.
Really, it makes everything.
Yeah.
It does.
It makes everything really good or really shitty. So I don't know if I can swear.
No, you're good. You're good.
Definitely can.
It's completely separately.
Yeah.
And I know you're a local guy. You said you spent time. You have family in Westerly?
Yeah, my wife's family is from Westerly. She grew up in Ashaway, which is a town over from Westerly, and her mom lives there now. Her brother lives in that town, and her sister lives in Stonington. So we come down here quite often, and there's always a week out of the year in the summer that we just camp out and beach it.
Nice.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Do you have a favorite, thing in Providence, maybe restaurant or something like that, or?
I don't really know Providence. I usually default to whatever the locals tell me to go
Fair
to.
enough. Fair enough.
I'm also pretty easy. As long as it's got a good steak and a baked potato, I'm pretty good with.
Yo, you would have liked where we went last night. It was Mills Tavern.
Mills Tavern.
Mills Tavern. We basically walked there.
Oh, really?
Right on South Main Street, I think that is. Yeah.
South Main.
Yeah.
I'll have to propose that tonight.
Yes, definitely. Cool, awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for being on.
Matt?
It was great to talk to you.
Matt?
Yes,
That's
very
pretty
easy to remember.
that.
Yeah,
Totally
awesome.
easy.
And Roadie Strength signing off. All right, what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Roadie Strength podcast. We got another special guest on today at Perform Better. So let's give us a quick elevator pitch, kind of like who you are, what you do.
Hey guys, I'm Natalie Kollars. I am the owner and founder of Fortis. My background is in strength and conditioning. I have worked as a coach for about 12 years at this point, and I've worked with a really wide range of populations and types of people, everyone from youth athletes and people brand new in the gym to collegiate athletes, amateur athletes, professional athletes, people with disabilities. And I truly believe that we work in the best field in the world.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, just from seeing the interest in what you're doing and the interest in your presentations today, really excited to get you on the podcast today and talk with you. First question we have is what's a big win that you have, either for yourself or your team, or even you can take it as for strength and conditioning field, in general, past year or so.
Yeah. So I just launched my business officially just over a year ago.
Nice.
So
Awesome.
just passed, Fortis turned 1 in May.
Cool.
And I think the biggest win from the last year has been being able to provide really high level programs online.
Totally.
Custom, I do a one offering right now, and it's a custom online training and nutrition program.
Cool.
So I'm able to provide really high level programming to people all over the world.
Awesome.
And I think that although COVID was not a great time, it opened up people's minds to the online space, which is fantastic.
Totally.
I think that there's a lot of content out there, education programs, training programs that are just kind of generic.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. And people need different things. But it's been fun having the custom program and getting to know people from all over the world almost on the same level that you would if you were working with them in person.
Yeah.
Meeting with them every week and taking them through a fitness journey. And since Fortis did just turn 1, I've had clients that have been with me for 12 to 14 months. And
Cool.
so being able to provide that high level of service online has been really special.
That's awesome. And like you said, like, it's cool that you're working like individualized custom programs for each person, because there is a lot of just like cookie cutter, like, here, buy my like 6-week program, and it's like the same for everybody. But like, as you said, like, you're working with like athletes from like just starting to like super high level, so the ability to customize for each person, like, everybody needs something different.
Absolutely. And again, there's nothing wrong with the more generic and cookie cutter programs. It's definitely a different price point, and we want to be able to not limit access for anyone, but having that offering has been a fun way to provide that level of service.
Really cool. Awesome. And where are you based out of?
So I live in Scottsdale.
Cool.
In Arizona.
Right.
Yes.
Awesome.
Absolutely love it out there.
So a bit of a trek to get you out here,
yes.
the East Coast, but awesome.
Yeah.
Next question for you is, what's an opportunity either for yourself, like something exciting that's coming up, and or an opportunity you see like in the strength and conditioning field, something to improve upon into 2026?
Yeah. I'm going to be launching education courses
with
Fortis
All right.
in early 2026. So I'm very excited about that.
Sweet.
I think that even from a female coach perspective, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Working, I had some really great female mentors, and I never really see my job differently as being a female, but there are just some inherent differences, and I think that being able to provide mentorship for other young aspiring female coaches, but just education in general and developing younger, eager coaches is something I'm really passionate about.
That's awesome. Is that what a lot of your educational content will be this coming year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be on a great platform, and there'll be some pre-recorded lectures and some group meetings and some homework and things like that. So it'll be definitely a high touch point, interactive
that's
program
helpful
for sure.
That's like, for me, I've done some online courses before, and I like the high touch point because it keeps you on it, like, versus like, all right, we're just going to meet up like every so often, and you kind of like get lost in the weeds. You're like, all right, day to day, and all of a sudden like, oh shoot, I got to like cram to get all this stuff done before it. So that's a nice way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's it's a good almost hybrid model. People are allowed to or able to go through the content at their own pace.
Sure.
Because everybody learns differently, and then there is still the interaction on calls and things like that, and a community feel to it as well. So that's also something I found from doing this on, like, the community of, like, is it like a Facebook group or like an app or? Yeah, so it's going to be on a platform that's similar to Slack, but
cool.
Kind of
Yeah.
Sorry if anyone's for Slack here, but kind of like an upgraded version of Slack.
Fair enough.
Where people are able to, be a part of a private community and be around other like-minded people and learn from their experiences and share and all of that as well.
I think that's huge because, like, much like this event here, it's like, yes, you're of course learning so much from the lecturers, but you're learning from everybody.
Absolutely.
So, like, even having that access to, like, that upgraded Slack, like talking to other people, like, that's from some of the online stuff I've done before, is like you learn a ton from other people that are doing the same situation as what you're doing.
Absolutely.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Next question for you is, what do you love? Have you been to Providence before?
So this is, I grew up in Toronto.
Okay.
I've been out to Boston and like the New England area, like to get New England games even, like to Foxborough.
All right.
I've never been to Rhode Island. It's my first time in Rhode
Nice.
Island.
All right.
But I'm actually going to stay out here for the better part of this week and explore around and go to. I was just talking to Kevin Carr, and he said he's going to give me a list of things to do and all that. So I'm excited.
Itinerary.
I absolutely love the East Coast Hill.
All right.
For
Very
sure.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
Anything? I'm sure you've been here mostly, but have you been able to venture out into the city much yet?
Haven't. So I had my flight. I almost was worried that I wasn't going to make it. Our flight was delayed by like 6 hours on Thursday when I was flying in.
Oh, I remember you talking about that. Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
And so I actually didn't. I flew into Boston, direct flight into Boston, and then arrived here in Rhode Island yesterday. And then just been a part of the conference, all that. So I haven't actually toured around.
You haven't been able to get out of the convention center.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Which is fine. I think it's been a pretty hot day, so not bad to be here in the AC so far.
For sure.
But I'm sure you'll love it. Beautiful area. Hopefully you get down to like the Newport area as well too.
100%.
Okay, cool. So TBD on favorite thing of Rhode Island / Providence.
Yes,
I mean, this has been pretty cool so far.
Absolutely.
Which is kind of my follow-up question. What's your favorite thing about Perform Better / like the summit?
Yeah, I think that anytime you attend events like this, we all have almost the same common goal, right?
Yeah.
We're all trying to use our expertise to help people solve a problem that they have.
Right.
And even if we come at it from different backgrounds and perspectives and experience and have different deliveries, there's so many similarities between all of us as practitioners, whether it's a personal trainer, a strength coach, a physical therapist, athletic trainer. And so I think that it is fun to learn from other people, and it's also such a great reminder of we're all really trying to do the same thing, which is help people achieve things that maybe they didn't think they could achieve, increase their performance, whether they're a professional athlete trying to extend their career or someone brand new in the gym that's trying to get over the fear of working out.
Totally.
And so that's really special to see.
I 100% agree. It's funny. I was just trying to sneak into one of the lectures here to check it out a little bit, and it's the first-time speaker he's been here many times, but his first time presenting.
Yes.
And it's it's end of the weekend. Some people have left already, so it's not super crowded. But one of the guys, Ian Jefferies, who I had on the podcast earlier, president of the NSCA, like is sitting there taking notes, intently. I'm like, this is cool.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You know?
Yes, truly.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that having the mindset that you can learn something from everyone that you interact with is a good mindset to have.
Totally.
And it's true. Whether it's on the business side of things or nutrition, training.
There's so much to learn. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for being on the podcast.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And Rhody Strength signing off.
Love it.
Guys at the booth over there, but I'm like, it's too sunny. But of course, it's just equally as sunny here. But all right, welcome back to the Rhody Strength podcast. We got Josh on facility design over at Perform Better. So we've been starting these out. These are mini podcasts throughout the day. Basically, just give a brief intro or elevator pitch of kind of like what you do over at Perform Better.
Well, I basically show people how to best utilize their space. So, people will come to me all over, like for small gyms, home gyms, big gym, professional sport teams, and they want to know what they can fit in their space.
Sure.
So it's basically give me your blueprint, I'll draw it three-dimensional, have it all looking realistic, and throw in either your wish list or what I think should be in there, and this is what you can fit, and this is what you can't fit, and this is a good flow for it.
Really cool. Do you find that a lot of people they're trying to fit too much stuff in there? Yeah, that's what I could figure. Like, can we fit this? And you're like, square footage doesn't really make sense.
And it's also people don't think about the logistics of it. So let's say a half rack, it's 4 foot wide. Cool. So people are like, all right, but then you have to think about you have a 7-foot bar on it. Then you need 2 feet off either side so you can get around it to get the plate. So there's little things that so 4 foot ends up being 11-foot footprint that I do just for safety wise.
Totally.
Which is the most important part is some people are like, you can make it tighter together. I'm like, no, safety first. I'm, liability wise, it's there's space here. I don't want anyone to get hurt.
Totally. Oh, that's really cool.
So what is a win for your team for the 2025, like a win within your kind of department within Perform Better for this team this year?
A win in the sense of we've gotten some great schools this year, huge, redoing their entire facility or brand new ones. We're currently working on the Patriots gym. They're redoing it.
Awesome.
So that's a nice big one where and a lot of input from them of what they want. Obviously they're athletic, so they know exactly what they're looking for. So we're kind of fitting their needs, but it's a nice space, big space, and we had quite a few this year that were just in that phase of just redoing it or getting a new building, build out. So that's definitely been helpful for us.
That's got to be fun to work with the Patriots.
It's definitely, unfortunately, I'm not a sports person, so I can't appreciate it in that sense. But I understand the love people have for this team and how big they are, and it's kind of cool to see the mindset of their training methods and what pieces they're looking to include in it, and for just the size of the space. And it's really it's really neat to work with that.
What is an area for growth that you have seen kind of in the strength and conditioning world?
Just a lot of all-in-one pieces of equipment, like a lot of pod system. Like normally, I used to do just a lot of just racks here, this, there, but now it's like people want to just be training all in one, and like dumbbells here, pulleys here, so it's kind of just the way that people adapt to their training methods and just efficiency inside their space versus, having to go from here to over there. And so it's interesting to see and it's all almost happening at once where everyone's now like wants that pods and wants, modular systems where you can put whatever you want onto it.
Totally. It's actually really cool. And what is your favorite thing about Providence?
I don't know. To be honest, like I'm from Connecticut, so I don't know. That's a tough one. I've never even thought about that. Like what it would be.
Put you on the Johnny on the spot.
Yeah. I mean, the only time I ever come up to this area is for this, pretty much.
No way. Okay. Yeah. Are you mostly in the West Warwick, East Greenwich location, or are you doing a lot of this stuff like remotely?
Oh, I'm at home. Yeah. So I'm in Connecticut all the time. Yeah.
Got you.
So I'm about like 50 minutes from here. So
gotcha. Okay.
So does that put you like Groton-ish area?
A little north of Groton. I'm in a little above Norwich.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. I went to the University of Hartford, so I know a little bit about Connecticut. Yep. So I'm not 100% all the towns, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously there's a lot of them, and the most, Groton, Hartford, those are just the big hot spots that most people know.
For sure.
But no, it's a cool area. I mean, I'm close to the Rhode Island border, so it's just, so when I was going to the office in Warwick, which I'll go to every now and then to test out new equipment, measures, to get dimensions so I can input into my program. But, it's a good location-wise.
Nice. Awesome. So that must be kind of cool, like seeing, like, because you're obviously behind the computer screen for a lot of it, and like seeing some of your stuff. Do you get to see a lot of your stuff like in person after you design it ever, or?
Sometimes I do, which is all. Like,
that's cool.
That's rewarding.
Yeah.
I'll see pictures of it, obviously. Videos of it. But it's everywhere. And same with like a lot of the equipment, because I'll have Melania and I will design some of the pieces ourselves, send it over, get it made, and to be able to see those products that we, we made.
Custom.
And now people are using, pieces that we've made. So it's pretty cool.
Are you talking more like logo and graphic design, or like, hey, we need to make like certain dimensions on like this squat rack?
Yes. Like some products like we just came up, like made up. Like, so we have the, I don't know if you've seen the portable Nordic ham thing where you bolt in, you can put it, mount it to the ground. It's a small footprint that you could put in front of, let's say, a Kaiser.
Sure.
So you can kind of do like the air pressure going down resistance-wise, and you just can do pretty much glute stuff and like single leg stuff all with it, and it's something that we just made. And
no way.
He obviously Rob's the mastermind behind a lot of this stuff. So he'll say, hey, I want you to make something like this, so I'll draw it up, and then and then to see it and actually get used, it's like that's actually pretty cool.
So. Correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you might have a relationship with him where like he's kind of like he like has this imaginative thinking process. Like, hey, I wonder if we can make this. And he sends it to you, and you're sometimes you're probably like, dude, how am I gonna make that work? Or are you kind of pretty good at putting it to real life?
So well, I mean, I'm not a engineer, so at least get it to a point where the look of it and the usability of it's there, and then maybe the logistics of putting it together, the bolts here, this, there, that's for the manufacturer to figure out.
Sure.
But no, he's definitely the guy that brain's always
creative.
Moving. Yeah, always moving for the stuff. Yeah.
So it takes a team.
Yeah.
And it takes a team. So he's maybe thinking a lot of products. You're putting them on paper, and then like you said, maybe having like an engineer or the factory like actually like testing it. Or I know he actually said you guys do a lot of testing, like. At the facility, like they're taking forklifts and like dropping stuff.
Yeah. So we'll get like a sample based off of what we made, and then we're like, all right, now we have to take it through the test, really mess it up. Yeah, I watched that. No, we definitely test it.
Yeah, he said those are the fun days.
Yeah,
that sounds fun.
Yeah, well, awesome. Thank you so much for being on.
Oh, of course.
Good to meet you, Josh.
You too.
Nice to meet you, man.
All right.
Roadie Strength signing off. You got it. All right, and we're recording here. Perfect. All right, so what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Roadie Strength Podcast. Got another special guest. So just give a quick elevator pitch. Like, tell us who you are and what you do.
Well, my name is Rocky Snyder. I have been a strength coach since 1993, but yeah, in the turn of the last century, I guess you'd say, right? And I went, well, we're here in the Northeast. This is where I grew up. I grew up in Reading, Massachusetts. And
all right.
I thought I was going to be the greatest strength coach out of Reading, Massachusetts until Mike Boyle moved into my damn town. Screwed that over for me. And so I got the hell out of Dodge. I went to UMass Amherst, and when I finished there, I said, this was, the Gulf War was just about to erupt, if you can remember that. Probably not. That was 1990. And so going into January 91, we were in a recession, and I figured, well, if I'm going to struggle trying to find work, even with a college degree, I got some buddies out in California that I think I could struggle better out there. So that's where I went. I've been out in Santa Cruz, California since 1991, so here we are 30-plus years later. In 96, I opened up my own facility. At the time before that, for several years, I was a fitness director and director of personal training at a chain of health clubs in the Central Coast of California. And they didn't want to take their clients out and go for runs along the beach or do stair climbs down from the beach up to the cliff and so on. And I thought, boy, the people really, they just light up when they get outside. So I figured, well, I'm going to open up my own place close to the beach, and that's what I did. And so we've grown, we've shrunk, we've done a lot of things, but essentially we're in our 30th year of operation. Crazy, yes. And I have underwear that's older than the trainers that I've hired, but nonetheless, things are going well. And I've been going to Perform Better since almost the inception in Long Beach, California.
Wow.
One of my colleagues turned me on to it, and at that time, my youthful arrogance was thinking that, hey, I've been doing this for over 10 years. I know what's going on. And then I took one lecture, I took one hands-on, and it was a slap in the face. And I said, I'm never going to let this happen again. Yeah. I'm going to keep coming back. And I have. And now for the last 6 years, I've been one of the presenters.
That's very cool. I gotta give a shout out to UMass Amherst. Also, my
been a man.
Yeah, yes.
Right
yes.
on, dude.
I did. We're both PT, so I did my undergrad there and URI for grad school. But had a great time there. Also, I'm assuming exercise science or kinesiology program.
You would be absolutely incorrect. Yes.
Really? No, okay. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. In fact, no. When I went to the university, it was just, we'll say, post Animal House era. So in the
my dad also went there, so he probably
yeah, he was probably my roommate. Exactly. So
John Adams Tower, Southwest.
Oh, Adams, okay. That was Party Central for sure. Yeah, I was up in Orchard Hill. We were the wannabes. We wanted to go down to Southwest. We were just too afraid. So we'd venture down there and then get in trouble with the law or whatever. But the 70s was where Animal House, it was based on Amherst.
Was it?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Amherst College doesn't have any more Greek area because
right.
all of the stuff that went on. So it carried over.
So.
It's less than 10 years later. I think it was like 6 years later. I'm a freshman in 85 at UMass, and it was still an Animal House. Like today, though, it's really nice to tell somebody.
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
Business school of Eisenberg, I think, is a big business school there.
There you go.
Everything. Yeah.
Back, if you told somebody in like 88 or 89 you were going to UMass, you're like, oh, couldn't get in anywhere else, huh? Yeah. Right. How's your drinking habits going?
Right.
They were going really well, so well that I stepped 5 years, and every semester I would spin the advisor's wheel of majors, and I would find out what it landed on. The first was a fine arts major.
Okay.
I lasted there for three semesters to find out I'm not even in an art school, and these guys are so much better than me. I suck at art. And then it was education. I thought, well, I'll be a school teacher maybe. So I did that for about a semester or two, and they put me in with like preschool and kindergarten. Heck, I couldn't even be responsible for myself. What am I going to do with these little shits? I have no idea. So there's no way I'm going to be a teacher. So like another year goes by. I was thinking, well, natural geography. I love the backwoods of New England. I grew up hiking and canoeing and all that. Maybe I'll be like a geologist. Well, that was going to take several years more before I got a degree there. Forget this. So, kidding, I'm not kidding. Like my senior year, I meet with my advisor for the first time. I didn't even know I had one. Tells you, I'm a first-generation college graduate.
Sure. Yeah.
So I didn't have any parental guidance to speak of. They loved me. They did the best they could, but they didn't have any experience there. So my advisor says, look, we tend to like people to graduate from this university. And I said, okay, well.
That's how they started.
Okay, yeah. I'm like, I'm all for that. I think that's a great idea.
I agree.
Yeah, he's like, well, looking at your transcript, you've got timber harvesting, basketball, natural geography. There's fine arts. You've got Shakespeare. You've taken to comparative literature. Oh, you know what? What would you think of English literature? And I said, well, what are we talking? He's like, 2 more semesters and an intersession in wintertime with a concentration. So I did my foreign language requirements, and I took more Shakespeare. And nice. So that's it. I have a bachelor's degree in English literature.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah. But somebody was telling me last night when we were out to dinner, they're like, that is why you are skilled as a public speaker.
There you go.
And so I'll run with that.
Yeah. Well, you're very well-rounded. It sounds like education-wise. Yeah,
and I can speak a little Quebecois every now and then.
There we go.
There we go.
Kind of, unfortunately, because we've been doing a lot of podcasts, we haven't been able to get into a ton of the lectures.
And you just had Gray on here, so we've got like only a minute left. That bastard took all the time.
He did. So your lecture was from the ground up.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. And I saw you kind of in the periphery, like working with people. I think some lady pulled their foot onto the table yesterday.
Bunions.
Oh boy, that was sexy, I'll tell you that.
And I think I saw you pulling out some different devices, like orthotics or something along those lines. But if you were to give us like a brief, I guess, cliff note synopsis, obviously you don't have to repeat the whole lecture, but
Yeah, everybody thinks I'm the foot guy. I've got a fetish or something, and that's really the farthest from the truth. It just so happens that that's the only part of your body that really contacts the ground.
Sure.
And there's a lot of things going on in the foot. You guys, PTs, 26 bones, 33 joints in each foot. That means that over 25% of the bones in your body are found in your feet, and 360 joints in the body, and 66 are in the foot. There should be a little attention paid to it.
Sure.
But in our industry, we're kind of slow to the game when it comes to foot mechanics and how it relates to the rest of the body and vice versa.
Yeah.
So my talk was, we're talking all about proximal stability to allow for distal mobility.
Sure.
But, how about we look at the stability of the ground contact, and could that feed mobility through the entire chain? If we had a stable base. And how do we create a stable base? So I have these little foam incline kind of planes, these little wedges that we can use as shims, put them under the places that should be contacting the foot in the ground, because as the foot changes shape, because the way you balance upon it, you might lose contact with certain areas, which sends your ankle joint into a different position, which directly affects knee function, which will directly affect hip, and so on up the chain. So can we have a way of accessing movement through the entire system from the ground up? And that was my talk.
Right. Very cool. Yeah, I got to give a quick shout out to a local guy, Anthony. We bumped into him yesterday. He came into the lecture, and he was like, he's been doing a lot of stuff from the ground up. I'm not sure exactly where, maybe from your stuff, maybe from someone else's, but he came in, he's like, he's been known to work with a lot of athletes starting with the foot. And he came in yesterday, he goes, everybody's talking about feet and fascia. He goes, I guess I'm on the right track. I guess I'm not just a weird foot fetish guy. So
no,
shout
he
out.
Probably is.
Yeah.
Don't discount that. Yeah. But at the same time, he is on the right track. Yeah. So my whole thing is, we've got to look at the foot, and with Perform Better and Chris, and they thought, Rock, you should come up with your own wedges. So we did that this past year, and it's been doing quite well. We put a little poster inside of this box kit that people can get, and the poster gives you the understanding, the basics of why you might want to use a wedge, but then we take it one step further, and by understanding joint coupling relationships, that when something happens to the knee, what neurologically should occur at the hip or at the ankle or at the spine, especially when you talk about human locomotion in the form of the gait cycle. So if you understand what gait mechanics are like, then you can understand one of the most universal human joint relationships that we have. And so we can actually affect further up the chain by a simple placement of a wedge under the heel or the big toe or the ball of the foot or something. If you've got a client or a patient or athlete who struggles for internal hip rotation, just by putting a wedge under a certain place in the foot can elicit permission or just access to places that are restricted. So there's like a chart that shows, based on these kind of joint actions, if people are struggling with this, here's a whole assortment of different placements that you could try to get access into that system. And then once you do, feed some mobility into it, and then feed a pattern into it, and then load it.
Sure.
And then the next thing you know, that nervous system is upregulated into a much more efficient means of moving.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that makes total sense. Just coming from like some of my courses I've taken in the past as well. It's like all right, if you're pronating a little bit too much on this side, then maybe you're pronating, maybe you get a little more of that interior knee pain. Like if we can correct that a little bit, we can like align the joints more where they are strongest or where they should be.
Yeah.
Get the pain away, increase power. Decrease pain, help dysfunction. Yeah.
Yeah, and so what I try to do in the lecture and the hands-on was let them ask why.
Sure.
And what is the underlying root cause of the strategy the unconscious brain is creating for your own personal success? It's like the navigation app on your phone. It's going to find the most efficient means of going from point A to point B.
Yeah.
But if something happens along that journey, whether there's a car crash or a flooded roadway or road construction, that brain in the app is going to try and find the next best way of doing it. So anytime you have an experience in your life that encourages that doesn't allow you to have the most efficient means of movement, your unconscious brain is going to find the next best way of doing it.
Sure.
So when you sprain your ankle, you're not suddenly walking on your hands. You're just gradually shifting a little of your mass so that you can still afford to move from point A to point B. So when it comes to things like that knee, there's a reason why the knee is going in that direction.
Right.
And a lot of times it's from their injury history that will find the reason. There's a pattern that was established, whether it was 20 years ago or 20 minutes ago.
Right.
It's just going to be there. So when you understand the why behind it, or understand what should be happening, combine those two together, that's where the magic is.
That makes a lot of sense. There's a guy I was just working with recently who had this weird thing when he was running. He was getting a lot of foot flare, foot aversion.
Yes. Yeah.
So we were taking a look at him. I'm like, all right, his ankle mobility is screwed up. So we fixed that.
Yes.
And then we were looking at it like, oh, wait a second. It's still happening. I guess his hip internal rotation is screwed up. So we fixed that. And then it was still happening. I'm like, what the heck? So we started working. I'm like, I think this is actually just it's just a habit. You've been doing this for the past 20 years. Like, let's start doing some like neurological stuff at this point. So yeah, to your point, it's I've
been doing a lot more of like the biomechanical analysis, like myself with different things. Like, and it was after going through like a specific like sports residency, the thing that I always found that was missing is like, we have all this evidence. This is great. Like all these different things. We know what exercise to pick. We know what muscles to activate. All this kind of stuff. Like that's fantastic. But what happens in the real world? Like what actually happens like when you're doing things in real space, and like things of this magnitude. So seeing that kind of like three planes of motion, and why those 3 planes of motion are happening when they're happening during certain functional movements, can then couple with the things that you're trying to train at the exact same time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, our governing body is our nervous system, our brain and spinal cord, and it has the prime objective is its own survival. And in order for it to survive, it needs fuel and activation. So therefore, it's going to be as conservative with fuel expenditure as possible. It's going to try and do as best it can in any given situation. That's why when people come to me and say, oh, I've got a bad knee, I'm like, no, I don't want you to use that word.
Yeah.
That knee is most likely the solution that your brain's trying to consider, because you're unable to do this movement here or there.
Right.
So I want to know what happened before that happened.
Right.
I want to follow back the breadcrumb trails to find out what was the initial insult that set this whole cascading effect off.
Right.
And then can I get to that root source and offer it something different? Like an inversion sprain is probably the most invasive insult that the body can sustain. And it is looked upon as something that you guys, as PTs, you don't come into contact very much with. The doctors aren't going to prescribe physical therapy for an inversion sprain. You might if it's really severe, grade 3 or something.
Right.
But ultimately, even grade 1, that's going to change their mechanics. And sure, the swelling will subside, the pain will go down, but you haven't reestablished proper joint mechanics, and therefore the proprioception is going to be not as efficient as it could.
Right.
And so it's not uncommon to have somebody come in with sciatic pain or some kind of spondy or some herniation or some migraines and headaches. I mean, it's going to manifest somewhere in their system, and when you follow it back, you'll realize, wow, that ankle really isn't functioning well. But it's functioning, and I won't use dysfunction because it's still functioning. It's just not functioning as efficient as it could.
As it could be,
So can we get that system to come back online? Now how's your headache? Oh, that's weird. I don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Or how's your back feeling? Well, you didn't do anything with my back. I know, because the back was the solution. The problem was how that ankle didn't kind of get assimilated back into the integrative use of movement. So it's still staying on its own island in the sea, unconnected with everything else.
And is that a product of is it like kind of like up the chain type scenario where like, oh, my ankle's locked up or it's being dysfunctional, so it's compounded over like every single step I take. It's starting to travel up, like the knee's starting to be a little funky, hip funky, back funky, maybe up to like thoracic tightness, like migraine type stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's going to create a compensatory pattern that is going to be reinforced and stressed upon. I mean, if you're trying to get 10,000 steps a day, that's 5,000 repetitions of hitting it really crappy on that foot, which is going to resonate all the way up your system.
Sure.
So like getting back to that whole, like I'm being known as the foot guy. I'd rather be known as the body balance guy, or I don't know what you want to call it. My whole premise is that our programs that we design in Western fitness need to change, and they need to be aligned, no pun intended, with other world philosophies of health and wellness, such as chiropractic medicine, osteopathy, traditional Chinese medicine or acupuncture, and martial arts. These are all philosophies that try to centrate the body to bring it back into a homeostatic position that is its most efficient. When we look at our workout programs, we are borrowing from 3 competitions and trying to select and rationalize these selections to say that this is going to be what the body needs. And we're talking about bodybuilding, powerlifting, and Olympic weightlifting. All fantastic competitions. But it's like, taking basketball drills and telling every housewife that this is what you need to be a better housewife. Like, the specificity is not there. And we're talking about the SAID principle, specific adaptation to imposed demands, and yet we're kind of like we're rationalizing the fact that what is a bench press good for with somebody that is a swimmer? But how many swimmers have bench press in their program? How does that carry over? So wouldn't it be better to understand where a person's structure is against gravity? So we're talking what their postural alignment is like. That's going to tell you joint position. It's going to tell you muscle length relationships. It's going to tell you mass management strategies. And then how do they take that resting posture unique to themselves and take a step and move through space? So we already know what the ideal aligned body looks like. We've got posters in gyms and PT clinics all over the place with the plumb line on the skeletal chart, right? And then if you know what the proper gait cycle should look like in all the joints, now you've got 2 absolutes. One in a resting posture, the other in locomotion, that you can compare people to. And by comparing, you can therefore find out what's missing. And what's missing is what they need in their program. So my whole thing is I'm accessing it through the foot, but the concept itself is, can we design programs that restore function to the body, that enhance muscular balance and skeletal alignment? And that goes for any athlete. And I know there's people out there that'll say, don't touch my pitcher. He needs those imbalances. Oh, really? Have you tried? Have you actually attempted to restore a balance? Because the way he's imbalanced is actually creating stress in places, and Tommy John's not far off.
Yeah, I mean, especially, I know a lot of coaches, especially with pitchers, are like, but if they're seeing you in the first place, a lot of times, like, there probably already is something going on. So, like, why aren't we trying to fix it? It's like,
exactly.
It's like, is he perfect? No. So he's here. Like, he's trying to figure out something, I'm
going to tell you, most rotator cuff or elbow problems are actually unconscious solutions. The shoulder is trying to decelerate more than it should. The elbow is trying to reduce torsion more than it should. Where should it be coming across? Well, just look at look at the links that Tom Myers has in his Anatomy Trains book if you want some basic understanding and idea. But I'm going to look at the opposite hip. I'm going to look at the thoracolumbar fascia as it feeds across that opposite hip. I want to know how well can that pelvis anteriorly and posteriorly tilt. How well does it translate along the frontal plane or tilt along the frontal plane? And what about rotation? I'm going to look at the bony structures rather than the muscles, because if I look at the skeleton and see how it moves, then all the connective tissue is going to have to come online and behave. So we are in an industry right now where we are blaming muscle after muscle for all the world's problems. It used to be the abdominals, and then it became the multifidus, and then at one point it might have been the gracilis, so the obturator, and then the psoas was huge for several years. The iliacus came into fashion.
QL.
QL, and now of course the diaphragm is a big one. Of course you can't forget the glute med. Everyone's like, I've got a weak glute med. No, it's just your brain is toning it down so it doesn't create more problems for you. There's a reason. Unless you're in a wheelchair, and you're not using it the way it should, I could see that. But if you're ambulatory and you're upright and you're telling me my glute is not firing, it's a movement strategy.
It's doing it for a reason.
So find out what the reason is.
Fair. That was great answer. Next question we have for you: any big win from you, your team, or just the strength and conditioning field in general from the past year or so? Big accomplishment, big win.
Big win was the UConn women's basketball winning the national championship for the first time since 2016. And the several seasons prior to this season, they were riddled with injuries. In fact, the season before, when they went against Caitlin Clark against Iowa in the Final Four.
I remember watching that game. That was a tight game.
It was a real tight game. They only lost by 2 points. And if you don't know it, they only had one player on the bench that could play. So they had only 6 players that were available for the Final Four against Iowa, and they almost managed to win. So I became good friends with Coach Hootie, Andrea Hootie, who's like legendary strength coach for the UConn women's basketball. She's so open to ideas and willing to do whatever she can for her players' health and longevity that she invited me in last year at the preseason to work with all of her athletes. So we did structural alignment assessments, some basic gait assessments, got them on a pressure plate that tells me where their mass is managed, mobilized the joints in their feet, got them on some wedge loading patterns, and gave them each kind of almost like warm-up routines to go in with the programs that she had already designed. Combined that with the stuff that she was doing, they had a hell of a year. And they win the national championship. So my phone begins to ring a little bit more these days. It's kind of nice.
That's awesome.
Aside from that, I just finished my master's, and it's not in English literature. I'll have you know.
No Shakespeare in there?
No Shakespeare. No, but who knows? Maybe later, somewhere in the park.
There we go.
No, I have a master's in sports injury and return to performance management. So just finished that up because, it looks better when you're working with the professional sports teams or D1 teams, and they look at your resume, and they see a Bachelor of English Literature. That doesn't fly.
Fair enough.
To have a MSc, that's pretty good.
That's awesome. Side question on that with the UConn team. This is just kind of spitballing, but do you feel like a lot of Achilles obviously is a hot topic right now with basketball, and obviously very, very close to the foot and ground reaction forces.
Let's bring it. Yeah, go ahead. Stay down there.
Are you feeling like this is an opportunity for growth as far as NBA for sure, but also taking a closer look at what's going on with the foot with some of these players?
Yeah, I certainly hope so. One of their players got drafted to the actually, a couple of them did, but their number one player is now down in Dallas. So when she showed up, the medical team was like, okay, what have you been doing? And then so I got a call and got on and did a session with their athletic trainers and massage therapists, walked them through some mobilization techniques and kind of brought them up to speed as what we were doing back at UConn with her. And she's loving it. She walked through the screen and said, it's because of you that people have been getting their hands on my feet, and it's awesome. So I'm like, that's great. So, and then, we have a spike in Achilles.
Yeah.
And, last NBA season, especially, JT with the Celts.
Yeah.
That was heartbreaking being a Boston-bred sports fan all my life. No matter how far I move away, I always love the Celts and the Pats.
Yeah.
And the Red Sox, to have a way of just disappointing me throughout my youth, but now it's a little little bit different. We'll see, you know. And the Bruins, they're kind of like the girlfriend that was just kind of hanging around. It's just like if you got nothing else going on that night. Kind of like that, you know. But sorry, you know.
He's a big hockey guy.
I know. But, man, hey, I grew up through, like, Bobby Orr. That was my youth. And then it was just nothing until, like, 40 years later. It's like, that's a long time to go without a date. I'll tell you that.
Right.
Anyway, I think it's important, and I think that more athletic trainers, PTs, and strength coaches are starting to really look downward at the relationship the foot has with the rest of the body. I'll fly back to the West Coast tomorrow. Today's Saturday, so Monday afternoon I'll head over to the Shark Tank and work the San Jose Sharks because those brothers, you know, they lace those things up and skates, and I mean, there's not much movement down there for 33 joints, so that makes a huge impact.
Big time.
And that means there's a lot more force production elsewhere if you're not going to get the force in all that hips exactly. And so what's one of the number ones aside from hip complex? We got adductor strains, and of course you got a lot more frontal plane movement, so you're going to have excessive amounts of load there. But could it be reduced by just starting to train the body in a slightly different fashion? So we're going to kind of talk about that stuff and have a fun time kind of geeking out with Mike Potenza and his crew. So that'll be good. But yeah, I think back to the original thing about the Achilles is that you look the most common basketball injury. What is that?
Ooh, is it ACL?
Inversion sprain.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Every NBA player, every person that plays basketball is going to roll their ankle at one time or another.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
And we don't look at that as being a big deal. But what's happened now is that the brain is skittish. It's like, you know, if you hit your dog enough, it's going to, anytime you raise its hand, you raise your hand, it's going to flinch.
Sure.
So imagine an ankle being the dog. And every time you load onto it, it's like, I don't know if hell's going to break loose or not. I have no idea what I'm landing on right now.
Sure.
And so it's going to be skittish. And what it's going to do, it's not going to want to be on the outside where it's supposed to land before rolling to the inside. It's going to just stay hovering and cowering on the inside.
Right.
So all that tissue is going to be starting to get really compressed on the lateral border, opened up on the medial border. That heel isn't going to be in a place where it can truly function.
Yeah.
And that means that calcaneus isn't going to roll the way it should. Can you see how that's going to put strain on the Achilles? Because now the Achilles is just constantly being hit with more force because it's not getting to be rolled through the foot. So now an inversion sprain could lead to that. Or maybe by driving more mass medially away from the lateral edge, now we've got a stretch weakening system of the VMO or the glute and hamstring complex. And so now you're putting that knee in a position that can't decelerate rotational force. So now that sprained ankle could very well lead to an ACL tear. Or a groin pull. So having a better understanding of the insult that an inversion sprain can bring about to the entire system, the NBA could really delve into that.
So start there.
Why not?
Yeah, I like that.
Got to start somewhere. And if it's a most common injury site, it might not be a bad place to try to reestablish.
I think that's very smart. I like that. I haven't heard that either, too. Obviously, the knee-jerk reaction I think a lot of you seen on Instagram is like, they need to do more calf raises. It's like...
No.
No, absolutely not.
They need to do more foot mobility.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. All right, last question I'll leave you with. What is your favorite thing about Providence and or Perform Better?
Okay, so I arrived early from I did go by UConn and hang out with Hootie a day before I arrived in Providence. I got here on the Peter Pan line.
Nice,
exquisite bus line. It was just me and one other passenger. We had a party. It was fantastic. I don't know how they're staying in business with only 2 passengers, but I got dropped off, and then the Uber took me downtown here, dropped off my bags, and I just tooled around. And I'm kind of like, there's total geekiness in me, and one of them is whenever I go to a state and I'm in the capital city, for some reason I want to go visit the Capitol building. There's such history there, and the architecture is amazing, and it's old and kind of almost like smoky. So I took a walk up to the Capitol or the State House here, so I can check that one off of my U.S. states list. So I've been to several others, so that was nice. And then, so just tooling around the city. The last time I was here was a Grateful Dead show when I was at UMass. And we don't have to go about that.
No.
You can pretty much fill in the picture with that one. So I had no idea where I was even when I was there. So
great.
everything
That's
was
great.
brand new when I'm
That's
walking around
great.
here. So it was really nice there. And then when it comes to the summit, first of all, let's just hear it for the Northeast. I mean, the outpouring of the people that are here, 1,100 registered professionals coming to this. I mean, it makes California just kind of quiver with jealousy. It's just, we got to do something out there to make it like this because, I mean, the bodies, the professionals, I love networking, and so the social is probably my favorite part. Seeing out the other presenters and doing some reuniting with them and meeting the brand new people that come in, that's great. But actually, you know, turning ourselves into podcast interviewers at the social and going and asking people what they do and where they're from and learning from others, I think that's the best.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's a great answer.
Me too.
Really cool. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for being on.
Pleasure, guys.
Yes.
Really. And Matt, next time, the other Matt, dude, not so much with the talk, man. I can barely get a word in edgewise.
I know. I gotta
Dude,
shut up.
Yeah, honestly.
Words of advice. Roadie Strength signing off. What's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Roadie Strength Podcast. We got another special guest on. So give us a quick elevator pitch. Just kind of introduce yourself. What do you do?
Hi, I'm Colin McGarty. I own Seacoast Kettlebell. We have 2 locations in Dover and Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Cool.
I'm here presenting tomorrow, and my team is here. See how that goes. But I've been in business like 17 years.
Awesome.
We do a little bit of everything, even though we're called Seacoast Kettlebell. But I'm teaching boxing tomorrow for Perform Better.
All right.
Yeah, we have boxing classes as well.
Oh, very cool.
Fitness boxing.
So you're doing more of like a hands-on?
Yeah,
lecture?
hands-on, and it's boxing for fitness, not like boxing. Like we're not going to be. Maybe some people will be punching each other, but hopefully we'll keep it classy.
Try to avoid that.
Yes, exactly.
Fair enough. All right, very cool. First question we got for you: what's a big win, either for you or your team, this past year? Something you're proud of, a big accomplishment?
So, like I said, I have 2 locations, and we just opened a second location like 2 years ago.
Cool.
And both locations they're up from last year. So across the board, we're growing, which is good.
Awesome.
Especially coming out of COVID too. Like it was scary for a little while. So now it's like we're rocking and rolling. So
that's cool.
That's good.
And especially, I mean, I think Perform Better can relate to this too. Like being a U.S.-based like equipment company is like, especially post-COVID, like to have success and to make wins is huge. That's awesome.
It definitely is.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So we're up and we're pushing a lot of small group personal training too, which seems to be working pretty well. So
awesome. Really cool. Next question we got for you is, what's an opportunity that you see in the strength and conditioning field just in general, post 2025, like going forward, or just for you guys in particular?
For me, on a personal level, like I love training and stuff, but what I realize having 2 gyms is I have to tighten up my systems a lot more. So like we probably could be doing even better than we are if I was being more studious with my systems instead of just wanting to train everybody, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think systems are a place where I could improve upon.
I think that's a common theme with a lot of lectures, at least from yesterday. A lot of them were business related. It's like one of the ones I listened to with Vincent. It's like you can be the best trainer ever, but if you don't have that business side point, like you got to have that locked down.
I totally agree with that, and I've had phases where I do like all business stuff, and then I'm like, I love the training, so I go back to training. But then you're like, I should be focused on the business. It's hard to decide where to put your attention, kind of. So.
Find that balance.
100%.
How did you get into? Did you start as a kettlebell company?
We opened in 2008. I was an Army infantry officer, got out, didn't know what I was doing, opened a little tiny thing. We were CrossFit.
Yeah.
And then I unaffiliated with CrossFit, and I did a lot of kettlebell stuff. So I was like, oh, we're Seacoast Kettlebell. But we've been doing kettlebells, CrossFit. We were like the first CrossFit in our state back in the day.
Wow. 2008, that's early to that.
Yeah, I was like paying $500 a year for the CrossFit affiliate. Even still.
Wow.
Yeah. So we've been doing it a long time. But I changed the name Seacoast Kettlebell, even though we do everything.
Yeah.
And probably, like, some business people, like Tom Plummer, have been like, dude, you got to rebrand. But it's working, so I'm just
you're
it
like,
alone.
Right. It's like, if it's working, don't change it. You're hesitant to change it.
I'm like, someone knows who we are. Let's leave it the way it is.
Keep it rolling. And you've gotten into boxing?
We've always had boxing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And, like, it's not non-contact, but it's like a killer workout, kind of similar like a title boxing type stuff.
100%.
Like, if you throw 8 rounds on the bags, you're done.
100%.
Yeah. We have like 25 bags hanging in the gyms and stuff.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And
we teach real fundamental boxing, but it's just for fitness.
Fair, yeah.
So
for someone who, like, I did a little bit of some classes like that. If you've never done that before, like, you're hitting the bag, like, it does not take long until you're like, oh, I'm gassed.
Oh, like round 3, your bag's not even moving anymore. You're like, I got nothing. Like,
Yeah.
you know, just
It's a great workout. And especially if, like, you look at the guys on TV, like, that are doing it professionally, like, it gives you some respect for, like, okay, what they're doing
100%.
is a lot harder than it looks hard, but it's even harder than it looks, you know.
Yeah, and I think it's a good skill for people to, like, learn how to punch. Like, not that we're fighting, but you're just like, dude, it's just a life skill that you should know. Almost,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. Really cool. Last question.
What is your favorite part of Providence?
I would say Perform Better headquarters.
Nice.
Going, getting all the goodies and stuff like that.
You're talking about the HQ in East Greenwich, West Warwick
yes,
area?
Yeah,
cool.
But I always, like, I try to come to as many Perform Better events as I can.
Yeah.
And I bring my staff and stuff like that, too. They're taking photos of me. But, yeah, Perform Better is my favorite part of Providence, honestly.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Hey, great answer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you
stuff.
very much.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good
Nice
to have
to
you
meet
on.
you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Cool. All right, what's going on, guys? Dr. Matt here, host of the Really Strength Podcast. We've got another special guest on. So give us a brief elevator pitch of kind of who you are and what you do.
I'm Vince Gabriel. I own a brick-and-mortar gym in New Jersey that started in 2008. And I've been doing that for, I think, 17 years now.
Yeah,
and
wow.
Mostly small group personal training for adults, but we also have a sports performance program as well. Separate brand, actually. It's called Grit Athlete Performance. So that. And then majority of my time is spent coaching other gym owners. I have a consulting business where we help gym owners essentially get out of the daily grind of doing the sessions and start learning how to run the business so they can make more money and have some freedom from owning a business instead of being chained to it all the time.
Yeah, totally. No, that's great. And like we were talking off air, like I went to your lecture yesterday and definitely pulled a lot out of it for me personally, as we're running a small PT clinic. So the business side of things is obviously very important.
For sure.
Some of the pieces from the lecture that I personally took, keep it simple was a big one. The other piece was that either or concept. It doesn't necessarily need to be, pick one thing or the other. Going down both paths is totally appropriate.
Yeah.
And I've been mentioning on some of the other guests, I'm like, his lecture was fantastic. But to get into the questions, first one, any big win or any big accomplishment that you're proud of for you, your team, or even in the strength and conditioning field in general for this year?
I'm going to say retention across the board.
Cool.
My gym, we've had a record retention rate this year. Attrition rate would be the way we calculate it, but we're 1.5%. So that means that out of the amount of members we have, we're losing like very, very few people across the whole. And it's been, I looked at things as trends. Like if you have 1 month of 1% attrition, that's fine. But it's been now 7-8 months, and what it means is like we're doing something right. Like people are enjoying the product, and I do believe that the number one driver of that is your team, is the people. And
sure.
Right. I think a lot of people try to fix retention with, let's track attendance, or let's like do, give gifts to the clients and stuff. It's like I look at in your guys' world, the physical therapy session is the critical event, right?
Sure.
If it gets screwed up, like it's not going to go well. Like same thing in my business. It's like if the training session isn't good, they're probably not going to come back. It's like a restaurant with a food.
Totally.
And so that's where, and the people are the ones driving that. So finding the right people is the first thing, to that. And we had a couple years, like during COVID, where, kind of threw a wrench in everything. And we were probably hired some people that we shouldn't have hired.
Sure.
And then we've since turned that around and have hired the right people. And it makes all the difference in the world. And then the same thing in my other company, the coaching business for gym owners, we have, I think the average attrition rate for masterminds is like 15 to 20% from what I've read. And like we're at like around 3%, which is like crazy. So I think that, and again, I'm a marketing guy, but it's also really good to see that people that are buying your product are actually liking it and then staying in it. So I say that's the biggest win, is just providing, because it provides stability, right?
Yeah.
And all that stuff I talked about marketing yesterday, it's like if you suck at attrition, you got to be really, really good at marketing, and there's not a lot of people that are really good at marketing.
Right.
You know,
right.
and it took me 2 decades to learn what I know now, but even with the skills in marketing that I have, if you give me a crappy retention rate, it makes my job really, really, really hard.
Yeah.
So that would be like the thing of like what's working best is like really leaning into, you know, the product and what you do and making it good and getting people to stay and getting people to refer. If you're not having that, the marketing gets so much harder.
Totally.
Yeah.
There's a slide you put up yesterday too, where it was you're a great speaker. You put it up, and then you pulled it back. You're like, wait, before I show you this, you have to promise me.
I can be a dick sometimes.
It was great. It was great.
That.
I loved it. You promised me don't just run through this. Take 2-3 hours to go through, and I believe it was marketing related questions, right?
So the questions were 10 questions to ask your target market. So I think a lot of people with marketing, they focus all around, all right, let me find the next thing on Instagram, or let me find, like, run YouTube ads. And, like, they're looking for all these tactical things that are going to save their business. And sometimes, like, they do. Sure. They don't last forever. Nothing ever lasts forever, right? But the one thing that I was teaching yesterday is what are the principles of marketing, and do you have the basics down? Like, do you have clarity around what customer you guys are looking to help? Like, are you guys looking to help old people get out of back pain, or are you looking to help CrossFitters, you know, relieve elbow pain so they can get back? Like, it's a different market that you guys. And what I was teaching yesterday was really about having clarity around who that person is.
Yeah.
And then the 10 questions were about knowing everything possible about that person.
Makes sense.
And then when you have that knowledge base about that person, you'll be able to say things in your marketing that matter to that person.
Right.
Versus if you're just saying shit about yourself or saying stuff that they don't care about, there's way more things that they can pay attention to than that. The key in marketing is for them to, it's almost like what's going to stop the scroll. Like what's going to get them to be like, oh, wait, they're talking exactly to me.
Right.
And so the 10 questions were really about the gym owner, the physical therapist, the business owner, getting deep inside the mind of the buyer and to really know that person really well. And that's why I think hopefully.
Yeah.
So as I said later on, 99% of the people there will not do it.
Sure.
And that's like, no one does anything. That's what I've learned. Like no one does anything. But the small percentage of people that do it are the ones that are having success.
Right. Hugh, I took a picture of it. So I'm gonna go through and take a look at it, and I'll message you afterwards. I'll do it 2-3 hours minimum.
Yes.
Minimum.
Yes.
Next question, and this could be again for the strength and conditioning field in general, or just yourself, your business. What is an opportunity for growth, or something you want to look to improve into 2026?
Yeah. So I would say an opportunity for growth in the gym. I'll just go with the gym space.
Totally.
I'm going to go with the kind of back to what I was saying before, the very, very specific niched business, right? Where, you can kind of pretend to be everything to everybody.
Yeah.
Or do you have a specific group of people that you help?
Sure.
And then going all in on that group. That would probably be what I would say, because it's really hard to just be this blanket of like, we help all these people do all these things. It's just like, no, like narrow your market. And then within that market, and I said this yesterday, within that market, pick people that have money.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, it's like, if you want to get rich, help rich people solve their problems.
I think you said, who here works with 23-year-old college students? And people are like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's just like they're broke. And then some wise ass said, well, their parents aren't. I'm just well.
Sure.
But that's what I'd say is like just getting back to basics and picking the right market that's got a lot of money. It's like if you want to make money in this business, you've got to be working with people that have money.
Sure.
And it's going to be much easier for them to do that. So that would be like probably what I would say is like, how can you find a niche, like your niche, where you're going to go all in and be the hero to this specific market and play in this lane and play in this. And then, you do that for a little while, and then maybe you can change after a while. But I think that's where people are going to see, the most success. Like physical therapy for everyone is way different than physical therapy for people over 60 years old that have back pain.
Totally.
Right? And so what you can do is you can get very, very specific. So I think that's where the future is getting people better at clarifying the market, getting on a niche, focusing on that niche, and becoming the best in the world for that thing. And again, best in the world is an interesting concept. I learned it from Seth Godin.
Okay.
It's not that you're the best in the world physical therapist.
Sure.
It's that you're the best physical therapist in the world for that specific person in Rhode Island. That lives in a 5-minute drive time of your studio.
Yeah.
Like, you're the best physical therapy place in the world for that person.
Yeah.
There may be a better physical therapist in the UK than you from a technical standpoint.
Yeah.
But they're not the best in the world because they can't take a boat to go to UK to go to physical therapy. They're not going to do that.
Right.
So if you provide that service to them, you are the best physical therapist place in the world for that market. And so I think that's what people can start, getting into for success in the future.
That's a gold nugget right there.
Yeah, it is.
I like that a lot.
We gotta
Thank you.
write that down.
Yeah. Final question.
What is your favorite part of Providence?
Remind me, where are you? You're from Jersey?
I'm from Jersey.
Jersey, yeah.
I'm not going to say this on the podcast.
Fair enough. Tell us off.
No. I'll tell you off air.
Okay.
I'll tell you off air. My favorite part of Providence is the Perform Better Conference.
Love it. Yeah.
That's all I'll say. I just love. I've been coming to Perform Better Conference for, I think 2005 was my first one.
Wow.
So
20 years.
I've been coming to these conferences. And, it's like a family. Like, I came and spoke yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I feel amazing. I'm like relaxed and talking to everybody, seeing people I haven't seen. It's just like, it's so awesome. Mike Boyle's right there. Yeah. Like, it's amazing. This conference is awesome. I think Perform Better is such an awesome company and a great company.
Definitely.
I tell all my gyms to get their equipment through Perform Better. I have a lot of my clients are here.
Yeah.
So it's just that's probably my favorite. I'm trying to think. I usually just come to the convention center and don't leave.
That's
when
fair
I come
enough.
To Providence.
Yeah.
So I haven't
that says a lot. Yeah.
I haven't done my sightseeing. I guess the only Rhode Island thing I'm connected to is my offensive line coach. I played football at Temple University.
Yeah.
And my offensive line coach was the head football coach at URI for a few years.
Gotcha.
So that's my Rhode Island connection.
There you go.
Gotcha. Very cool. I love it. Well, hey, thank you so much.
Thanks
for being
Appreciate
on.
That
was fun.
Yeah, of course.
Got it.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Awesome. All right. So thanks for being on the podcast. Give us a quick elevator pitch on kind of who you are and what you do.
Yeah, my name's Pete Holman. I'm a physical therapist, strength coach, and former U.S. National Taekwondo champion and team captain. And I'm also a fitness product inventor. I've invented the TRX Rip Trainer, the Escape Fitness Barrel, the Nautilus Glute Drive, and my latest product is the Glute Slide.
Very cool. All right, so yeah, I'd love to demonstrate, try it out. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so the Glute Slide, it's really simple. It's a slide platform. So it's on rollers, and it just rolls back and forth. So most people have used a valve slide or a slider disc or an ultra slide. Totally. But what's cool about this is I have a patented push pin resistance adjustment mechanism. So when you push a pin down, it picks up the cord, and the cord stretches and creates tension or load. There's two different resistance levels, so I'm kind of showing a lighter and a heavier resistance level. But watch, I push down, I pick up one cord. I push down 2 pins, I pick up 2 cords.
Gotcha.
And that gives us a way to instantly adjust resistance on the fly, which is really good for coaches.
Yeah, and easy for consumers. You don't have to be messing around with attaching bands to things. It's just simple.
Exactly. Simple, efficient, effective. I just went to a Mike Boyle lecture, and his recurring theme was safe and effective. Safe and effective. He just kept hammering that home. And we're not all training 17-year-old developing athletes. A lot of us are training 40, 50, 60-year-olds, and you want it to be safe and effective. So I'll tell you a couple of the other product features. One thing that makes this really safe is that it has handlebars. So when you're learning an exercise, you can hold on to these handlebars as you learn the movement pattern. Right? So I'm learning this lateral slide. If I want to make this harder, I can come off the vertical rise, let go of the handlebars. Now I get the lateral slide, and I've got to stabilize my base leg. And we got buzz saws going on.
These should take most of that out.
Okay.
Fix that in editing.
Hey, we're live. We're at Perform Better Summit
here
in Providence, Rhode Island. What you see is what you get.
Absolutely. Can I try it out?
Absolutely.
Cool. So just standing here, grabbing on.
Stand there, grab.
And then pushing.
And I like that. And you took an instant leg angle. Now push out. So he's got his foot at a little bit of an angle. The foot moves. If you see Todd Wright's lecture on foot mechanics, the foot has triaxial motion. So sometimes you'll have the foot flat. So try it flat on there once. And now push out a little bit more glute medius.
Yeah,
you see that?
definitely.
But now put it at an angle on there. It's a little more athletic. That's how you change direction and cut and pivot in sports. And oftentimes you land at weird angles depending on your sport. So it's nice to have that foot action. Now,
Really cool.
let's say I want to make it harder. Go.
Oh, yeah.
Let's say I want to make it harder. Go. Come on. And so now he's working the lateral glute. Okay, now, Matt, turn this way. And you're going to hold on. And now, same leg, I want you to kick back.
Oh,
and now, look at the glute medius right there. Bam. That's your glute medius, or excuse me, glute max and glute medius. And there's a little bit of stability. But mainly the glute max extends the hip, right? The glute max and the synergist is the hamstring. So all we're looking for is that contraction right there. And that, my friends, is how you fire the glute max. By the way, we want glute max firing, not just to neutral, we want it past neutral. Right? So you do a squat, a goblet squat, or a deadlift, or even an Olympic lift. These are great exercises. They do engage the glutes, and even a hip thrust, but it's to neutral.
Right.
The glutes function, even as you ambulate, the hip has to come past neutral. If you run, it really comes past neutral.
Sure.
So how do you train the glute max? You come past neutral. And now you get better firing patterns, and you're getting a reciprocal stretch on the front of the hip flexors, which often get tight.
Yeah.
So we're killing two birds with one stone. One of the things I love to do on here, I call it the hip by four. Let me show you. So look, I get hip flexion, right? It's important to work the front of the hips. Same leg, right leg. I get hip adduction, adduction. I call this a crossover step. Same leg. I get hip extension, glute max firing, right? And then last but not least, I can do my hip abduction with a straight leg or a bent leg, a little more athletic, and now I'm getting hip abduction. So 4 ways by the hip.
Cool.
However, if you weren't satisfied with the adduction on the other exercise, you can add the adductor block, which has little feet on it. It fits right inside this extruded rails. And now I put my stable foot here, my moving foot here, and I can do resisted adduction. So Matt, let's try this. Okay. So stable foot, yep. Now you're gonna load this leg, almost like a slider disc, sliding in, but now we have resistance. Okay, now come in, slide in, and then pause.
Woo!
Okay, come back out. Now pause, come on, all the way, pause, 3, 2, 1. Now give me one more, and I want you to stand up a little bit, longer lever. Come on, up and pause, up, pause, 3, 2, 1. What do you think about that for your inner thighs?
Good, tough. Yeah, I haven't felt that in any other exercise either. That's like a very distinct.
To my knowledge, there's nothing on the market that does the hips 4 ways. There is a machine, you've seen it has a roller and a selectorized weight stack, and you can kind of do inners and outers.
Totally.
But it's a big commercial machine. They're like $6,000. So this is light. It's portable, so I can move this around my gym, and store it when I'm done, or bring it out to the turf.
Yeah.
And I can work those hip by 4.
Yeah, that's awesome. And the sport that comes to mind, probably Matt's mind too, is hockey players probably love this.
Yeah, it's doing really well in the hockey market for obvious reasons, because you get into this lateral slide motion, and if you can't accelerate and get long too, a lot of young skaters, they don't have hip mobility, so they have this short stride length.
Yeah.
Well, when you play hockey, you got to get a little bit longer stride. So now I'm stretching dynamically the adductors, but strengthening the abductors. And then I like to add in, we've got some accessory cords. I like to add in a little bit of reciprocal arm-leg motion. So now I'm driving with the arm, driving with the leg, and I'm getting that fingertip to toe strength, which is really what you want to be a high-level athlete.
Totally, full body.
Yeah, total body.
That's really cool. Also, obviously the cable kickback is similar, but I feel like me personally, whenever you're trying to do a cable, it's hard to get the proper activation. But this, I felt it immediately.
Well, when you do a cable kickback, the first thing you need is a cable machine, which is a big, heavy piece of equipment. But if you have one that doesn't have a handlebar, how do you hold on to stabilize?
Yeah.
So as you increase load, you can't get the stability. Here, as we increase load, we've got the handlebars to increase stability, so now I can actually isolate this muscle group.
Yeah.
However, here's the kicker. Let's say I'm an athlete, and at some point, I don't want to just isolate the muscle. I want to integrate movement patterns. So now I'm here. I've got a balance component. I've got a reciprocal arm swing, right? Ooh, you see, I almost just lost balance. And I've got a cognitive focal component, because if I'm lazy cognitively, I'm going to fall off of balance here. This looks easy. It's not easy. It's a really hard exercise, but now I'm making that more functional.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Great piece of equipment.
I think it's a great piece of equipment. Listen, I only design stuff for myself. So I'm a very selfish inventor. If it works for me, then it works for most of my athletes. Sure. And then I'm also a physical therapist, so it's got to be safe and effective, just like Boyle says. And I think this is a safe, effective, and kind of fun piece, you know. At some point, your clients and members of your gym, they want something new. Yeah. So it's all about retention and driving new sales. And if you bring in new stuff that's, you know, at a reasonable price point, you can kind of help with that retention and driving new sales. If you're stagnant, you know, dinosaurs go extinct, right? And you can't buy, you know, new treadmills at $12,000 a pop. You know, this is under $1,000, so you can really kind of stimulate some gym action with a reasonable price point.
That's very reasonable. That's very reasonable.
And by the way, it's metabolic too. So where Michael Boyle was just talking about, you really got to do something for strength and VO2.
Sure.
And VO2, I know traditionally you don't use strength training, but if you do reps at speed, power training, your heart rate goes up.
Totally.
And so if you start to circuit this stuff through, one of my favorite drills is I'll do 15 reps here, I'll do 15 reps here, I'll do 15 reps of the crossover, and then I'll do 15 reps of this hip flexor slide here. And after
and the heart rate
and your heart rate's jacked up, and so you're getting a little bit of metabolic response in addition to the balance, the performance, the strengthening.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. One last question for you. What is your favorite thing about Providence and/or the Perform Better Summit?
My favorite thing about Perform Better, I love Providence, by the way. I've never been here. It's really cool.
No way, okay.
I grew up in Connecticut, so I don't know why I haven't been here, but I haven't. But Perform Better is just really unique in that they're authentic.
Yeah.
And so the people that come here, they're not, they don't take their shirts off and glorify physique. They want to help their clients get better results, stay healthy, fit, active longer, and stay stronger. And that's what this is all about, is just helping other people stay active with their lifestyle and improving their wellness. And I think when you have your mission based on that, whether it's education or the products that they offer, it's a win. It's a winning formula. And so I'm just super honored and happy to be here, be part of it. And I'll always buy Perform Better stuff. I've done it for 15, 20 years, even when I wasn't involved with the actual product stuff with them.
Yeah, well said. I think they take two things very seriously and do it really well, is their product and their education.
And what else is there, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
they do very well.
So, and it's great, and you get to, and they're very approachable, you know. They have these Q&A sessions after each lecture where you can go talk to your favorite presenters that, you know, you thought were on a pedestal, and they're like, no, let's come have coffee and chat. And it's humbling and rewarding, and it's a great experience. And I hope this is the first of many tours that Perform Better for me and the glute slide.
Very cool. Well, awesome. Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt.
Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
And Rody Strength.
We are live at Perform Better Summit, Rhode Island. I'm here with Dr. Matt. And Dr. Matt. They are from Strength in Sport. They also run the podcast. Name of the podcast?
Rody Strength.
Rody Strength. So definitely check that out. There we go. Boom, boom, boom.
Selfish plug.
Yes. They are based in Rhode Island and Providence.
Yes.
To be specific.
Yep.
So, yeah. I want to ask you guys a few questions here as we're hanging out. Number one, you guys, I mean, there's lots of ways you can answer this. You got your practice.
Yep.
You have your just the business. You have your podcast. But what's one thing that you've learned recently? It could be a new thing you learned. It could be something that maybe challenged a belief and you changed it. Whatever would come to mind.
I think the first thing I've learned most recently is the social emotional connection in coaching. I've had a client that followed me in joining Matt, to which in the atmosphere of the gym that we work out of, I didn't think the character of the client that I'm talking about was going to mesh with the gym whatsoever, and I was shocked when they signed up for therapy services through our practice. And honestly, the breakthrough that I've had with this individual, the couple of times I've seen him so far, has been paramount comparatively to the way that we were doing things before.
Amazing.
So seeing that kind of emotional connection, that human connection that we can kind of have outside, of insurance providers has been incredible.
Now, I could be way off base here, but is there another point within there about assumptions? Big
time. Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely told myself a couple stories in this scenario which were not accurate at all.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, if this were about me, it's not. I would share tons of examples where I did the same thing. So that's awesome. And how about Dr. Matt? What do you say?
My brain went more tactical and very, very recent. There's a couple light bulb moments just by having the podcast here today and talking to so many incredible guests and smart minds in the strength and conditioning field. Just when we talked to Rocky, some of the things he was talking about with the foot and the way the foot contacts the ground and how that can lead up to the knee, lead up to the hip was kind of up in the clouds. I kind of understood a lot of that, but when he really started to break it down, especially when he was talking about some of the examples of in the NBA with all the Achilles tearings, he's like, what's the number one injury in basketball? And in my head went to I don't know, maybe ACL. He's like, it's rolling your ankle. I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then he's like, why do you think all these Achilles injuries happening? What's so close to that? How does the foot change and mechanics change after all these ankle rolls? He's like, I'd be really surprised if a lot of these, and he's worked with a bunch of obviously high-level basketball teams. They need to really start looking into that first, and then getting. And so that was kind of a light bulb. That was where my mind. I went very tactical. That's where my mind went to first. Yeah,
I like it because you have totally contrasted points, both super helpful. Most of the people listening, I would say, are in the same world we're in.
Sure.
So you obviously can consider that a little broad for you, so you can kind of choose how you want to respond. But what's a value you can give? Could be again related to rehabbing people or your business or even your podcast. Anything that just would be in your wheelhouse that would be a good value add for our listeners.
I would say promoting how much you care, about the individual. Not necessarily. The exchange or any sort of financial component, more of, that we do care about you, we care about your goals, we care about all the things that are kind of coming down the path. And there's nothing that you're going to say to you that we're not going to care about in the same token.
Man, I go back to my business, and I think we did that well. And I think it's so easy. And this is coming from two high-level physical therapists. They have a lot of knowledge when it comes to anatomy. And that's the answer. Right? It's so easy to get caught up in how much we know and talking about that as your differentiator, where, there may be a place for that, but it's the old adage, right? People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
How much you care.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
How about you, Matt?
You actually, I was going to say that exact quote, unfortunately, so now on the fly I have to think of something else. Can you say the original question for me one more time?
The original question is, because you got a bunch of different sort of areas of expertise, right? You're an expert physical therapist. You have a great practice. You got the podcast. What is a tip that you could help people with?
A tip. So my mind kind of initially went to, again, some of the value-based tips. But I think more of a tip for other PTs or maybe other businesses, other practices was I think something that Vincent Gabriel said, it was on Thursday, regarding your marketing can be incredible, your sales can be incredible, your business practices can be incredible, your strategy, your strategic planning can be incredible. But if that 1 hour the client's with you isn't perfect, you still have to have a really good product. The product is very important. Obviously all these other business practices are equally as important, but if the product sucks, then
Yeah.
you're going to have a pretty hard time, in business in general. So I think that was a take-home point to me. It was like, hey, like, and I think a lot of the overall themes of the weekend have been like, care. They care about the client, make sure they're having a good experience when they come in, and professionalize the coach, professionalize the trainer. We need to be the leaders in health, fitness, and well-being, essentially, 2025 and on.
Yeah.
So I think that having a really good product and continuing to iron sharpens iron, being here, learning from other professionals is
like
huge.
it.
Yeah.
I'm going to break my own rule and go slightly over time.
Yes.
And I want to follow up to that. What if I'm honest, I'm not dialed in as much as I need to when it comes to my product. But first off, how do I know that? Like, what are some thoughts on, like, I want to kind of evaluate my product, and then from there, I do want to improve. How do I kind of go about that?
Yeah, good question. I think I guess a few different ways you could look at that. From a collaborative approach, asking other people who are experts in the field, who are doing what you're doing, doing better than what you're doing. I think someone else we talked to was like, what are your competitors doing? Maybe was it when we talked to, I forget who we talked to.
It was a gentleman from Hamden that his wife lives in Westerly or something.
Shoot.
Do what your competitors are doing better.
So find people who are doing stuff in the space.
I think that was me. But
was it? Was you? Okay.
No.
Like, see what your competitors are doing and add that extra layer of be the best in your area. You don't need to be technically world's. Who is it? Who's here? You don't need to be the world's best PT. Maybe they're in United Kingdom, but the person living down the street from you isn't going to go see them.
Yeah.
Be the world's best PT to your local circle.
To the
be like, hey, if I'm a CrossFitter and I have a knee injury, the world's best PT for me is going to be this CrossFit PT who's going to help me.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. Final. Yeah.
If I had to answer the question, I would say two things: collect some data. Number one, to see, just like, do not make the assumption, as we were kind of talking about before with that client that I was mentioning to you. So collect some data to see if your product is really as good as you think it is.
And when you say data, is that survey or?
Even metrics. We use a lot of different systems to kind of like check and see if we're making a difference data-wise, like binary type of scenario. And then I would say the second is minimize the noise. Like, don't let those intrusive thoughts or things kind of take control on like what you're thinking of in that moment. Actually apply it to the human.
Can I add one more point? A quick one.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of a secret shopper too.
Yeah.
Having some consultant come in and be like, hey, what can I change here with my product, with my business?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
I like it. We did that with clients where it's a little, maybe a little shady, but we would have a client do that, and we would not tell the staff.
Sure,
and the client would then give us feedback.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's sick. That's very cool.
Last question I want to ask you guys is about what you have going on. What's something project, something you're excited about, really anything that you want to share. Maybe you share it because you want people to know, you want to check out the podcast, or maybe it just inspires people like, oh yeah, those guys are working on this, and I can think about that for myself.
Okay. Professional side, building my presence within strength and sport, getting myself up to speed a bit. I'm a little lagging behind Matt and Tad there just because of sheer amount of time that I've been with them. And then selfishly, I still compete in weightlifting, so my competition cycle is coming up very soon.
Nice.
So within the next 6 weeks or so.
Do you have any goals?
Trying to PB the old snatch this time around. Comparatively to clean and jerk. Clean and jerk, is a little bit more of a strength part of mine, my lifting. So it'll be fun. See if we can get after it.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm going to answer in the same way, in reverse order. I signed up for an Ironman race coming up.
Nice.
So just prepping for that from a personal athletic standpoint, which has been really fun. And then, from a business standpoint, I'm excited. I mean, obviously, with the growth of the company, bringing Matt on board, a stellar PT, I would even say a better PT than I. So having his knowledge and expertise in the company has been outstanding. And then being able to, with between our two locations, between Providence and Portsmouth, now having more opportunity for hours that are available for people is going to be huge. So really excited to continue to grow the company that way.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How important is it for people to have goals outside of their business? Like, you got your goal.
Huge. I'm going to steal another presenter's quote again. We were talking with two people that work with the DEKA world and Reebok.
Oh, yeah.
And
Travis? Yeah.
Grayson and Katie.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they were talking about put it on the calendar.
Nice.
And what they meant by that is, have that goal, put it down on the calendar, hold yourself accountable to that goal. And they referenced a lot. I was a collegiate athlete. I think Matt messed around in college as well, the same type of scenario. And when you come off of that college scenario and you have that kind of structure, you're doing this at this time and this at this time, this at this time, that disappears when you become an adult. You're like, now I have this job, I can do that really well, but what about that other stuff? That was kind of doing good. And that really spoke to me a lot, with like the lifting world, like I know when competition 1 is, I know when competition 2 is, I know what I got to be hitting at what time, and things like this. So putting that on the calendar, and you can apply that to all things, not just your personal scenario, but professional as well. I think that really hit home, with some of those things.
And then can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, how important is it to have goals and things you're doing outside of your practice or your business? Like your fitness goals or family goals or whatever it is.
I like what you said, too, of like sometimes if you don't have a goal in training or in business, like you can kind of get caught with like going through the motions a little bit of just kind of spinning the wheel of like, what am I working towards?
Yeah.
Another, I think it also was from either Vincent or it could have been Chris Braden. I think actually it was Chris earlier on Thursday. Said a quote that stuck with me, a gold nugget, was excellence is not a destination, but it's more of an orientation.
Wow.
So if you're doing things like in your day-to-day, that are creating a path of excellence, that's really what it's all about.
Nice.
You're never going to reach true excellence. It's kind of like up in the clouds type thing. It's more of am I orientated in the direction of where I'm getting that way. So having that North Star, like your goal, is going to be helpful.
Love it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I wish we could keep going because we could go on for days.
Yeah.
But I think the lessons are put people first and your relationships. Work to focus on the journey, not just the destination.
Totally.
And get your butt to events like this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
There we go.
Boom.
Of course.
Appreciate you guys.
Perfect.
Yep. Appreciate you.